up? Reggie Nicholas, also known as Reggie Nick. We're here at Gumbo Studios here in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're about to break down Kela Richardson's Home mix produced by Sean Smooth Keys. So let's jump right into it. All right, so let's listen to the drums soloed. I did do a good bit of sample replacing on here with some different samples. Of course, as you can see, I auditioned a whole bunch of stuff. Sometimes I blend. You see, I got a whole bunch of different variations: 70s kick, rock god, new kick. Some things that were made by me, some things that I found from other places or other people. But the kick drum, that one I did like, which was titled The Mint Kick Dry. I didn't commit it because sometimes I go back and forth. But I added a little Vog on that joint, for those of you who know that's Voice of God, which is just basically some subharmonic stuff, man, to add that extra bottom to it. Here go after the bridge, going into the last chorus and then into the vamp, give y'all a sample. So one thing I do like to try to make sure I attack with the samples is I always try to make sure that if I do replace it, it's gotta be in the same vein, usually tuning and stuff as well, but honestly giving me what I was lacking if I couldn't make it up in a plugin or in a piece of hardware. So we got this stuff. Of course, no sample replacing on the actual cymbals or anything of that nature. But let's talk about the toms. So the way I treat my toms, I usually group my toms. As you can see on this one, I actually didn't even clean it up like I would normally do because he wasn't as busy and he had a lot more control. That top one was a committed tom, the first rack tom. The rest of them wasn't really cleaned up and stuff like that, although I am using a little bit of trigger. I do like the vibe that Chris Lord Algae, I think that they honed in on some stuff. From time to time, I'll throw this on my toms bus. It's not always on the tom setting, actually. Sometimes I actually use it on the kick setting. It's very weird, but it does something to it that adds a little bit of, like body to the drums. A lot of people really be thinking that this compressor on here is just a straight up compressor, but it really does some parallel magic. So that helps bring some of that body out the toms. What's next on here? New joint that I've been really, really dealing and liking and actually digging into, which is emulation of a 1073 by Blackbird. The Blackbird console by Kit Plugins, I'm sorry. I use this a lot now for the saturation, for the harmonics really that it introduces into it. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find a section in solo just those times. So, you probably be able to hear this right quick, what is happening on here, what it does. I'll bypass it and then put it back in. Let's find a little section that we can loop right quick for toms. So let's take this. All right. So, but putting it in, it just adds a little bit more body and that harmonic information to it, you know what I'm saying? And I did boost up a little bit on the top, bring a little top in there as well. Let's see what else I threw on the toms. Let's see, probably just a regular Pro Q. Yep, normal stuff, just to tame it a little bit more. I didn't really do no side chaining, no extra like stuff on there. Cymbals, I always do my metals usually together as well, which this one, the recording, it was clean as far as overheads and hi-hats. So all I did was just like some bus EQing and stuff to it, which I usually go to with the Mac DSP, which I really like. This version, I think the latest version, whatever it is. Nothing really heavy. Because of this record, I wanted way more of the body to not be in the overheads or the snare and of the toms and stuff. I rolled off some of that low end and put a little bit more brightness on it. Let's see, and after that, probably some more. Oh, Shadow Hills, yo. Shadow Hills. It's just kind of close to the setting I normally used at this other studio that I used to work out of. It was just like my go-to compression for overheads. All of that stuff is sent down to my drum bus. which has some glue on it, the bus compressor from the SSL. I usually go between the bus compressor and, oh, that's Pro Limited, came from the producer itself and not being used. But I don't really hit the drum bus as hard sometimes, but this record, I think I actually kind of, just kissing the needle. Kissing that needle, you know what I'm saying? With a slow attack, very minimal gain, makeup, auto release on this record, and the ratio was 3-to-1 versus my normal like 2-to-1, and I got the side chain at about 100 and full wet on this one. Let's see what else I have on here. Spiff. If you don't know about Spiff, secret weapon, yo. Like, just look into it. I don't want to get into it. It's magic, all right? And then for this record, I went ahead and put a limiter on here. I don't normally put a limiter on drums. This record called for some reason, it worked, you know? Sometimes you got to push that envelope. And then from there, we wanted it to feel bigger, of course, so I have a few plug-in options that I like to dive into. The main one I actually used was this company, 7 Heaven Professional, which is basically like a Bricasti emulation. So I used the room, it's called the Fat Chamber. It really sounds pretty much exactly like the unit when I used to use the hardware. It's really good. So I'm gonna play this. Let me put the drums in solo again for you. Play a little bit with it on, and then I'll take it off. So that's with the reverb in. Muting it. You know, adds that life to it, make you move a little bit. Other reverb I used was the AMS, old school, the RMX 16. I believe I have it on the hall setting. Yeah, the hall setting. And it just adds this life. It's something about that, like, especially when you're dealing with like the big rock drums. Like the AMS joint is, the RMX 16 is special, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you're looking like that old Lynn drum vibe. That's like one of their go-tos that they went to for like their reverb and stuff like that. So it just made sense for me to dig into that and bring this record to life with that. Let's see. Let's go percussion. Let's go percussion right down the line. So the percussion in this track from the producer, Sean, again, he came and he brought me in some really, really clean samples. I didn't have to do much to the percussion at all, which was just some high cut, some low pass filter. I threw a deverb on that. I didn't even want to send it to a aux or anything like that as far as like busting out that reverb, because it sat right in there. And I knew, you know, right away that, yo, this gonna live, it's gonna rock, it was gonna be good. People shy away from the deverb. I like the deverb. They got some big records out there that only use the deverb on the as a reverb. And no, I didn't just use the church setting because it was a church record. It's something about that church reverb. Listen, the church reverb is special. If you do your research, you'll find out a lot of major records got that on there. But yeah, so soloing that is, you know, very simple. Samples came in clean, like I said. They was already locked in good. And he didn't want it to be a sampled, loop-heavy song, so we didn't push them too much in the front, but you felt them throughout the song. You know what I'm saying? So let's go talk about, let's see, the synths. Let's go look at some of the synths and stuff that we have in here. I know we're moving a little quick. Don't want this to be long and boring. Don't want y'all to get tired of me, you know? All right, so on that, there's this plugin, Brawler. I don't know how to really say it, forgive me, but it's just a motion thing that gives me like some 360 vibes. Sometimes it's like one of my plugins I like to go to for pads when I want it to feel like it's moving, and the pad that they might have given me was just like, I don't like to say sterile because I'm not talking about the sound, but like it's just there. So I need sometimes for it to move to create that a certain motion or a certain emotion in the song. So this is it without it. You know, kind of straightforward. But then with it, the imaging that it shows and adds to it, that added for this record, it adds some depth to it. It added some left, right to it, put you in the front a little bit, but when it came to the front, it never got in the way. So that's why I love this plugin. And it's a lot on the screen. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a lot on the screen, but you can really dive into it, understanding your left, right a little bit. You can tempo sync it, stuff like that. I don't necessarily like to make my stuff too fast with the motions, just because of the simple fact that can mess up a song. You know, if it don't call for it, I need to be bing, bing, you know what I'm saying? So let's see. Bass. I forgot. I think it was Sean Bird that played this song, if I'm not mistaken. And Sean usually sends great files. I don't think I recorded him on this one in particular, but his stuff is usually good, really good actually, majority of the time. So even for this song, his tone was really good. I didn't have to go deep in and doing anything, just some gain structure. And then I also put a little bit of 2/8, some opto compression on it. So this is dry, right? And all I did was add a little bit of little LA2A. Gained it up a little bit more there instead of having to clip gain the file, but also something to tame the peaks a little bit, because it's not the fastest compressor. A lot of people get scared sometimes of seeing that clipping light right there, like that. Where we at? Right here on your meters. I'm not scared of it. Give it to me sometimes. Pause. So yeah, like it's there. Worry about the feeling of the song is my thing, you know. If it feels good, then yeah. If you don't hear the digital clipping, don't stress yourself. You know, your ears don't lie, the feeling don't lie. All right. So let's go ahead down. Next we have the keys, right? So let me see. I think he gave me, yep, 2 different piano joints, an upright piano and a piano loop vibe, right? So let's go through them and see what I did. Take off all the processing. I think these kind of got a little deep in. So this is his solo, right? So that's one of them, just that loop. So I want to add a little motion in the attacks of it, which Spiff is good for. I wanted that top to attack, but I didn't want it to just be overall bright, right? So what I did was, as you can see in Spiff, I rolled it off a little bit, but I still wanted that attack to be there. So followed it up with an air band and put some 2.5 in there, took out a little bit of that low end, because I wanted to be felt in there, in the way, out the way. All right, so then we go down to the next one, which is an upright piano. Oops, sorry. So let's go into with a loop. I mean, the piano's by itself. So simple, clean piano. And then again, I'm more than sure. Yep, as you can see, added. I just wanted some of that Neve grit. With a little top end, probably I ain't really remove anything out here. I think I was checking on some frequencies that I thought was problematic for me. And that's why you see it down, but I actually didn't take anything out on there. Rolled it up to 80 just to get some of that, you know, low end rumble. Cause I mean, you adding harmonics, it could create that stuff down there. You don't want it to be in the way of everything else that's down there. So let's see, let's get into a busier part so you can hear it. Right, let's bypass that. Like without the EQ, just adding it back in. And I love the fact that with this plugin in particular, it has basically like automatic gain compensation. So me pushing the preamp itself to get that grit, to get that bite out of it, it automatically pulls down my output level. So I don't really have to worry about clipping, and the actual level stays straight. And I don't think that it's doing something just because it's increasing in volume. So going back to that section to let you hear that, Let me see.
Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X. We have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down below in the description of this video and grab your template today.
So in context, that's next. Okay. Organ. Let's talk about the organ. That's next. So let's go to a softer moment in the song before we get there. All right. So let's take it when the organ actually kind of comes in. All right. Cool. So here you start seeing the organ being introduced. Really, you know, I'm a big fan of PSP Old Timer on organ. I don't know what glue stuff they did under the hood, but it's something about the way this thing, and usually just right out the box, like a quick little 1.5 ratio. It just does something for the song, and usually I follow it up with the pull tech. Pull tech on organ, especially sometimes if you get the in the box organs. This tube emulation, the harmonics with that, and then like, you know, sometimes even doing the they call it like the kick, they call it the kick, the old school kick processing through this. I usually do it on organ around 100. If they're not playing pedals, because it does that same thing where it cuts, attenuates, and boosts in that area of like 100. So sometimes it just works like, you know, everything, depending on the song, works sometimes, doesn't work. So let's bypass that and let you hear this organ. Matter of fact, let's go to a big part. Right? So let's put it in. Y'all, I'm a clown, I'm sorry. So as you can hear, it adds a little bit more body. I brightened it up a little bit in the 8K area, you know what I'm saying? And not, you know, I attenuated, but like the attenuation knob at the top is set at 20 hertz, kilohertz, I'm sorry, and I attenuated it. The roll off is not heavy, so it's, you know, it's not doing as much as you think, seeing that it's at 5 and is out of 10. Right? So next down we have, I know we ain't really got time for like automation and stuff, and I can't remember off the top of my head all the automation I did on this one. But let's see. So this one, these guitars were sent into me, into the producer. He records pretty clean. And I didn't have to do much processing. He's really a stickler about his tones for records. We've done a record and got to the finishing line, and he was like, oh, nope, I'm redoing all my guitars because I feel a different vibe or different whatever sometimes. So he sends, and Sean is a very, very guitar-heavy producer, right? So he loves guitars. He wants the guitars in there. So we had acoustic guitar, which basically for majority of these, I went with like the 1176 on there, and with a little bit of EQing for the acoustic, just to get some of those problematic frequencies out the way. I wanted all of the body to stick out of that acoustic guitar. So as you can see, it's still on a 4-to-1. The release isn't the slowest, it isn't the fastest. The attack is kind of fast because I want the transient to come out, you know what I'm saying? But I still want that body to be delivered through that joint. So that's the acoustic. Like I said, not much EQing, but a little problematic stuff. And honestly, the rest of his stuff on guitars were just like pretty straightforward and clean. So it's nothing but compression really on there just to tame it, like heavy stuff. heavy compression, as you can see. 8-to-1, heavy compression. I wanted to hear all of the 1176 in this joint. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Let's solo one of them so you can hear. Let's take the power guitar. So it wasn't bad, but with that compression, it also did. I hate to say EQing, but if you listen to it, it give me like the meaty middle part of the. This is a session. But yeah, it gives me a lot of that mid-tone that I'm looking for, you know, that grind. So back in the song, let's see. That's pretty much it for instrumentation. Now let's talk about the BVs, sorry. As we recorded them, 3 great singers, of course. How could I approach this? As you can see, I did a lot of out-the-box processing on their vocals coming in. So if you look on here, it's mainly gain staging because a lot of the EQing and compression was handled before getting in. And sometimes in the event of, like, we're recording choirs or even background vocalists, the benefit of having a console is sometimes in sections I will ride the faders, like basically like automation, knowing the song and knowing what they're doing dynamically. Sometimes not. So for this one, because they work together so much and so often, they have a nice blend already and they kind of know where they're at in the song and they feel the song together and know dynamically where they need to be. So for the most part, I'm great with those cats. Let's go with looking at what I did for the bus compression and then we look at effects and stuff as well for them. So shout out to Goshen. It's a little text thread homies and stuff, but they actually put me on this plugin that I was not aware of, and I'm not gonna lie, since I've heard about it and opened it up and started digging into that plugin, haven't really looked back, right? And it's a compressor. It's actually like a mastering compressor, is what it's labeled as, but we use it for all kind of other stuff. All right, so I want to tame them still, you know, so let me get to a section we can. Let's do this section that it is. One day in your courts, then 1,000 elsewhere. Right? So let's just stick to that. No, let's go to a better section. You where I want to be. Let's do that loop. Let's see. I don't want to leave. No, let's do it. All right, here we go. So, my spirit is at peace. No compression. All right, add compressor in. My spirit is at peace as my heart leads me straight to you. Right, add some more saturation. Not really much saturation on this one. Okay, maybe I was wrong. But as you can see, I did add a little bit more of 220. I subtracted a little bit like 2.7-ish. But I added 10K. And even at 180, I pulled some out pause on there. And 150 rolled off, although you had that tenor in there. That Unison compressor actually brought some more life back into that low end. So even have a roll off at 12. It's kind of like a thing I like to actually do somehow, for some reason, like roll off and attenuate and actually boost in that same area. So that, then that's next we have 2A opto compressor, just to catch certain parts. As you can see, it's not really doing much. And then the color it gives sometimes is amazing. Like you got really listen detailed to hear what it's doing. All right. Then de-esser 902. Is really old school, but does the job. All right, and then good old tape saturation. Let's add that in. My spirit is at peace. So that'll explain why I didn't do it on the actual the kit plugin, that 73 plugin, because I went ahead and added it here with this joint. a little jazz warmth. I tried, sometimes I demo out some of the presets in there. And if you like it, I like it. Sometimes I modify it, sometimes I don't. You don't always have to. It's not like the preset police gonna kill you, but this is not a jazz song. Jazz won't work for it. All right. All right. Now let's go to the final side of it. All right. Matter of fact, let's look at some of my processing right quick. On the vocals, I have about 6 options of colors. Well, nope, let's make that 5. That's still in there. But for the reverb, I'm 7 Heaven, great. Is a hall, love it. Delay, H delay, which is just, the standard go-to. Don't always use it. Let's see, chamber is a 7 Heaven, which is the East Church, tongue twister, wow. Spaces vibe. It's really nice, cool. And then vocal delay, crystallizer, right? Oh, skip one. The 140 plate. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. That's all I can say. So, yep, that's my vocal processing.
I'm excited to reveal something game-changing for us and for you as producers and musicians. I want to introduce to you Peculiar Sounds version 2. We've introduced standalone mode, allowing you to use it independently from any DAW. You can now blend up to 2 sounds to create rich and complex textures. We added in 2 brand new effects, the Lo-Fizer and the Mod Filter. The Lo-Fizer gives you instant lo-fi vibes with just a button, while the Mod Filter adds dynamic movement and flow to any sound you apply to. And we also added the innovative new MIDI browser that provides you with hundreds of chord progressions, melodies, and drum loop MIDI files that you can drag straight into your DAW. And as a bonus, V2 now includes Sounds Off the Block expansion for totally free, bringing the total to over 400 patches. So as you can see, Peculiar Sounds V2 is not just an update, it's a revolutionary new plugin. So make sure you check the website right now and you can get your hands on this game-changing plugin.
All right, so here we go. Let's talk about this lead vocal, all right? I'm more of a Melodyne cat, right? Melodyne is more of my thing, especially with the gospel side of things. It's just more natural for most records, and most artists don't want to hear that stuff on their gospel records. So I'm more of a, but I also sometimes use the auto-tune for a guide, right? I don't use it in a generic way. Most people set the scale. Nope, give me advanced and I could do whatever I need to do, even with automation and stuff like that. So it's a taste of auto-tune, as you can see on here, not too heavy, just on this intro part. The reason why this is not printed or already down printed is because towards the final, the lead singer wanted to come in and just recut or revisit that first part. So we were in and back and forth with different parts. So that's why I didn't print whatever decisions we made on there. Because this one is treated as one full lead. I know it looks like 2 different lead tracks. I don't do the real processing on the actual track itself. Sorry, I know that was looking weird for y'all. I don't do the processing like EQing and compression on there unless it's needed, unless I'm in a different studio or some in a different mic, whatever, and I need to treat it differently. So I usually just treat this main lead vocal out that I have set up as the one that controls it all. So let's dig into what I did before we even listen to it. Correction, found problematic frequencies. There's some ducking on some of those things, like multi-band compression kind of vibe, even some expansion, all right, on the lead vocal. I don't like to always say frequencies because every song varies, every vocalist varies. So it's just hard to just throw out frequencies. I could say 2.5 is gonna be a problematic one that's the most common, or 200, but it don't always be that. Your chain could be sweet enough to where that's not a problematic frequency. So I don't like to really necessarily call out what I did, because some people take that as the template, the go-to. So, but you can look, you can see, take from it what you will. Then compression. People go back and forth with the whole debate about EQing before compression or EQing after compression. It just depends on your workflow and the source itself. Stop getting stuck on what somebody said, looking and evaluate the source. Use your ears. Some compressors add color, some compressors add EQ, add harmonics. So you might not want to do it before, you might want to do it after. So it's just really that getting in, learning it, learning your plugins, learning your outboard gear, whatever it may be, finding out what it do to know what you want to do if you need to put it before or after. On here is a 4-to-1 as the first compressor on here. I actually don't think I did much compressing on here because, again, I did record this, and I believe her vocal chain for this was, I had a 47 going, a U40. I think, no, this one, I actually used the newer one, but it is a 47 emulation. I can't think of the company name right now. But it's a 47. No, it's not Warm. I can't think of the name right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 47 clone that I use on vocals. And I ran that one into not the 1073. I didn't want it to break up as much. I ran it into the Rupert Neve Designs 511. And I did use some of the red silk on it. I didn't use a whole bunch. So if you're looking at it as a clock, it's probably like 1 o'clock, like 1 to 2 area. Did do a roll off on it. And I did trim it a little bit because she had some power points in here. From there, I went into, I was about to say the Tube Tech, which is one of the normal ones, but no, I have a one of my favorite compressors of all time that I almost feel like I shouldn't say on this video. But it's a 500 series. It was made by this company that's no longer in existence or producing stuff. It's called the Brute. It's a 500 series compressor, and it's amazing. Tree Audio, I love y'all. I know y'all. I smacked the mic. Tree Audio, I love y'all. I know y'all done bought the company or whatever might have happened, and y'all made the newer versions of it. I love it. I have 2 of them, but something about that Brute. So that was the compression, EQ, preamp chain coming in, mic chain. So that's why when I got to here, I did do 4-to-1, but I didn't go crazy on it. And you'll see, you'll hear it. The EQ, of course, I wanted a little bit more tube saturation, so I went with the Tube Tech again. Little boost at 8K, widen the band on it, not just being sharp. Some people don't mess with that at all. Widen the band on it, boosted a little bit 100, but also attenuated at 100 as well. And then Eosis, I think that's how they said, de-esser. I tried the female singing preset. If you have this and you look at it, maybe I tweaked something. I can't really remember off back, but maybe I didn't. Again, sometimes mess with presets work. And that was it. So let's take it from the top so you can hear. And I did do some, as you can see here, like I did some some actual automation on the vocals and stuff like that. Mainly the delay, I just did some mutes on there. But I did send her to the chamber and to the plate and to this other one, this Clark plate. All right. So let's listen to some of this beginning so you can hear those effects.
Your grace goes further than I'll ever know. Your love is the purest love anyone's ever known. Your embrace is what I long for most. Feels like home.
Right? You heard the reverb, the delays come in. And that was requested by the artist as well. Right? Still not really.
My spirit is at peace as my heart leads me straight to you. Yeah.
So one other thing I want to point out, I know oftentimes as engineers, we just automatically think that we should just de-breath everything. Listen to the song, sometimes a song needs those moments. She had one in here where you could hear like a pant in there. If you'd have took that out, if I'd have took that out, it wouldn't have felt the same in that moment. So listen to the song, listen to the context of the song. And then also I was trying to show that even in those moments that's big, you realize that the Unison compressor itself was not actually doing much compression because the outboard gear was already handling it. So a lot of that stuff was printed in prior to. And again, having a console also gave me the option to the flexibility to be able to ride the fader up and down in certain moments without having to change necessarily my gain staging on the preamp itself. So yeah, let's go into just the bigger part of the song. Let's go to the bridge. Barely hitting the compressor. And that was a big part. So another thing, as I would say, a tip for most engineers, especially those of us that's getting into a lot of different preamps and different microphones, there's a comment section in Pro Tools or whatever DAW product that you have. Or if not, just, I cleared a lot of stuff out of here. I always clean my sections up before the mixing portion. But please, because situations like this where the artist came back and wanted to revisit something, I'd have had to sit down and try to think of the exact vocal chain to make it match. But thanks be to the Most High that I had it written down and I had it in my comments. Okay, this is where it's at. It's like taking those notes are very valuable, even knowing where your preamp was set at, your compressor was set at. Sometimes I even take pictures if it get too complex and I have to move too fast. So that's the lead vocal. Let's go to my mix bus. Let's start activating it. That was all of it without my mix bus, anything on there.
When you got one of those modes where I don't know what to do, I'm stuck.
You're right.
All I do is listen to something like that and it's like, okay, now
Whoa.
I got something.
Exactly.
I have like every single plugin. For some plugins, you be spending like hours just trying to find that one sound. You took the time to really curate and find like a group of like sounds that's really usable, that get straight to the point.
You're giving them enough to get started so they can walk into a room with someone and be like, all right, man, what am I missing?
I love the plug-in, man. I think it's incredible. I think people are gonna be like, wow. I mean, you got the sounds, people looking for sounds like that. Look, now they just get the plug-in.
You know what I mean? So you literally can just cook a complete record, like just from this plugin. And for me, it's like not about a whole bunch of sounds, it's about production.
He gonna come out the gate sounding legit.
Yeah.
Out the gate sounding legit because of something like this. So I'm telling everybody, man, get the juice pack.
It's the truth, bro. I got to have it.
It's fire. It's definitely juice. D-Lo got the juice.
Let's see, trim. I had trim on here because probably went in a little hot from the get-go on the instrumental side, and I just didn't want to mess with faders, so that was the quickest way to come down on it. There's this plugin here called the Culture Vulture, right? Secret hidden gem. Used to hear about it a lot on the rock side and stuff like that. It's really like harmonic-y, distortion vibes, right? But if you kiss it right, you know what that means. It can add transients back, but add harmonic information that can change a mix like crazy. So let me just show you what I mean. You should be able to hear it. Bypassed. Nope, let's go to You Where I Wanna Be. Right? And this is just the music mix. Now I'm about to activate it. The weight. Here you go. Add this love on that bass. Taking it back out right here on this vamp. Putting it in right here. It's a vibe. It's a vibe, and I'm barely doing anything with it. Just sometimes I never mess with the actual distortion type, unless I really need to just overdrive something. But the drive is really it. I usually throw this on. It's usually between this and the black box. So I throw this on and just barely move this drive. Like, I don't think I've ever been over 4 on here. It just does something, right? All right, so now that's just the instrumental mix. So now my full mix bus. For the tape emulation, I used the 800, Student A800, right? Giving it that vintagey vibe. I was messing through presets. Don't always do it. I don't always do it, but you know, every now and then I toggle through some things, as you can see. And this one just so happened to give me what I was looking for. Might have messed with some stuff under the hood. Don't really remember. I do have a tendency to tweak the presets. All right, but I put that on the overall mix to give me what I want, basically. Vintagey vibes, but not too old school, because the mix is still kind of more current, but I need it to be big rock-ish feeling. All right, so here's it without the tape. Culture Vulture does something beautiful to that snare too. All right, so same section with the Studer on. Right? And then honestly, for this song, that's pretty much all I did on the bus. I have this this loudness meter that I really love. This is the Yaahn loudness meter 2. I'm a fan of it, mainly for a lot of reasons. It has alerts, it has it automatically resets, although I have my TC electronic, but also it has a lot of different profiles in here. Basically like presets in here as well for like your different streaming platforms. Where is it at right now? Don't know, can't find it, don't know what's going on. Oh, there we go. Online streaming, so Spotify, you can kind of like look at your levels and and it gives you like their peaks and all that different stuff, their RMS, their LUFs, so you can know if you're hitting right for the different things. Like I just did some stuff for Disney and all this other stuff, so I was really looking at the Disney recommendations basically, or the Disney specs on their Tidal, Deezer. Sometimes I just check all of them just to see if I'm in the right ballpark. And then also I don't want to give my mastering guy nothing crazy. So yeah, I usually just put that on there. And then lastly, listen to, which is something I use to like sometimes chime in with the artist for them to listen back at where I'm at or what I'm doing with it. But yeah. And this is a little A-B joint. Sometimes I listen to other songs as references, and I just find certain sections, make sure they match up or whatever, just to sometimes hear where I'm at competing. It's a weird thing when you do that, though, because we have to keep in mind that majority of times the files that we're getting and we're referencing are mastered files. So they always talk about referencing mixes when you're mixing, but we're referencing a mastered file. So you have to keep that in mind when you're doing it. Some things are going to change, but you can just get as close to as possible, as long as you're staying in the vein of what that artist wants. But yeah, for the most part, that's legit it for this session. The Kela Richardson, Home, produced by Sean Willis, Sean Keys, right? Hit me up if y'all need anything. I'm just, doing what I can. Bless your heart and all your parts.
GospelProducers.com.
All right, so here I'm jumping into the technical aspect of the song as it relates to my process for mixing the song. So you'll see here this this setup actually this particular template has evolved since. Like I said, this was at the height of the pandemic, or at the end of it, should I say? I'm sorry, but so I've since changed this template. But here, um, um, you'll see my process here. I always send out each one of the elements as it relates to the individual tracks. If I'm not sending them to a designated bus, if I'm not processing that particular element as it relates, for example, here the toms, I'm sending. I have the toms going here to a bus here, and as you see, it's only 2 tracks of toms as well on the drums, and so I didn't do a whole lot, and didn't have to do a whole lot to the toms, of course, because there wasn't a lot of hits on the toms. So basically, what I did there was, let me actually just start from the drums, actually. So I have 2 kicks here. And so what I did was I triggered another one here to also make up kick 2. I gated the first one and then committed that, so there's no noise in it at all. And I'm sending the kick to a bus here, and basically all I'm doing here is the boost here, and I'm doing a cut. I'm doing a cut here as well, which is around the 400 range or so, just to kind of take out some of that muddiness there. And I have another boost here, which is at 8K or so, and these are my boosting cuts here. So, and I'm also sending this to a generator, a signal generator, and so my approach here was to create like a kick sub, if you will, and to do that, I'm sending this kick bus to what I call a kick sub aux, and I labeled it as that so I know what it is. But I'm sending it to this particular bus as well, and I pulled up a signal generator here that I have at 60 hertz, and I gated it. I put up a C1 gate, and you'll notice that it's of course it's triggered when the kick hits. And that again, that's basically, to add a little subharmonic there to the kick, and that was in this template. Now I do the same thing in my mixes now, but I use a what's called Boom from Plug-in Alliance, and it basically and I normally always set it to 100 or so, and so it makes life easier for me now. But but same approach. Okay. I normally like to have my bass close to the kick as it relates to the way I'm looking at my tracks. So up under kicks, the next thing that I normally approach is my bass going up against my kick. So here, what I did was I duplicated the bass and I started to actually do some processing on this one, but I left it raw on the original bass itself, duplicated that and pulled up UAD's 1176, and just to add a little more presence there and tame it as well. So that's so you can hear the difference there. And I'm sending that down into our bass, to add a little more grit to the bass as well. And again, I'm going after that nostalgic sound, the old classic sound. So, and to be able to kind of keep that at a certain volume, so it wouldn't go down below. I didn't necessarily want to bring out another compressor, but this is kind of what it does as well with the max volume. So I pulled that up as well, to keep it at a certain threshold. And here, with the snares, let's take a listen at the snares right quick. Okay, so there was a few things I did here. This is the, let me take the gate off here. So you can hear that old classic snare there. So here, if you notice, there are two snare tops. So the approach here was there was a additional mic added on the snare as well, and I processed that one differently in terms of the EQ. So I had a 57, and actually because all my other mics were already being used, I pulled out a 414, and I processed that pretty heavy, and added a little more EQ as well going into it. And actually, as a matter of fact, I actually think I ran that through the 737. Actually, most of the time I'm using 737 for bass. Sometimes I would do vocals, but I actually ran it through here to capture this.
Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X, we have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down and below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show.
Snare bottom, of course, here. And to add a little attack, I add some triggers as well. I use trigger 2, and I pulled up some sounds. Again, also thanks to Yash Warehouse drum sounds. Again, that another shout out to John Mike. John Mike is all over the place. So shout out to to John for these sounds. So I pull from those sounds to add some attack to the snare, which is and I pulled up 2 instances of those, which is this and one, in which they all make up. And so I sent them to this Q8. Nowadays, I'm kind of going to the EQ with a fab filter, actually. But on this, I pulled up the Q8 from Waves, and you can see here some of the boosts and cut. I'm doing around 200, about 3 dB of gain here. Here I'm right at about 3K here, a boost there, and right at 8K. I'm sorry, 8K. I did quite a bit of boosting here, about 9 dB of gain here, and that gave me that. Hi-hat, I really didn't do anything to. Just panned that. Again, tom, two toms here, so there was really not much work to do there. Okay, and then I just ran those into their own aux or bus as well, EQ'd them, and just did a little notch here around 5K or so, and added a LA 2A here. Overheads, basically here. I have the C4 to do some dipping here, if you notice here. Without it, I wanted to tame some of that high end on it as well. And sometimes what I'll do as well, if there's too much noise or stuff that's inside of the overheads as well, sometimes I'll bring in at a certain point, some samples of cymbals for crashes as well. So you'll notice here at this one spot here, I bought this in, and that was just to kind of have something else alone to add sustainability there at that point. Okay, and claps here. Basically, I just put up another LA2A, the gray version here on my claps to tame one and get the other one here to sit. Here, the loop that I pulled from Loop Element, I'm calling it Hat Shaker Loop, as you see here. I just pulled up the stock plug-in in Pro Tools, and I wanted to use it almost as a filtered loop here. So that's what this is doing here. Bring it up. Without it. So here. And again, you really don't hear this inside of the song with all of the tracks, but it's there, to keep the elements moving in the whole nine. Piano, I really didn't do anything but just pull up another element of LA2A here, and it's doing maybe, you see, it's not even quite doing 2 dB of reduction there. Same thing on the Rhodes. And this synth here, what I did was I pulled up a stock plug-in again, the EQ3, just to add some top here. And what is this? Around 5.4 K. And I did some cutting here, so I wouldn't have any information that's not needed on the bottom end. On both of those organs, basically all I did was I kind of kept them kind of dirty, so I didn't necessarily do any, especially on the second organ. It's got a lot of grit to it, which is what I was going after. So I didn't really do any EQ into it, because I did that adjusting on the way that I did the controls on the drawbars itself. But I just added, LA2A. If you notice, I love LA2A. So CP80, same thing. Once it shows up in the track, I just added, to keep it tamed as well. And I always, on guitars, I always like to kind of go after width. So normally my approach with that is pulling up a mod delay, to kind of help add some depth and some width to that. So this is the my demo stage of the guitar that I kept inside of the track. So without it is this. With. And you can hear that it added a little depth to it and expanded the width as well. And just added, some EQ. And you'll notice here, I'm not doing any boosting. Everything here is a slope with some cuts here. Cuts within the 600 range or so. In that 1K range as well. Okay. Kind of the same approach. Didn't necessarily do anything with EQ, and one of the things that I always admonish producers to do whenever you're hiring people, especially whenever you're hiring musicians, is to make sure, especially if they're recording your stuff remotely, make sure you're hiring guys that can not only just play the parts as well, but sonically will be able to deliver to you what's needed. So the guys I go to, that's another reason why I go to the particular guys I go to. Is not just because I know that I'm gonna get the right track back musically, but I know I'm gonna get it a good quality, and I don't have to worry about what the sonics are going to be. So if you'll notice on the guitars, I don't have any EQs, and that's because I didn't have to do anything to them when I got them. Even not even having to cut. So basically, what I did to this distortion guitar was the same approach. I added some depth and some width to that. Without it, is this. And again, great sounding guitar. Great sounding guitar. And as you can hear, there's nothing really to be done to it. So basically, again, all I did was added some width and some depth. Without, with. Just put up another instance of the LA2A, and I did quite a amount of compression there, and so basically all I did was just more so just set them in the mix and just put them in their own space, and I have that first element of the distortion guitar, hard left and right. This track here that's called Fuzz guitar. It's like a rhythm wah theme. I just basically sent it to a reverb and just panned it. Lead guitar here. I have it right up the center, and I kept it in the center during those moments where there's nothing that's going on vocally, lead wise, so it wouldn't clash with the lead singer. And plus, that's also the feature on the intro as well. So I just kept it, again, straight up the center. Rhythm guitar, basically all I did was find its space and just panned it left. Creamy. Rick Wofford. And again, so on the bus itself, I just have some amounts of compression and reverb. So let's go down to the vocals here. Okay, so the way I normally like to mix my vocals, some vocals I generally don't like to have all of my vocals panned hard left and hard right. Sometimes I'll go for that, but most of the time I don't, because I kind of like for them to kind of still have their own space, within the dimensions sonically. So, but what I did here on Lucinda's background vocals, I kept hers panned hard left and hard right so that she could be the wall of the vocals here. As you can hear right here.
Hear you. I hear you.
To the guitar out.
Hear you.
Okay. So here, what I did was on Sharia's vocal, her top vocal, you'll see I have her panned 97 on both sides, which is this, and then LeJeune. I have her inside of Sharia, and then on those same parts where Sharia and Lejeune are singing the same parts, I have them paying the same on both sides as well. Then the tenor parts, I like to have them more inside of the vocals as well. And I have them sending, I have Sharia's going to her own ox, and I kind of doubled, I pulled out this doubler here, just to add a little more, not necessarily width to it, but a little more nuance, a little more body as well. I didn't want to necessarily do it with EQ. So that was my reason for doing that with her. I send them all to this aux, and here I pull up the that max volume here. I'm de-essing them, of course, to be able to retain some of the sibilance. This is a limit. This here is really a mastering limiter. Well, this is what it was intended for, but I actually I normally always use it on my vocals as well, and I use it to be able to sit in a particular place. Hold on, let me pull these vocals here, so you can hear exactly what I'm saying here, and you can hear what they're doing. Okay.
I hear you. Hear you.
Okay, without it.
Hear you. I hear you.
With.
Hear you. I hear you.
And it's transparent. It's by a company called Massey, and they have a few. They didn't make a lot of plugins. They have a few plugins. I think they have another compressor plugin. I think it's CT5. One of their earlier versions is CT4 or so. So it always sits on my vocals, my background vocal chain. And again, pulling up the RDSer to tame, some of the sibilance. And of course, my go-to as well with the LA2A. I normally do 2 sets of verbs as well. And as you can see here, here they're actually doing the same, but this here should be set to a different pre-delay. I have both of these set to, and this is a stock reverb here. Normally, I'm now using. I normally use the my go-to is the LX480 a reverb. That's in my template now, but this the classic Deverb. I have both of those set. One is doing a different pre-delay. I'm sorry, than the other one, and both of them set at a large plate. And I'm sending one a different amount versus the other. You'll see one is at minus 11.3, and the other one is at minus 15.8. From there, I'm doing the same thing here with my mod delay. And then I don't have this here, but normally I would have I normally use Echo Boy to add some more delays on there just to give it a little more space as well. So that's my normal approach as it relates to my vocal chain and my send and returns as it relates to my BGVs. And again, this is what Let me reselect them here. That's what they sound like.
I hear you. Hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X, we have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show.
All right, and so the approach that I took on Lucinda's vocal here, you'll see that I duplicated her vocal, and I left the initial one untouched. I did all my adjustments going in as it relates to compression on it. I generally don't like to go in with a lot of compression, just a little bit to be able to just tame it suddenly. So here you see that there's nothing on it here. The second aspect of it, I put up a 76 here, you know, just to kind of set it at a level and have it steady as well. And I'm sending it to its designated arc as well. I have it with a, starting off the chain here with a de-esser, again, to just tame, you know, some sibilants. That's feeding into my trusted LA2A. And I have that sitting here with my max volume just to keep it out of threshold as well. And I pulled up the UAD pull tech, you know, just to kind of add some body to it. And I like the top end that the pull tech adds to elements. It's not harsh or the whole nine, and the mere fact that you can attenuate, you know, each one of those different frequencies as well. So, and then at the end of that chain, I added another LA 2A here as well, and I have those sending to the LX 480 Verb, and again I'm using that that send as well, going into a mod delay, again just to add some width and some depth to it without trying to do all of that with reverb as well. And just added another instance of delay, and which is what you hear here.
It's a sound in the atmosphere. It's a sound ringing in my ear.
And some of that, especially on this, I had to approach with these compressors as well to be able to change some of that leakage. Because again, Lucinda, she likes her headphones blasting. So some of this approach as it relates to the other instances of these compressors is the reason why I have those inserted as well, just to be able to kind of tame those as well in between her lines, or even while she's going on, because I did, of course, some cleanups in the middle of it. But that's that chain there, and let's listen to it with and without.
A sound ringing in my ear. Lord,
Okay, and
yes,
as I'm pulling these in, you can
it's
hear
a
what it's doing.
sound in the atmosphere.
And if you'll notice, so a lot of producers or engineers, sometimes, they would tell you as well, to pay attention to your meters, in the whole nine. I do. I pay attention to my meters, but to a default, I make sure I'm going by my ear as it relates to what sounds good as well. So just because it looked like it may be slamming the meters, but if it sounds good to me, doesn't make me any difference. I'm going for it. So and here, let me get to this section here. You can see it looks like it's slamming this meter to life.
A sound ringing in my ear.
But it works for the sound that I'm going for, and with it, this is the outcome.
A sound ringing in my ear. Lord, yes,
Okay. And that's my approach to this song and how I approach the mix on it. And hopefully you were able to learn something as it relates to what to do or even what not to do. All right. Thank you. Lord, I hear you. Listen to more. Thank you, gospel producers.
Today, I want to introduce to you Loop Elements Pro. This represents a very innovative new way of using loops. And guess what? It's standalone, not only as a plugin, but it's also standalone outside of the DAW, which means you can now use loop elements in your live performance. This isn't just a plugin. It's the ultimate tool for creatives and producers. Whether you're layering loops, creating click track, creating beats, building arrangements, soundscapes, Loop Elements Pro gives you the power to create without limits. Loop Elements Pro is now available. Go get it now. Well, what up with it, guys? You know who it is. It's your man, 100 Grand, John Mike, Juan Miguel, and I'm back again for Mix Monday. I got a really special show for you guys tonight. I'm going to be restreaming an old Mix Monday that you have not seen. I know you haven't seen because we don't have it up on the channel anywhere, so I'm restreaming it for you guys tonight. It is when I had the opportunity to mix a song by an artist by the name of Tolan Morgan, and we did a song called One More Day featuring John P. Key and Pastor Tim Rogers. So it's a really, really dope song, kind of churchy. It's got a nice little churchy kind of vibe to it. So I hope you guys enjoy this show tonight. I'm going to just run this whole thing and you guys are going to be able to see that entire mix process. So I'll talk with you guys on the other side of this. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. I'm out. Let's go into it. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run it down from top to bottom. We're going to run the entire record from top to bottom so you guys can actually hear it. And then after it plays, we're going to go through and we're going to break down this record from top to bottom. All right, what I did in terms of the mix and getting it to where it's at. So you guys, while I play this, make sure you guys do me a solid favor and hit the share button. If you're on YouTube, go ahead and get those likes up. Click out of the chat. You might have to do that. Tap on the like button on there. And let's get this up. I'm going to play this record from top to bottom and we're going to go from there.
Now lift your voice right here. Shout it to the world. Here's why. But he made all. And so today, God can. Lamentations chapter 3, verse 23. Thank you, Jesus.
One more chance, one more praise, with every morning,
A new mercy.
a new mercy. One more chance, one more praise, with every morning, a new mercy. One more chance, one more praise. Well, I got joy in my spirit, a song on my heart.
Wait a minute. Now this feels like church. Oh, Lord. My God. I got joy. Oh, my God. Pastor John P. King. Song on my heart. Praise on my lips. I got joy. Song on my heart. Oh, my God. Praise. That's only the start. Joy. Yes. You gave it to me. I got joy. Song on my heart. Ooh. Tell your neighbor that's only the start. Yeah. One more day. Oh, my God. I'm glad about it. Oh, one more day. One more day. One more day. My cup is filled. In my spirit. Pastor Tim Rogers. On my house. Ooh. I got joy. Unspeakable joy. Yes, I do. I got joy. When I think about it, I gotta praise Him. Oh, I will bless the Lord at all times, and His praise shall always be in my mouth. He gave me, yes, He did, and I'm glad about it. I want to testify. Lord, you gave me one more day. Lord have mercy. I know y'all feel this. Everybody clap your hands. Listen, I want you to make it your business this week. When somebody asks you how you doing or how you feeling, I want you to tell them these words. That's it. Yeah. You got it. Ain't got one more day. One more day.
All right, so that is the record. I wanted to play it from top to bottom so you guys could get a good feel of it. It's a nice little churchy tune. Produced by my guy, Damian Brown. I forgot to mention him earlier when we were getting the stream started, but Damian reached out to me about mixing this. It's amazing production, as you guys have heard. I think he has some really good players on the record. I'm not sure who all is on everything on this particular record, this particular song. I do know, I think Jonathan DeBose is on guitar. I believe I do know that much. I'm not sure who else is like, who's on bass and who's on drums and all of those things like that. But it's a really, really dope record with big choir vocals on it, big choir stacks, like from here all the way down to like here. is nothing but like background choir stacks. So we'll review some of that here in just a second. But it's a really dope record either way, nonetheless. All right, so let's keep it moving through here. We'll start, of course, with the drums themselves. So let's go up in here and we'll play the drums, and I'll show you guys kind of some of the stuff that I did with the drums. So big drums. I love big drums. Y'all know me. So nice big drums, big fat drums, of course. I'm using, let me bring it up on the screen. Of course, I am using Yaahn Drum Warehouse on the drums. Of course, why wouldn't I not? You know, this is how you get these big fat sounding drums in here. So I'll just break down. Let's start by just muting the triggers. And I'll take this off for just a second because I'll bring it back up. You can hit that QR code, go back and get that if you need when I pull it back up. I'm going to mute the triggers. I don't even think these might be triggers. I think I printed them. So these are the raw drums. Then the drummer himself actually sent a trigger. So I think this is his regular snare right here. No, actually, no. This is his regular snare. Which is a really nice bass line for the snare. It sounds really good. I believe there was a lot of, let's listen to what the bleed was like on the snare itself. Now, this is his regular snare. So this is one of the reasons why it is difficult, and I stress this all the time. A lot of people say, well, why don't you just turn the snare up? Just turn the actual snare up and use the real snare, right? In which we do. We do bring that in there, and it becomes a part of the bass line. But the thing is, when you start, this is my experience. This is not an absolute. I'm not giving you a rule because every record is going to be different. And it all depends on how the drums were recorded themselves. So when you have drums that have this amount of bleed in them, let's listen. Where you can pretty much hear the entire kit in the mic, that's where you have issues and you run into problems with phasing and everything, because the snare is going to go straight up the center, right? So if it's going straight up the center and I start like processing that and bringing that up and really doing some stuff with it, then it starts to bring that information up into the mix, which is in the center. So it starts to mess with your lead vocal. It starts to mess with anything that's coming up the center. And then you end up with, why the drums sound so loud? Why does it sound like the drums are in mono? Well, that's because you got some bleed issues with the drums. Now, I know some drummers that record very, very clean. And you don't have these issues, but you know, typically it's difficult. It's difficult to manage this. And the best way to do it, if you care about your tones, because I feel like I always have to coddle the drummers in these particular cases. If you care this much about your drums and your tones, then you send your engineer samples of your own kit so that he can replace your snare with your snare, that he can replace your kick with your kick. He can replace your toms with your toms. All right. So those are necessary things that have to be done. So with that being said, we brought in, let's see, I brought in some triggers. The drummer himself actually sent some triggers. And his triggers sound like this. These are the triggers. No, that's just a duplicate. This is the trigger that the drummer sent himself. And that was cool. And I used that and made that a part of the bass line and actually triggered the other snares off of it. So I added in a few different snares and I printed them all. These are all from Yaahn's Drum Warehouse. You can get them all in there. And so we ended up with this big kind of drum sound. And then I added in a couple of kicks from the warehouse as well. And it's really big and fat, and it sounds really big and fat when it's solo. But when you put it into the context of the mix, it actually doesn't sound as big. So you see what I'm saying? It doesn't really sound as fat when it's in the actual mix itself where you got all of this other information going on. So if I'm muting all of my triggers and just relying on the drummer snare itself, this is what it ends up sounding like. So you see where the snare went? The snare just disappeared altogether. So this is where the warehouse comes in and like stacking snares. And so I went on a journey, basically, just kind of adding in a snare, seeing what that did to it. So it may have been something, the process probably went something like this. So I would have, we're gonna mute and we're gonna add them in one by one to kind of show what that snare did. So we'll start with the Brett snare. This is a part of the warehouse. I was like, okay, that sounded good. Let me add in the popcorn snare. So that gave me the top, the ta that I needed in there. So now we start adding in snares like the absolute snare that gives it some weight and some body. So you start to hear some of the body come in. Then if I throw in the deep down, it gives it some even more fatter weight. And then finally, I added in a Nashville wallet snare to round it out some more. So you see, you end up with that. Now, it really starts to shine when we get down here to the vamp and everything's driving.
Now this feels like church.
So it was all building out layers with different snares and a couple of different kicks to really help those drums cut through everything that's going on without having to, deal with the bleed and deal with all kind of other issues that may arise if you're just doing those sorts of things. All right. So let's keep moving in with the drums. I'm going to show you some of the other things that I did with just the drums. And see, when you hear it like that, you think like, oh, this is big fat snare, but a lot of that energy gets sucked up by the rest of the mix. So going into what we did with the drums, I don't really have much going on with the drums, as you can see. You can see here, we don't have anything. Looks like I triggered a couple of the toms. Yep, I triggered a couple of the toms just with tom. This is all from Warehouse as well. I triggered the floor tom and I triggered the tom 3. And that was because of bleed, because what ends up happening, let's show you guys, this is what engineers have to deal with in drums. And then let's just solo the toms bus. See if we can find a section where that's at. Maybe I need to solo just the tracks itself. There we go. See that? So you end up with those type issues. Like every time the drummer is hitting the kick, every time he's hitting anything, the whole kit is bleeding into the tom mic. And so what you have to do to mitigate that sometimes is replace that. Now, I work with a ton of really, really dope drummers. One in particular that I use on all of my records, and he always sends me samples of his own toms that he used when he was recording the record, the heads, the tuning, everything. So I have his toms that come along with the record so that I don't have to pull something from like a warehouse or pull something from somewhere else. I can use his actual toms from the record in order to mitigate that. All right. So that's what I ended up doing, was adding in those tom triggers to do that. As far as anything else, the only other thing I did, I love to do this. I love to put a stereo imager on the drums. You have to be careful with these. Go gentle on them. I like this one by T-Rex. It's just very transparent almost. It just adds just enough width to a source without like washing it out, so to speak. So if I turn it off completely, you'll hear the difference. So here's the drums without the imager on it. And let's find a space where the toms are kind of really going. Let's see. Right? So you have that section right there, right? That was without the imager on. So I put the imager on. See how much bigger the drums sound? And those toms kind of got a little bit more definition to them just as well, just by adding that in there. So I love using an imager on the top of my drum bus. VMR is on here, but it's bypassed. So obviously I felt like it didn't serve the record. So there's no top level compression or anything going on these drums, which is really dope. So only other things I did was I cut out some ring in the snare. Looks like I added in a trigger for the rim shot, which comes in this part of the song right here. Which again, the drummer's rim shot was not cutting through the mix without having to do extreme surgery on it. So it's just as simple just to bring in the warehouse and be able to.
Thank you, Jesus.
Because you see how much other space, things that are living in that space. You got claps going on, you know what I mean? You got other stuff that's living in that same frequency range. So it's easy for like something as small and insignificant as a rim shot to just get lost in this space.
Thank you, Jesus. A new mercy.
So you see what I'm saying? You want to make sure that you kind of get that going. So triggers here. I put the SSL channel on the hi-hat. Nothing crazy there. Looks like I just used the hi-hat preset and just kept moving. If it sounds good, it sounds good. There's no need to mess with it. Trigger, I told you guys I triggered the toms. Now here's some other buses that I have going on here.
Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X, we have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down and below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show.
CLA drums on the toms. These are my settings for that. Nothing crazy. Just playing around with that to get that sound that I wanted out of the toms. Followed that up on that same bus with just the EQ right there. I guess it was some frequency I wasn't liking right there, so I dipped that out. Then running that into the drum verb. That's just a send from the toms into the drum verb. Cymbals, got VMR on here, a little bit of the SSL channel, and just this FG401, just like a compressor, just some. And it doesn't see that it's really doing anything. It's probably just there to catch some stray transients. Infinity EQ, I threw that on, cut out a lot of the, low end, brought down a dip on the cymbals, some harshness, then parallel compression on the drums. Got this running through this. I just like the way this sounds. It's like this Waves, what is this, the TG 12345. This is one of those Abbey Roads plugins. It just sounds really, really good, really musical, and it gives some really transparent compression. But I'm busting parallel compression into that, busting the drums into that. And then the drum verb is just simply the Waves IRL. And, REQ is just there in case I needed to EQ some stuff, but don't look like I did anything to it. Just running it strictly through that, which produced the drum verb that you hear. And that's the only verb I have on the drums outside of what's coming out of CLA on the toms. But everything else is pretty much that. And that is the drums, all right? Everything else is pretty straightforward, as you can see. Like, I am a big proponent. I do a lot of work on my drums. I do a lot of work on my vocals. The rest of the stuff, I don't really, as you can see, my channels, look at the aux stuff. There's nothing on the aux individual channels. The processing on the aux is done at the bus level. I tend not to over process a lot of stuff. It either has to sound good. If it sounds good when you get it, there's not much you have to do. There's no rule that says that there has to be 50 plugins on every channel for something to sound good. You don't have to put tape on everything for it to sound good. You don't have to put everything on anything to make it sound good. You can make a great sounding mix like what you're hearing right now, all with stock plugins. You can do it with stock plugins. And speaking of doing it with stock plugins, I'm gonna put this up on the screen as well, just in case you're interested. Let me find it. Here it is. We'll throw it up here. This is one, and actually the price is $69. I don't know why it says, will it let me edit it? It should let me edit that. Let me see. See, we live, guys. It's not 99, it's 69. Let me see if I can change it on the screen. Hopefully that changed on the screen for you guys. We have a mixing template for Pro Tools that uses all stock plugins. So if you're interested in that, that's a QR code that you can jump on real quick to get the mixing template that is set up just like this. It's routed all of the buses. It's perfect for the whole logic that I use for mixing. It's all wrapped into that template, and you can get that right now at gospelproducers.com. You can scan that code and you can get that there. All right. And then that's for Pro Tools. We'll keep that on the screen for you for a second in case you need to screenshot or scan it. And then we also have it for, let me find it right here, for Logic Pro as well. So if you want the mixing template for Logic Pro, boom, whoop, there it is. All right. You got a few seconds to scan it, and I'm putting it off the screen, and then we're going to start talking about it. All right, it's gone. All right, let's get back into the fun stuff here. So I'm just going to keep going down, top down, showing you guys this whole process of how I'm doing things. So the perk here was really, really straightforward. Nothing really crazy here. So nothing really crazy there, just a basic kind of loop. What we did with that was, let's see, because I have So that's just a clap. That's all that is right there. And then he has his like main layer. And then he's got his stomps and claps right there, which produce this kind of massive loop that sounds like this. And that smacks through the mix very key. It's a key component of the mix because it adds, even though this is a studio record, it adds the live component to it because he put it in the claps, which gives
So glad.
And I believe I automated it up in the vamp here to really give it. And then there's a point here. Yeah, you can see the volume automation right in here. I'll highlight it here so you guys can see it. This is where I was automating using volume fader to just ride the clap throughout the song to make sure that it kind of stayed in and gave me that level of realism to it. Now there's a point here where so there's some automation right here you'll see. Check this little hump right here, right? This is where I automated the EQ off. So if I go all the way back to the beginning, because there's a stomp that's in here, right? Let's bring it up here. So that's all during the intro. There's no bass playing, there's no kick playing, there's no drum playing. So what I did was I kept the low end of the kick in, the stomp in, during the front part of the mix, right? And then there's a point here, looks like towards the vamp, that I brought it back in. So what happens is you hear it drop off and you hear basically the bottom get out of the way of the kick. Because the EQ turned on, you know what I mean? And all this is just a low pass filter that cuts it all the way up to 150 and gets all of that kick pretty much out of the mix altogether. But I think Damien wanted to hear stomps he wanted to hear the stomps come in the vamp. So what we did was, when we got to this part, they come back in. And we left it in, because it's a couple of breakdowns. It may be, it's somewhere in here there's a breakdown. I think it's right here where you can really hear it. So it's moments like that where it comes into play, where you can hear that stomp come back in, and it adds to that realism of we're in church. You know what I mean? So that's some things that some interesting stuff that kind of happened with the perk. Other than that, the only thing that I have, I got an EQ here. There's nothing going on with it. And then I just got a basic, and this is the stock Pro Tools 2A thing that comes with your subscription. It's a 2A. I don't know for what reason I used that. I may have just because normally I use the Waves one, but for whatever reason, that's on the bus. Go figure. And VMR is in here, but it's just the channel. And as you can see, it's not even doing anything. It's just there. Moving along to the bass, here's where I do a little bit more work here. So there's some frequencies in the bass here that obviously I felt the need to kind of dip and shave out some of the mud that was in the bass, because the bass sounds. Yeah, it's just a little mud, just clean. See how much cleaner? Just cleans it, just a hair, not anything crazy. Then we follow it up with a 2A, and you guys know about my negative 3 dB rule. You know what I'm saying? Not anything crazy. Then we got Saturn, of course. I love that for its distortion. it adds some edge to the bass. Saturn is really dope because it adds a really good level of edge there. Because if I turn it off, this is what you get. See how much dull that sounds? Then with Saturn. And it just really, see if we can get to the vamp here. So in the vamp, without it, that's the raw bass without Saturn. And it adds some little edge on the top of it, some distortion. Which helps it cut through the mix a whole lot better, all right? So you kind of got that in there. Then I got R bass behind it to kind of, because Saturn does kind of take something away from the mix. It kind of, you know, I can't explain it. Typically, I just throw R bass behind it to add a little weight, frequency on 80. And let me go back to Saturn for a second, because I think it's really dope. It's basically like a multi-band distortion, almost kind of type vibe. But it's more than just distortion because you can add in tape. So I have tape on the low part of the bass to warm it up. But then on the higher ends of the bass, the higher frequencies here, like in this region, in these regions, I have like amps. Because you can actually add a amp, you can add in saturation, you can add in tubes. There's a lot of little stuff that you can do. I like the way the amp sounds, just adding a little bit of distortion to kind of help the top ends of the frets of when the bass player is really kind of playing, just kind of cut through, so to speak. You know what I mean? So Saturn is really, really dope for mixing bass. It's on my chain. R comp is in there. And then we got VMR right in there, which is just there. It's not even really doing anything. And when I say it's not even doing anything, like the saturation isn't even turned up. I haven't got the knob turned up so for whatever reason, I didn't even feel like it needed it, you know. Probably just taking up CPU unnecessarily on the track because we're not even using it. So that's perk and bass on there. Now keys are really cool too. And as you can see, I automate everything. Everything has the automation turned on it on touch because I pretty much, if you go here to the keys bus, you ought to be able to see where I did some automation somewhere, I guess. But it looks like I also did, I know what that is. I'll talk about that in a second. Keys, okay. Piano was actually Glenn Gibson. Okay. So that there you go. It's right there and read it and weep. Glenn Gibson is on keys on this. So really, really dope. Band, but the Bo's on guitar. I'm not sure. Snoop is on bass. Look at the names on your files, John. That's all you gotta do. Snoop on bass, Glenn Gibson on keys. Damien, I know for sure played organ because he told me that. I'm not sure who did aux. There's no name on the aux files. And then the Bo's is on guitar. So there's your band. Not sure who's on drums. Let's see. So back to keys. Piano, I like to add a little chorus in on and some verb. I just kind of like that verb. It's a Nord, so you can tell it's a Nord piano. So typically just throwing in this Greg Wells piano on there and just playing around with all of these kind of things until you find something that sounds good. But just a little, basically all it's doing is adding in some chorus, a little bit of delay, not even really nothing noticeable. I just found it does something because if I turn it off, you get this. And with it on. It's subtle, but it just does something. It's just, I don't know, piano just sounds better with that on there. I just like it. Little bump here, 1K, just to make the keys more present. VMR, doing nothing again, but taking up CPU on my computer. And then the organ comes in, right? So organ, I got some heavy cutting kind of going on here at this space to kind of get a lot of that mud out of the way with the organ. Bump at 8K, a little bump at 2K. Just what felt good, felt like church to me. We'll bring that in. You have to be careful with organ. I always say organ is like an EQ with a keyboard with EQ on it, because if I take it off, so it's not really much going on there. Sheps is one of my favorite plugins just to use on organ. I just like that. So I got a lot of my processing going on in there versus the EQ. VMR doing nothing again. I just need to take it off on here because of VM. I don't even think I really used it. But there's a moment in here that I used, and this is the organ bottom track. So this was the organ bottom, which I cut more on as well. So he gave me organ top, organ bottom. You know, it adds some weight to it. It really screams in the... But there's this moment in here that's really, really cool that Damon does something on the organ, and it's the organ's space right here to really kind of cut up. So it's in the vamp. It's in this part right here. That's the organ's moment right there. And so when we put it in, this is what it sounded like. And all I did was I just pulled the organ bottom out, clipped it out, dropped it on another track, working fast. Don't have time to automate. Just drop it on a new track and cut the EQ completely off. Just cut the EQ off. So that way you get the foot, because he used the foot pedals because he did this. Just nasty, right? So that way you give the organ his shine in that moment, and it just gives this nice little moment like this. Now that's going, all of the keys are going into a keys bus. So I have the individual processing on there, individual automation going on, and then it's all dumping into a keys bus, which got an EQ that's not really doing anything, you know, and just this simple compressor. Just keeping it in, all it's doing is keeping everything in check and keeping everything locking in and gluing them together. That's all it's literally doing. VMR doing nothing, and then it's going out to the music verb. All right, so we're here. We're gonna deal with aux. We're gonna hit guitars, which is not really much to this. Then we're gonna talk about these vocals. I'll talk about my mix bus, and then we'll get out of here, guys. Aux. So there was a lot of aux tracks. Typically, you know, aux is always interesting things to deal with because there's always so much, you know, that a producer will add in to kind of make things interesting, so to speak. So we got bells, we got, you know, stuff. This is called K Marie. Let's just see what this is at the moment, because I actually mixed this record last year, y'all. So it's just one of those type synths. So we got all kind of stuff in.
So obviously there's something over here that it's called thick joint. Okay. This is interesting. Let's see what that is. I think with this one in particular, the producer, Damien, wanted to hear more of that. I dropped it out of the regular sequence just to do it. Again, sometimes when you got little one spots where producers will ask for something, I just want to hear this one synth in the aux come up in this one part of the song. Sometimes it's quicker just to drop it down to an extra track and just clip gain it, versus or just push the fader on that, you know what I mean, versus automating that one little piece, because it's just you're working fast in that moment. So obviously he was just wanting to hear that one synth stick out right there, and so I just clipped it, dropped it, and he was like, yep, that's what I'm looking for, and then we moved on. So with this, as you can see, there's nothing really going on too much on the individual channels. Now there is some stuff with the strings that's going on here that I was doing to make them cut, because he had this little space in here. This cello right here. Woo. That's some good ox, Doc. That's some good ox. So this little cello was a very prominent part of the bridge that the producer Damien really wanted highlighted.
Lamentations chapter 3, verse 23. Thank you, Jesus. One more chance, one more praise. With every morning, a new mercy. A new mercy. One more chance, one more.
So that was the highlight of the bridge right there. Is musically what he wanted prominent above everything was the cello. So we did everything we could to get it prominent. I think I automated it. I think I, clip gained it, did whatever I can do, and EQ'd it in a way that made it, kind of fit in that space. On the hits, which are these things, let me go back to solo aux, this little thing. It's like the orc hits. Typically I'll put a compressor on it just to kind of beat down a hit sometime, because those kind of get heavy. But other than that, there's a EQ cut on the Moog. There's some EQ on the Paradise. So we got that. And that's pretty much all I did on the track level. And then on the bus level, cut out some, overall, some low mids, and just kind of bumped it up around 10K, cut the low end out. Again, we're trying to get stuff out, carve out space. One of the way I deal with my low end and keep it as clean as possible is I just move everything out of the way under 100. That's just, I don't know, it's just what works for me. It's no right or wrong way. It's just the way I do things. And then I threw the imager on there, the same one that we were using on the drums. I put on the aux bus to widen it out, you know what I mean, and kind of spread the aux out a little bit more, you know what I mean, and make it wider, so it's not, because all of these tracks are stereo. These aren't mono tracks, right? The producer sent these in stereo, which, and then there are a couple of things that are in the mono, the couple of things that are in mono, but most of these tracks are in stereo. And so typically with aux stuff, especially synth stuff and pads, sometimes they do different things on the left side than what they do on the right side. And sometimes they're already kind of pre-panned or something like that. Like this
if you look at this waveform, it looks a little uneven because there's more happening on the left side than is happening on the right side. So if I said, make this mono and throw it to the right, you know what I mean? I might lose something important that's on the left. So the producers, a lot of times when they're using aux stuff, it's stuff that's intentional, that's doing, I get all kind of crazy stuff that goes from pans from one speaker to the next, or goes from left to right, or it's gonna phase kind of in and out of your stereo field. And those things are intentional. So if you make those mono and then try to pan it somewhere, you're going to lose some information. And typically when I've done stuff like that, there's been times where I get producers that'll hit me up and be like, hey, bro, I lost this. There's this synth line that's doing this thing in verse 2, you know, and I can't hear it. And typically it's because I made it mono or panned it or something like that. So I don't typically mess with that unless it's something very specific. Or if the stuff that has been sent to me is already in mono, then I kind of have the liberty and freedom to do what I want to do with it. Otherwise, I just kind of just push it out the way, you know what I mean? And just throw it to the sides to kind of get it out of the way of everything else. And then I balance that and counterbalance that against the vocals to make sure that I don't get them anyway. So widen it, throw a compressor on it, call it the day. Nothing too heavy on aux. Guitar, almost the same, pretty much the same thing. I think I may have did some panning. Let me see. Guitars, we got 2 guitars. And they were already labeled left and right. So I didn't have to guess about which was the left or the right guitar. So we just panned them hard left, hard right, threw some 11 rack on there, vintage clean preset, vintage clean, same thing, nothing crazy. And so let me unmute this. We get this with the guitar, Johnny DeBose on the guitars, boys and girls.
Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X. We have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show.
So his guitars, you know, sounded really good. I didn't have to do anything. Like I said, I just put 11 rack on it. So if I mute 11 rack, it sounds like this. They sound amazing just as is. But when you add 11 rack, and again, I didn't add a distortion. I used a clean preset. That's what I like to do a lot of times, especially when you already got clean guitars. You don't want to dirty them up. Like distort them, but you want to dirty them just a little bit. And that preset kind of pushes the mids up a little bit more, which is where the real body of that guitar is, the shine of that, the twang of it. And it helped it to cut through the mix a whole lot better. So it just kind of gives it some weight to help it cut through the mix a whole lot better. You know what I mean? It sounds a little honky by itself, but in the mix it works. Infinity EQ, that's all I'm doing there. 2A, love that compressor. I got a RS27 rack, but it's bypassed, so it wasn't doing anything. Pool Tech EQ, obviously I was messing with some 100 hertz boost there Just trying to make it, let's see what it sounded. Probably trying to add some weight to the guitar. So that's without the pull tech. See that? See that? See how thin it sounds? So here's a way, this is a little trick that I use. I do this on vocals and you'll see this when we get to the vocals. This is a way to add weight to something without boosting like the low ends because I'm cutting. 100 is like that magic frequency for like adding like weight to something, making something feel bigger than what it is. I always go to 100 first. And somebody says, man, can you make that whatever the vocals sound a little bit more full? Can you make that whatever sound a little bit more full? I instantly like go to 100 and boost that and just see how it feels. And typically gets the job done. Pull Tech is one of my favorite. I actually have 2 Pull Tech style EQs, hardware EQs here in my studio that I use. And so it's one of my favorite EQs. So it's like, I know the hardware just as well as I know the software. So it's it's kind of like one of my go-tos for that. And then also on guitar, I have this imager on here, but it's not being used. I keep it in my template just in case, sometimes, you may want to spread the guitars out some more, make them real wide, just depending on what you're working on. And those are pretty much the aux and guitars on that side of things. All right. So I had 3 vocalists on this channel. One was Pastor Tolan Morgan, who's the actual artist that's the principal artist of this record. And then I had John P. Key. And then I had, and it looks real crazy now because I was trying to show something. So these actual waves look something like that. That's probably the normal size of the waves. So I had Pastor Tolan, and then I had Pastor John P. Key, and then I had Pastor Tim Rogers on this record. 3 different vocalists recording from 3 different places with 3 different mics. Pastor Tolan did a combination of singing and talking at the same time. So what I did was I separated his singing and his talking tracks. Let me turn all these off red off touch so I don't inadvertently mess up these mixes for a second. Then we'll talk about the lead. I want to talk about the vocals at first, and then we're at the track level. Then we'll talk about the bus level where all the action is happening.
It's another day.
So that's where he was singing. It's another day. So I got his singing tracks here. Every time, anything you see on this track right here is something that he was singing. So let's see what I did there. So if I go here.
Here's why.
See what I'm saying? But then he was also doing his Kirk Franklin thing and just talking, so if I go in this space right here.
Lamentations chapter 3, verse 23.
So that presents a interesting challenge because you got an artist that's talking, singing. And if you treat the entire file as one whole, you're going to run into issues. So that's why I did some separation real quick on it, as you can see. So when we go to his actual talking,
It's another day.
you got that on the singing. I don't know why I keep doing that. Sorry.
But he made all. And so today.
So we got that going on. Just messing around with this EQ on this. And the reason this EQ probably looks as crazy as it does is because I was trying to get the vocals to match as close as possible between John P. Key's mic, Pastor Tolan's mic, the talking voice, and the singing voice. So you just get in, you start getting in Pro Q, you start soloing bands, you start listening for stuff, you're going A and B and back and forth between this, that, and the other until you get them to sound as close as possible to where it sounds, because he actually recorded
he actually did record the vocal. These were two. So if you can see, this says Pastor Morgan and this says Pastor Morgan Fix. So initially, if I remember this record, this was last year, like mid part of last year at that. So this was like 8-9 months ago. If I remember correctly, there was a part of the first part of this record was he just sung through it, you know what I mean, all the way. And then he decided to come back, Pastor Morgan Fix, and they fixed some stuff and he added in the talking parts. And these were recorded at 2 different places, 2 different locations, 2 different engineers, 2 different microphones. This is the kind of stuff that, you know, we always deal with. This is common. Pretty sure if you've been doing anything in production and music and recording for years, you've had this happen to you. So I had to just work with what I had. So if I go to the EQ on there, it's a little bit different. So you can see this was the EQ on his singing mic, and then pull up the talking. And then this is the EQ on the talking mic. You know what I mean? So you can see 2. So obviously the what's it called mic, the singing or the talking mic was brighter than the singing mic. You know what I mean? So I just had to do what I could do to try to make it work and make the transition not sound as awkward, because you end up with this.
God gets.
Then he comes back here.
All right, now lift your voice right here.
See, you can tell they're 2 different mics.
Shout it to the world.
We're going to listen to this other part when he comes and starts singing.
Here's why.
When he comes here, sings.
But he made all.
You know, it's not perfect. It's 2 different mics. So you're just doing what you kind of do to try to make it. When you hear it in the context of the mix, it sounds, you know, fine.
God can. All right, now lift your voice right here. Shout it to the world. Here's why. But he made all. And so today, God can.
Then he's back to talking again.
Lamentations chapter 3, verse 23.
You see what I'm saying? So everything is presenting its own challenges. Compressor, I'm using the C2 by Fab Filter. And then we have this Pool Tech. And I got the same chain on both tracks. Then we got this Pool Tech. And as you can see, again, 2 totally different types of EQ. You can see the differences that I had to do to try to make these mics match. And I had to do the exact same thing with John P. Key's mic, as well as Pastor Tim Rogers' mic as well. There was just a lot of matching and EQing because we're dealing with different people singing in different places, with different mics, with different engineers. But I pretty much kept the same flow on all of their voices. C2 as the compressor, and then the Pool Tech. So you can see the Pool Tech on Pastor Tim's vocal here, and then you can see the Pool Tech as well on John P. Key's vocal. So you can see I had to bump up 100, about 6 dB boost, 10K at 6, and cut 20 down to 4. You know what I mean? 5 here. This is almost the same, but we had to do, these were similar. These weren't as hard to match as that, but this is the kind of stuff that you deal with when you got like artists that are in different places. So when you get to John P. Key's, now Pastor P. Key was pretty, his mic, this is how it sounds.
I got joy. Oh my God.
As you can hear, it's a little distorted.
On my heart.
Now his voice is crunchy all by itself, just by itself. It's growly, crunchy.
already, and it was distorted just a tad.
Praise on my lips. I got joy. Song on my heart. Oh my God. Praise. That's only the start.
So I ran it through Isotope to try to clean it up some more. It was a little bit more crunchy than that. Isotope did its thing. RX. Isotope RX did its thing. But, you know, at the end of the day, because he's already in a part that's where it's typically a screaming part, it worked out.
Pastor John P. Key. A song on my heart. Praise on my lips. I got joy. Song on my heart. Oh my God. Praise. That's only the start. Joy. Yes. You gave it to me. I got joy. Song on my heart. Ooh. Tell your neighbor that's only the start. Yeah. One more day. Oh my God. I'm glad about it. Oh, one more day. One more day. Yeah. One more day. My coming Tim.
And then we get to Pastor Tim.
Pastor Tim Rogers. On my house. Ooh. I got joy. Unspeakable joy. Yes, I do. I got joy. When I think about it, I gotta praise him. Oh, I will bless the Lord at all times.
So you kind of got that going on with Pastor Tim Rogers, and counterbalancing that against John P. Key, and just trying to make all of these mics mesh and match was very much the challenge of this particular record. Now now the actual bus that everything is going through. So just like I did with my lead vocals, I did the same thing with my same thing I did with my keys, I did with my lead vocals. We bust them all into a bus, drop Infinite EQ, cut some stuff, R compressor just to catch some peaks into this compressor, the old timer. It's layers of compression, so there's not much going. So here, I'm literally getting like 1 dB of compression. About 2 dB of compression right here, running it through CLA vocals. That's what this is doing. That's without CLA.
When I think about it.
Then we put it in.
When I think about it.
It adds a little weight. Multi-band. Cutting around 3K just to kind of dip out some of that, you know, harshness that we're hearing from, like, especially like John P. Key's mic and this, when they cutting out some of that stuff. That's typically in 3K, around 300, getting out some of the boxiness. Just a little bit.
When I think about it.
You know, Pro DS, you know, in here to catch the DS, the S's, the plosives. Soothe 2, one of my favorite plugins. If you don't know, you gotta know. It helps with harshness. It's a multi-band kind of. That's without Soothe.
When I think about it.
This is with Soothe.
I gotta praise him. Oh, I will bless the Lord.
So it's dipping all of those frequencies that are harsh. Then this one was just to cut out whatever low end, because even though I got a cut here, this is another subtractive EQ to cut out what was introduced by adding in all these other plugins. It adds, you know, because when you're adding in plugins, some plugins like Old Timer and all these different things like that, they're old emulation plugins. They're adding in low end. They're adding back what you took away. So you add in another EQ to kind of take that out. Pull Tech is at the bottom of the vocal chain. Just to catch, and it's not even really doing the thing.
When I think about it, I gotta praise him.
So you can see it's not really doing anything, just catching stray transients, really. And then from there, we just got some buses going on to some verbs, which I'll show you down below. Some of them aren't even being used. Yeah, nothing's going on there. And some of them may come in at different places in the song, all right? So that's pretty much the lead vocal bus on all of that. BGVs, and we'll turn this off, is where a lot of the action, because this is a choir record. So this is where...
Joy in my spirit, a song on my heart, a praise on my lips. That's only the start. I've got joy in...
So the first thing I did was I separated all of the sopranos, altos, tenors. I separated all of those stacks. You know what I mean? We separated them all onto their own bus. And then we got the CLA 76. I believe that's the same thing on each channel. We got the CLA 76.
Got joy in my spirit, a song on my heart, a praise on my lips.
It's on the sopranos.
That's only the start. I've got joy in my spirit, a song on my heart, a praise on my lips.
So it's a nice, the 76 is great on vocals because it's nice and transparent. So even though I'm getting...
Got joy in my spirit, a song on my heart, a praise on my lips.
You can't really hear that compression. It's so transparent. Gives you nice little, and it's a fast attack too.
Joy in my spirit, a song on my heart.
So it's a nice fast attack. So it's hitting it and going back out. So you're not really hearing that compression at that level, which I think is really, really dope. And then EQ, just to get the harshness out. I think I may have different, did I do different EQs? No, I just grabbed out harshness on different, maybe it's something I was hearing in the mic. That's pretty much all that's going there. VMR, again, doing nothing but taking up CPU space on my computer. Nothing on there. And then the buses itself, we got some, Affinity EQ, just kind of dipping out some stuff that I was hearing. Because I do most of the work at the bus level instead of the track level. If the source material is recorded well, you don't really have to mess with the source. Just balance them out, compression, EQ, and then work on the buses. It's less work than having to treat all of the individual tracks, work from the buses. EQ, it's pretty much almost mirrors the lead vocal bus. It's pretty much the same stuff. Pro EQ, see, I did some cuts there. CLA vocals on there. Pro multiband, just cutting out harshness in 3K. Pro DS, got soothe.
Got joy in my spirit, a song on my heart.
The Pool Puke Tech. Pook Child, 670 on there. And then a couple of verbs. Then down here, I got parallel compression on the lead on the vocals. It's the Vox press. I believe everything is coming into that. May just be the lead vocals. But we got that. Air Vox. Let me see if there's anything. Where is it actually coming from?
Joy in my spirit, a song on...
So I'm only using R verb. I got some other verbs and stuff in here, but I'm actually only using R verb.
Got joy in my spirit,
for a long verb.
on my heart, a praise on my lips.
So I got a long verb and a short verb basically on there to kind of give it, something interesting going on. So those two are being used.
Got joy in my spirit, a song on my heart, a praise on my lips.
Yeah, so not anything else going. So the rest of that verb and delay is coming from CLA vocals. That's where the verb and delay is coming from, is from that plugin. Because if I turn it off.
Got joy in my spirit, a song on my heart, a praise on my lips.
And it all comes together to to get this whole sound right here.
Oh my God, Mr. John P. King, song on my heart, praise on my lips. I got joy, song on my...
That's all I got for today. We'll talk to you guys a little later. I appreciate you guys as always. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, share, do all those things that you do on videos and the social stuff of the like. And we'll catch you guys next week And I'm out. GospelProducers.com. Let's run it from the top so you guys can hear this song. It's called It Won't Work.
So that is the record. You know, it just kind of goes on, and you'll hear it, you know, in the full as we continue kind of driving through it or what have you. But you can hear the live strings in there. I haven't mixed anything on the strings. I've just got into my mixing process on this particular record. So this is definitely not fully mixed. So I think this should be really, really dope to kind of share with you guys, because there's a lot of strings. So at current, the strings tracks go from we got them going from channel, looks like 38 all the way down to channel 93, boys and girls. 93. So that is a lot of strings. I kind of did some pre-organizing, because you guys don't want to see all of that stuff that went into actually organizing this. But it's broken up into different categories. So we have the cellos. Let's play those. Violas. There's about 9 tracks per, looks like it's about 9 tracks per instrument. Then we have the violins that are really stacked. So it was a lot of violins, it's like 2 separate violins. So about 18 tracks or so of just violins. Now, the rest of these tracks are broken out into the room tracks. So we have close rooms. So let me unsolo these, because we just want to listen to the room. The close rooms at that. Then there is a far, and these are a lot of room mics. And I'm assuming what they did was when they were recording each pass, they were recording. So we got 9 violins, for instance, and we got 9 violas, and we got 9 cellos. So I'm assuming that every time they stacked those strings, they recorded the rooms for each of those stacks. Then there's the far rooms here, which sound like this. And then, so we blend both of the rooms together, and you're getting this sound here. And then blend it with the full set of strings, all of the direct miking of everything. This creates the full string sound, which sounds like this. So one of the things I did to kind of help myself out was I did panning. So I took a kind of a vibe of left, right, 50-50 kind of type vibe with the panning, because there's so many tracks, you know what I mean? You don't want everything stacking. So I'm trying to make some space for them. Then I think when we got to the rooms, I just did left, right, left, right, left, right, left. All right, let's dig in.
won't work. It won't work. No weapon will prosper. No weapon will prosper. No weapon will prosper. No weapon will prosper. No weapon will prosper.
Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X, we have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show. And so I automate that in, but what I would normally do is bypass the low end, so that you don't, you get more low end information coming in from the keys. And I would do the same thing. I've already done it for the acoustics. I've already bypassed the acoustics, the low end. I've already wrote that information in. And so it just brings in some more low-end information when the absence of bass, so you don't kind of lose the weight of the track. You know, when there's no like actual bass in there. It's just a little thing that I like to do to make it sound full. So I'll pull whoever's playing in that low register at that point. So the acoustics are playing there. The strings have got some low-end stuff coming in. So I would probably bypass the low pass, you know, on that part, in order to let more low-end information come into the track.
So just going through and automating, that's definitely going to probably not be that's just the initial automation pass that just kind of levels it in some places where I was just kind of hearing I wanted to duck and kind of go through. And then I got lead vocals, and I've got to balance that. I got to balance these strings against the lead vocals. While the strings are probably the biggest track count of everything, it's not the most important part of the mix.
won't work. It won't work. It won't work. No weapon will prosper. It won't work. It won't work. It won't work. No weapon will prosper. No weapon will prosper. No weapon will prosper. No weapon will prosper. No weapon will prosper.
Y'all, I want to thank you for making it to the end of this clip. We appreciate you watching this breakdown. If you want to see more videos like this, please feel free to check out the links right over here. If you want to take your production, mixing, or whatever to the next level, or check out some of the other products that we have, make sure you check the links down in the description and in the comment section of this video. All right, I appreciate you guys. We'll see y'all on the next one. I'm out. Peace. Today, I want to introduce to you Loop Elements Pro. This represents a very innovative new way of using loops. And guess what? It's standalone, not only as a plugin, but it's also standalone outside of the DAW, which means you can now use loop elements in your live performance. This isn't just a plugin. It's the ultimate tool for creatives and producers. Whether you're layering loops, creating click track, creating beats, building arrangements, soundscapes, Loop Elements Pro gives you the power to create without limits. Loop Elements Pro is now available. Go get it now. Here we go. All right, we should be good now.
I've had many tests and trials that my God has won. I've overcome by the blood of the Lamb. He gave me a garment of praise for my heaviness. I've overcome by the blood of the Lamb. I'm weak by the blood of the Lamb. Sing, we overcome by the blood of the Lamb. Oh, and through your tests and trials, know that we have overcome. Oh, by the blood, yeah. He will give you a garment for your heaviness. We overcome.
So that is the record, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Blood Song by Jasmine Encarnacion. As I like to say, this was an amazing record to be a part of. And I am very excited to show you guys this record today and talk about the production, the mixing on it. So we're going to have some fun really digging into this record tonight. So we're going to start really with the production part of it. We're going to talk about the players on it because I had some really, really dope players. But I'll talk about, and we'll solo and kind of showcase some stuff production-wise. As we kind of go through, and then we'll talk about the people that played on it. So drums, of course, were done by my guy, Ashton Smith. So we'll dig into those in a second. Ashton Smith played drums. Bass was done. Well, I programmed all of the perk. That's all the perk is me. And we're going to talk about that in just a second. But I did the perk programming using loop elements. We'll get that. We'll get a QR code up on the screen. We talk about that. Bass was my guy, Rod freaking Stuckey. Stuckey is an amazing bass player. This dude contributed probably the best line in the entire record, which was somewhere here in the vamp, right around in here. Y'all check this line out right here. Right here. That one line is my favorite part of the entire song. I'll solo it so you can kind of see what he did, and then we'll break it down in detail. And just the fact that he was able to get right back down there that quick and hit that line, he is just so clean. Rod is amazing. So Rod Stuckey, amazing bass player. Keys were done by my guy, that's keys and organ, and aux was done by Josh Isaac. Keys, all of that is Josh Isaac. Aux, keys, aux, all of that. He even helped with the arrangement with a lot of those hits in there. That's all Josh's brainchild. Strings were done by my guy, Brian Williams. Amazing. So strings were done by him. Acoustics were done by my guy, Aaron Daniels. He just did his thing with the acoustic. So we got a lot of moving parts in here. And I think that's all guitars, regular guitars, were done by my guy, Steven Dukes. We're going to break down some of this stuff in there. And that was all of the players on the record. The BGVs were done by Jasmine herself as the artist. She came in and sung BGVs on her own record. And my guy, Tim Moore, and my sis, Karen Poole. They were the squad.
Blood of the Lamb, blood of the Lamb, blood of the Lamb, blood of the Lamb.
They're amazing. I love working with my crew. So they did some really, really dope work on this. So with this song,
what I like to do with records like this, and I always try to figure out ways to do this. I used to try to figure out how to do things like this when I was just playing in church. I always enjoy bringing a bridge between the old and the new. You know what I mean? Because, everybody's always talking about gospel losing its voice, all of the vibes, the CCM vibes, the whole, modern GCM type stuff. I've had my gripes with it as well. So my remedy is when I get records like this, I try to figure out how I can infuse the old with the new. So when Jazz brought this song to me instantly, and I began to hear it and begin to listen to it, I instantly was like, yo, I got to figure out how we can infuse this. So she brought the bass line arrangement and the vocals, and I was like, as we was putting it together and we was arranging it, I was like, yo, we need to throw a hymn in the middle of this. And so that's what we came up with. There's power, wonder working power in the blood of the Lamb. And so we infused that into the middle of it to give to give the song a little bit more character and a little bit more interest and a little bit more of a graph of, working towards the climax, so to speak, of the song. And we were able to kind of build that out. And the hymn just added that perfect level of sauce to it. You know what I'm saying? As we kind of developed out the song and as it kind of progresses and continues to grow. So we did that, and then it comes right back into the vamp. You know what I mean? So let's dig in a little bit deeper with the actual production of the record. And I'm going to highlight and solo a bunch of stuff so you guys can kind of see what's going on, because a lot of stuff gets buried in the mix. A lot of the aux stuff, a lot of the perk stuff. So drums are drums. You heard the drums. We'll deal more with the drums when we get to the mixing part of it. But as far as like percussion section, I like to go really, really heavy with perk programming. And what we did with this, of course, I utilized, I got to get it up there so you guys can have it. Hopefully these QR codes actually work. Where is it at? We're going to look for, I need to get loop elements in here. There it is. Let's get that on the screen. Loop elements deluxe, boys and girls. Make sure you guys grab this. I'm going to keep it up on the screen while I talk about it. Loop elements really helped me make this record work into what it is. All the effects. So check out what all is going on here. So if you're looking for that kind of vibe, and if you know what loop elements is, it really, allows you to play your loops into your DAW or into your sequence or what have you, to your arrangement, with just, being able to create really fat loops, on the fly. So let's talk about what the percussion is doing, because there's several little things that I want to kind of highlight with the percussion that made this record what it is. And some really good things that you guys would miss if you're not paying attention. So if I come out of the solo, first of all, there's no loop that happens at the beginning. Now there are songs where that's cool to do. I could have and came into the record that way, but I chose not to do that. I chose to kind of leave it open on the beginning. So the loop doesn't actually come in until the first part of the record itself. All right. So then we get into it. Then we have like these big hits that kind of come in. They kind of come in on that. Look, it's right in there. And then when we get to the verse, everything drops out, but this one little space right here. So I didn't leave the loop like running static throughout the entire thing. You see what I'm saying? Like I kept the loop. I broke it down for those spaces. You know what I mean? That's a key component to doing your loops and making sure that you're producing your loops. As my guy Dave Outing always says, produce your loops. You got to make sure it's not distracting.
I've overcome by the blood of the Lamb.
So it's like it's there, not there. You know what I mean? It's just adding some other thing. So another thing that I love to do with the loop is break it when there are things going on. So when there's something major going on, like a line. So we go here. So right before we get into the chorus, it just cuts. Then it comes back in, right? So here's what happens right here in that moment. There's a line that comes there. I'm gonna show you other places where it does it. The loop cuts completely here. I found that loops, when you have something static going, it tends to get in the way when you're doing lines. Lines need to sing. Lines need to kind of, have their space to kind of breathe. And if you got something busy going on in your percussion track, and you got you got something going on in there, that loop and all of the busyness and the syncopation of that is going to get in the way of what's going on musically. So I'll show you a couple of other examples where I broke the loop. So right here, we're in the second verse of the song, right? So it's going full on. Then it stops. We got that in there. But I gave space. So what's going on right there? Let's check out what went on in that spot. And then it comes back in. You see what I'm saying? And then there's another space. You can see it like right in here where we broke it again, right in this little gap. Because what's going on right there? So you see how much cleaner that line feels when you got space for it to kind of breathe, you know what I mean, in the midst of all of that, because that's a type of line or progression that is actually kind of retarding, so to speak. It is slowing down. It's kind of off-putting, off rhythm, and we're kind of transitioning. Now, it doesn't actually break they don't go off grid. It doesn't go off grid, but it's syncopated in the rhythm. So if I got this static loop going, I'm going to lose transition in there. And so again, we break down into this part here with the hymn, and there's no loop. There's no loop in this part at all. No loop, none. Like this whole section, it actually does not come back in until we get into the vamp. One, because I wanted this part to feel more intimate. You know what I mean? I wanted it to feel very kind of like we're in church. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more when we dig into the mixing aspect of it, of how I wanted to present this whole piece of the song. I wanted it to be very intimate, almost like her, the piano, and the organ. And if you got, again, production stuff, if you got a loop that's just there is power, wonder working power, it's messing with what's going on in that moment. And so as producers, as arrangers, you have to think about what serves the song best. And when I started looking at it and listening to it, because I kind of broke down the loop and just kind of went to what was kind of like in the verse. And I was like, nah, that takes away from the song. So there's no rule that says that the loop has to go. In fact, it has to go through the whole song. In fact, it's best when you can give the loop in spaces to breathe. So you can see all of these gaps that I cut out of the loop. And I'm going to show you some other spots where it really gets really, really good. So there's nothing going on right here. Then it comes back in. We add in a shaker right here. This is the first time the shaker comes in. And then we add in some claps right here. See what I'm saying? So it's all of the previous efforts
or elements rather, but we added in claps and a shaker to help this part really move. Now you can't hear all that. Of course, that's all drowned in the rest of the mix, right? But it's one of those things, those elements that, pun intended, that if it's missing, you'll know it's gone. See how much life went out of the song just muting the loop or muting the percussion. That's what happens there. So next thing we did was in this big section, I wanted it to be really, really big. So we added in more claps, and then that's where the line comes in. See how it all dropped out? What was going on right there? Let's see what's going on right there. There's a whole line going on right there. So when we get to this part, this is where it really drives. Pull in big claps, like 4 on the 4. Even though it's 6/8, we did 4 on the 4 claps. You know what I mean? To make it really, really, really fat. And we added in stomps. So again, I wanted to highlight that line, so I deleted that part out of there, right out in that section. So that's where this line, this special line of the see how it comes in. So when you get that whole section in the context, so it really drives home, the perk does, in that whole section. And then on the back end, we just kind of cut it off. Now there's this big explosion part that happens. So you got to make your impacts count. You know what I'm saying? Don't just have them, just smack them, you know? See what I'm saying? That's how you produce your loops. The bass was by my guy Rod Stuckey, as I said before. Really, really amazing player. And as you can see, I even did some edits on his bass just to kind of cut out some spaces, because a lot of times what happens is basses have, like, you know, especially the ones that have pickups in them, they'll have like a hum or a little hiss or something like that. So sometimes, you know, when they're not playing, those pickups, especially when they may not hear it when they're recording. You may not hear it at all when you're recording, but when you add like compression and EQ and all of that stuff like that, it starts to really start to sing. So I'm going to talk about how I mixed the bass as well as highlight some of the stuff in here that was really, really dope. I just cut out some of the stuff. Like this was probably right in the hymn part, I'm assuming. No, that was going into the verse. So I let them kind of fade out. Yeah, we just faded them out and brought them back in at the chorus. And then this was probably the hymn. Just clean some of that stuff up, you know what I mean? As far as mixing on the bass, nothing too crazy. Just got my regular Pro Q, dipping out some frequencies. CLA 2A, got that going. Probably not even doing no heavy compression. Just kissing it. So it's
not even really doing anything. We got Saturn on the bass. Saturn just adds a lot of little distortion in there that helps to, you know, cut those lines and stuff in there. So if we solo the bass by itself, I turn off. See how much money that is without Saturn. Just add some. So it just kind of helps it kind of sit in there a little bit. You know what I mean? Helps it sit in there a little bit better. So that is Saturn on there. I got R bass on the channel, but it's not even doing anything. It's not even active. And then I'm closing it out with R comp. So it's in there to kind of really give that in there. And I just really love that section of the song because it just gives that. So even with everything, the drums, they cut out, I think I even cut out a kick that was in there, and I cut out the loop, and you really get those moments where you just kind of remove the floor out from under, you know what I mean? Something, and it just does something to the production when you have those moments like that. And then you bring it back, it just adds something to the record. And that line to me is like the line of the record. I'm just sorry. I just love it. I anticipate that part. And it's like every time I hear it, it's like I'm hearing it for the first time. And I've heard it, I've listened to this at least 1,500 times since he played this line. So that's pretty much the bass. VMR is on it just to kind of close it out. Just nothing going on here, but just some channel saturation. Nothing crazy. Moving on to the keys. Again, the keys were played by my guy, Josh Isaac. It wasn't too much going on. He did keys, he did organ, and he did aux. So we're going to try to talk about these in one swoop. And I really want to highlight and show some of the aux work that he did, because Josh knows how to play aux. And that's one of the reasons why I let him, got him to do aux on this record, because he knows how to do aux and how to play like an aux player. So he's got the keys, the piano. Oh, we don't have the keys bus soloed, sorry. And he knows how to play keys. Look at that. I want to highlight something about this. So check that out. Now, how clean that is. Now, in the record itself, you got this going on. You notice he's not playing the downs. He's not going bomb, 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 bomb. Why? Because everybody's doing that line. You know what I mean? You give it some space to breathe. And he took his spots and took his moments. You know what I mean? And really made those lines count. He made every chord count. He knew what his part was to play. And then even in the verse, notice how he's playing whole notes. He's playing whole notes. He's not he's not like stylistic. He's playing the record. And that's a difference from playing the record like a record and playing it like you're in church. It's a big difference when you play those records like that. So I love that because he knows, because he played the piano on this record before we had vocals on it, before we had any other guitars or anything in there. So it's leaving space for the record to breathe, because what's going on in this section? Let's listen musically.
let's take the vocals out for a second so we can just focus on what the music is doing. I'm just gonna mute the Vox here. Leads, and let's make sure we mute the BGVs. Oh, maybe I didn't mute them. I need to. So we got acoustics in this spot. We got strings. And we got other aux instruments. So you gotta be basic in a song like this. You can't just run it all over. You gotta leave space. You can't, as a keys player, you can't play what the guitar player is supposed to play. You know what I mean? If he was doing all of that you know how we do when we playing in church. We're trying to play full. I play full, Doc. Nah, you know, he played the record like it needed to be played. Organ's the same way. It's very tasteful if we bring organ in here. And this is real organ. This isn't like a. So here's something that's hilarious. Not hilarious, but made the record. Right. Y'all hear that little slide? That to me are moments that make records for organ. Check this. See that? How subtle it is, but it just does something in that moment. That it just does something. It explodes. So you got all of these elements coming together to really blend it. But the organ also shows up in a lot of other places where it's really important. So remember the part here in the hymn. Let's see where we are. Right here. So this part right here is just organ and keys. Then everybody comes in. So it's just very tasteful, very tasteful. And then the organ comes in again and puts some really sweet stuff right in this moment. I think it's right in here. When she's coming in here. And that highlights the aux as well. So you see how he's that little sign lead, not the sign, but the sign glide there. I mean, it's just a masterpiece. So speaking of aux, these aux tracks are like laced. So I don't think aux gets enough love on records. There is an art to aux. You have to do it well. And Josh is one that does it well. So I want to highlight a lot of his aux because you won't hear this as the record is going. You hear it in spots, and I brought it up in spots, but you really don't get to appreciate it. So let's bring, I think I solo this bus, sorry. Let's get the strings out of there too. I want to mute the strings for right now. Look at that. So of course you got the pads, but there's some stuff that it's doing that really makes some noise. Like this art right here. So you want to know how to play aux? This is how you play aux, Doc. Ox is more than just J-pop bells and Profi brass analog pad. It's like the kooky stuff. See how he builds a soundscape? Sounds you wouldn't even expect to be in there. See what I'm saying? That's how you do Ox. But if you don't have it in the record, you're gonna miss it. So if I take that whole section, take the Ox out. See how dry that sounds? Bring the Ox in. I mean, you got to appreciate it because aux players get the stuff in the records that adds the girth to a record that never really gets on the forefront. Then I cut aux completely for this section, I think. It doesn't really do much. I think that line is in there, and then it comes back in when we're coming out of the vamp. I mean, out of the... So if you're going to do aux, you got to stack it. I mean, he's got stuff in here that's just like... And you notice he's playing whole notes. It's building a soundscape. It's building a bed that everything else in the record is laying on top of. Man, it's so fire. Then we get to the big part. Check out what happens here. Woo. So you know what I appreciate? I mean, it's a lot of dope stuff going on in there. But what I appreciate the most in this section is this one little line right here that people probably forget about. It's this little one right here. Let's see if we can get it to play. It's that little pulsating one. It just adds so much momentum to this whole section. So let's bring it in. It's so subtle, but it's adding so much movement and life to this one section. Right, you don't notice it. You blink and you miss it, right? But if I take it out, you're gonna know it's gone. That's the thing about aux. Like, it may not be forefront, you may not appreciate it, but if you take out just one piece of it, it's like playing a game of Jenga. You pull out the wrong piece, the whole thing falls apart. I'll bring it back. Woo. Just adding so much life to the record. See that? That one line right there brings so much life to the record. See that? So that is Aux. Aux made up a big part of this record. I mean, I think Aux is probably from 63 to 78. Do the math of how many tracks that is. My brain, it's been a long day. I don't have time to kind of do that math, but if you can do that math real quick in your head, that's how many Aux tracks is in this song. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Take a quick break. Quick brain break here. Let's see here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. The way y'all integrated to him is so genius, right up my alley. Yes, sir. Like I said earlier, that's what I love to do. I love to mix the old with the new because, you know, people are going to complain, oh, it's another CCM, GCM joint. They're going to complain about it. So it's like, no, you know what we're going to do? We're going to drop a hymn in the middle of this so y'all can't complain. Y'all can't say that we didn't help y'all out. Hit me up. I'm here, bro. I'm here. What's it say? Pro Tools and Logic has taken over, even though there are free DAWs. Not the same. Yeah. There's definitely, Logic and Pro Tools are definitely the standards. Space, yes, space is important in a record. Let's see here. Make sure the keys. My man Dale says, think you need to reiterate the fact that you produced this record and only program the percussion. I think that's a good point. Cause you know, most people say, they'll say like, I produced this record. And the common thought process behind, being a producer is that you have to play everything, is that you have to do everything. So in your mind, I guarantee you when I said I produced this record, what you instantly thought is I did all of the aux, I did all of the keys, I did I played the organ, I arranged it, I did all of that. When I said I produced it, that's the instant thing that went through your mind probably when I said I produced the record. But here's the thing with being a producer. I could be a producer and not even touch the record at all. Because I said this before on streams before and on situations before. You're a producer when you have a budget. Producers have budgets to work with. And that's not knocking anybody that, you know, is doing, but you have to be clear about what the job and the function of a producer is. Let's be clear about what a producer is. A producer manages, he's the creative lead over the production. He oversees it from start to finish. Sometimes, yes, and a lot of times that does include playing all of the instruments himself or doing all of those things like that. But sometimes as a producer, you can touch a record and never, you can produce a record and never actually touch it. This is a prime example. I produced this record and the only thing that I did on it was program percussion or loops using loop elements. That is the only musical, as far as like in the composition and besides arranging the song myself. I was a part of the arrangement of the song, but actual physical playing, I was not a part. I didn't play keys on the record. I didn't play organ on the record. I didn't do aux on the record. So you see what I'm saying? So there's no rule that says that you have to do it. As a producer, you have a budget. You work with a budget that the artist gives you or that the company gives you or that the label gives you. Those are what producers do. And I know this is a controversial point that a lot of people don't talk about or think about, but just because you have Logic and a MacBook Pro and a MIDI controller and an audio interface does not all of the sudden make you a producer. Producers have budgets. Producers have networks. Producers have connections. So it's all about, here's another thing that would show that you're not always ready or you're not in a 100% place to be a producer or to call yourself a producer. And I'm not trying to down anybody. I hope that's not how this is coming off as condescending. I just want to make sure that we're clear about what the function of what a producer does. A real producer knows how to get the right people in the room that will serve the record. I was able to look at this and say, stylistically, I need somebody that can do X, Y, Z. So I'll give you a prime example with this song in the hymn. Let's go here. I want to break down something with the keys, and let's go here. I'm going to show you guys something. One of the reasons why I called Josh to do the record as far as keys and playing and stuff is because stylistically, I knew that when it came to the hymn on this song, that's way back here. I need to go all the way back. Right here, this section. So stylistically, do I know how to play There's Power, Wonder Working Power in the Blood of the Lamb? Absolutely, I do know how to play that song. I grew up on that song. But here's the thing. I grew up Baptist. So my framework for playing that song is framed around Baptist. And Baptist isn't what this song needed. What this song needed was something a little bit more stylistic. And if I know that there's somebody, here's the thing that a lot of producers don't want to do or don't want to admit. It's a pride thing that you have to touch the record. You have to play. I've gotten to that point where I realize who can do this better than me? You know what I mean? Who can serve this part of the song better than I can? You know what I'm saying? And Josh, I knew stylistically he could pull it off. So that's the person I called to do the keys. I did not let my pride get in the way to say that I have to play on this record, that I have to be the one that did the keys, that I had to be the one to play. It would have been a totally different record. And when I let him put his hands on it, he was able to add some stuff in stylistically, hits and things that I wasn't even thinking about as we do. I have a whole session with Josh where I told him what I needed and he gave me what I needed back. So you see what I'm saying? That's what producers do. It's a creative lead that can lead. So I touched every part of this record. I sat on Zoom calls. I sat on phone calls, on FaceTime calls with the bass player, with the guitar player, with the drummer. I actually did virtual sessions with these guys and walked them through the record and told them exactly what I needed. That is the function of a producer. And I want you guys to understand that. I just want you guys to kind of expand your mind and get out of the mindset or the mentality that I have to produce, I have to play everything. Sometimes you need to call somebody else that could do it better than you do. What's the saying? Or at least the saying that I say, if you're the smartest person in the room, then you're pretty dumb. So I want to surround myself with people that are smarter than me. And it also frees me up creatively to start thinking of the big picture because I'm not close. I'm too close. So because I know I got to mix the record. I got to know. So I'm thinking about the beginning from the end. Anyway, let me stop beating that horse because it's dead. Let's see what else we got here. If you don't mind sharing how much this costs you as a producer of the record and what the pub breakdown is like.
I won't talk about publishing specifically. There is some publishing that I did. I did carry some of the publishing on it because I was a part of the arrangement. That is subject to negotiation for you as a producer. But if you did add to the arrangement creatively, you are entitled to a percentage of publishing. I gave publishing, me and Jazz, we split it some pub on this. And we also split it pub with Josh, the keys player, because he contributed to the record as a whole. The record, if you have a piece of the record that you play that the record wouldn't be what the record is without that part, then you're entitled to some of the publishing on that record. Cost wise, those things vary as well. I won't give my prices that I paid because those prices may be subject to change for the people that I used. But I did name the people that produced that recorded on this record for me. You can reach out to them and get their prices that they charge for those things. I have a few things on the record that were done as favors in exchange for other things. I work on the barter system with some people, which is nothing wrong with that because they know the value that they get from me giving them X, Y, Z. I get value back by doing that. But that wasn't the entire record. Like that's only like maybe one person that I actually did a favor for in exchange for something. And then the rest of the record I paid for, out of the budget or what have you. So you have to keep that in mind as a producer. Off my soapbox, let's dig in a little bit more. We got a few more things I want to get to, and I want to really dig into more of the mix stuff. Backtrack because I'm showing you guys the mix and the production as we go. When it came to piano, I got my go-tos. Greg Wells on piano. I did add this RS 127 Abbey Road's joint, soft tube. Love it. Whenever I want something brighter, it's like a thing I grab. It's like a tool in my toolbox. Like I need some more brightness from this. It's a little dark. I just go grab this. It's just an instinctive part of my toolbox that I just go and grab because it's a simple one knob. Flip it to 10K. Maybe I need some more 3 to 5. Maybe I need some more whatever 2 dB, and boom, that did it. You know what I mean? So I just love this plugin. I use it on guitars a lot to brighten up stuff like that. You'll probably see it down in the guitar chain somewhere. I love that little thing. Organ, that's my EQ for my organ. Pro Q, just cutting out a lot of the stuff that was going on. Sheps on the organ as well. Love Shep's Omni-Channel. It's one of the kind of like a Swiss Army knife of plugins. Really, really dope stuff. That's it on the keys. Keys bus, just brick wall. Brick wall to get all that stuff out of the way under 100. And then add this old timer. Just gives it some little grit, you know what I mean? And it gets some compression. So it's for some little saturation compression. Aux didn't really do much there. There's the aux bus. There it is. But I did drop T-Rax on there. I like to widen the aux just to kind of spread it out the way. And then 2A just to control the peaks. And that's just the bucks. Nothing on the tracks themselves. I let the tracks live however they lived right there. All right. So strings. Let's get in here. Strings were done by my guy, Brian Williams. Let's solo these. He did a phenomenal job. And he laced me with strings. So, and he had we're doing a whole production class on this song. Like there's going to be so much more stuff that's going to come. That's going to actually show the individual, how Rod recorded bass, how Dukes did guitars, how Brian recorded strings, how everybody did everything. Like I have the entire record recorded down, and I'm going to show you guys even the full mix, even the full master, everything about this record, background vocal recording, all of that stuff. You guys are going to be seeing that here pretty soon. But I love the way he enters his sections. Brian gets the call from me for strings because while it's not, he does virtual strings. It's not like an actual Nashville string section. He just knows how to play virtual strings, and he knows how to accent parts in the record. So I love it because this
lets you know something crazy is about to happen when you hear it in the record. I mean, it's just like when you hear that coming in, you're like, my God in heaven, something is about to happen. And so it's just a phenomenal job that he did with really getting these strings in here. So I did some edits on his strings, as you'll be able to see coming in. And just kind of faded it out, you know, in spots. And then so here's something I want to show you guys here with this. Do I have a string? Let me highlight the strings here. There's actually more he did right here, but I cut it. So he actually kept playing. He actually did this. So he actually did that. Then he came in and then. But again, going back to the producer, creative lead, what works for the record, I knew that it would, when I heard it, it was taking away for what was going on with the lead vocal in this particular section.
He gave me a garment of praise for my.
I wanted to keep that part really, really open. You know what I mean? Like, and so it felt like the strings needs to be a moment. You know what I mean? Like in there for a moment, back out, and then he comes back in here. I love his glissandos, the way he leans into that a whole lot in this record, like going into sections, coming out of sections. This is the second verse. God, that's so clean, bro. That is so clean. And it just accents this whole part when we go into the hymn. You see what I'm saying? It's knowing those moments and where they fit in really good. And then he comes back here. God, that is so clean. This is when we're in the precious blood of the Lamb part. That part. So check what he did right here. It's so crazy. And then he's just kind of padding from this point. He's not really doing anything. And that's pretty much what it does all the way up till we get to here. So when we get to that part, that's what he's doing. So he's just accenting all the lines. So clean, bro. Now watch how he cleans this out. Woo. Just so clean, bro. Like, just so clean when you hear it in the record.
So clean, bro. And then he hits these other lines in here. I just want to always give my guys their love. It's clean. So hit my guy, Brian. Hit him for strings. He's my guy. I'm always going to call him for strings. Unless I need like an actual string section, and I'd probably call Roy Cotton. But Brian normally gets everything done for me. As far as the strings and the mixing of them, there's my EQ. Love the brick wall stuff. And then I lean heavy on Sheps. Sheps is really where all of the action is happening with the strings, is all in Sheps. I had the just to throw it on there to see if it did anything. I didn't use it. I didn't use the what's it called? I did run the strings through the music verb. Just ran it through there, so it's going through the music verb, which is where is the music verb? Oh, not there. I use a specific verb on the strings, though. I'm gonna show you that in a second. But I did run it through the music verb, which is just our verb, and then the string verb itself. I'm running the strings through none other than Valhalla vintage verb, boys and girls. That is one of my favorite verbs on there, what have you, bro. But sorry, I'm sorry. I was seeing a text message there. So yeah. So we got this in there. That's the vintage verb. And we're going to wrap this up here in just a second. But I want to make sure that I want to get down to these vocals because there's only the guitars left. And then we're going to dig into these vocals. So let's see here. Acoustics were done by Aaron Daniels. I got the Infinity EQ on those. I told you about the RS rack. Again, got that on there. Then the 2A. And it's just simple. Nothing on the channels. I'm mixing from the buses. And I did my edits on the guitars. As you can see, I did some chops to kind of clean up some spaces. But the guitars Aaron does an amazing job with recording acoustic. That's why I call him. You see what I'm saying? So you got the left and rights. And then even in the verses, I really love how he does this in here. So what you're seeing is a lot of these edits are like squeaks that I edit out because, the guitar, fret squeaks, you get a lot of those. So a lot of these little cuts that you see in there are like squeaks that I was editing out. But here's something I want to show you guys that I did and I love to do in these sections. So there's no bass playing in this section, right? So what happens is when it goes to that place where stuff falls out, where the bass falls out of the song, the bottom falls out, right? You lose a lot, especially if you're doing like high pass filters like I love to do on stuff. So what I tend to do is turn off high pass filters in sections like this and so the song can keep some low end information, but we just get it from other instruments, right? So like when we're going in here with these guitars, when I get into this section here, you see how this the EQ cuts off? Watch it. I'll bring it up again here. So I got it automated. So because I got a low pass on it. But what happens is once we get in here, it cuts off. So now I'm getting the full low end from the guitars to keep some low end information in there. I believe, let me see, where else did I do that at? Did I do it on the aux bus? I don't know if I did it on, I don't think I did it on the aux. I know for sure I did it on the keys bus. So let's go over here to the keys bus right here, and let's watch the EQ.
See, it's off. EQ is off on that part. So in this section, I'm getting the low end information from the piano and from the guitar because it's nice and warm. They have some nice, low end on both of those instruments. So I used it to kind of keep some maintaining of that. See those low notes? You know what I mean? So that's a way of maintaining your low end. I just like to do that in those sections or what have you. Guitars were done by my man Dukes. He did an amazing job. I got Affinity EQ 2A and the RS on there. So really good stuff. He's out on the verses. I think he has a couple of lines in here. Yep, that's in the nice cleans in there. Then back to the drives. One of the things Dukes did really, really well at in here was his shifting of tones in different spots. So he gave me the nice drives. Right. And then when we're into the part here, the hymn part, he switches tones and gives me a nice little clean. But then comes and gives me this. Makes it sing. So he's doubling the harmonies. He's giving harmony. Lord have mercy, giving me the harmony on the guitars, and he's giving me the rhythm. And it's one of those things. Again, you notice it if it's gone. But if I take out that when you're in the vamp, if I take out that rhythm. And what I'm trying to do in this vamp and all of this section is create a wall of sound. It's one of my favorite concepts. It's just so much going on and everybody's playing their part, but it's all in different spaces. And so it literally creates a wall that you can't, it all sounds like one unit. That's why everybody playing their part is important. You know what I mean? Because we want to make sure that everybody, it feels like one cohesive. Because people, they only hear Gen Pop. We're talking about regular people. They only hear the two things in the song. They hear the vocals, and they hear the music. And to them, they are just two things. It's the music. Oh, the music sounds good. And there's the vocals. You know what I mean? Unless it's instrumental music, and that's a whole different thing. Us as the audio nerds and the musicians and the producers, we listen to all of these other parts and try to pick stuff. But Gen Pop, which is regular people, they just hear music and vocals. And so if your music is not cohesive and it doesn't feel like one unit playing, then you're going to lose traction in the song itself. So that's kind of my perspective on that. So everything in here is a stack, from the percussion to the drums, all of those things like that. Now, I didn't talk about the drums in terms of the mix. Drums are pretty stacked with Yaah's Warehouse. It's my usual kind of flavor. If you've been following for a while, I got a lot of triggers on here. I got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 triggers on this. Sounds like a gunshot almost, but it works for this record because this record is rockish. And again, there's so much sound in there. There's so much going on. It's so dense. You really want that snare to sound. I wanted it as the producer and as the mix engineer. I wanted that sound, the snare to sound powerful and big. I wanted it to sound big, even from the intro when you're coming in, making a statement. It's gotta smack you in the face. It's gotta make a statement. And that was my whole goal with that. All right. Those are the drums. I talk about my drums every week. I just got the standards, stuff on it. I got VMR working this week, actually doing something with those two modules. Lil Neve, Lil 76, Bluey going. Got the T-Rex widener. Pro Q, nothing on the kick, but I got this API on the kick pumping. And then I got a bunch of triggers on the snare going all down there. SSL on the hi-hat. There it is. Oh, those are snares. And then nothing on the toms, on the actual toms themselves, because they sounded good as is. CLA mix hub on the overheads. And all of the cymbals, the rides, all of that, everything on there. On the toms though, I did do CLA drums. I put the decapitator on them. Just felt good. And then a little bit of Pro Q, and then ran them through the drum verb. It's not even going through the drum verb. So all of the verb on the toms is actually coming from CLA drums. So those are the drums on that record. Really, really dope. Let's dig down into the vocals. Again, Jazz has a nice little kind of Tasha Cobbs-esque type vocal. So, especially when she gets into the vamp and stuff. So it's very dynamic. So I had to do a lot of automation. So I want to highlight this because this is what really makes this record work. I had to literally go through her vocal all the way through the song and kind of maintain her levels and clip gain. As you can see, there's some clip gaining going on and there's some vocal riding going on to kind of keep, especially when she gets into this space. So she's very dynamic. So here's something I do want to highlight with the vocal. This is production and mixing in the hymn part. And then we're going to dig. I know I've been on for a while tonight, guys. I didn't mean to be on as long as I am. Okay, in the hymn part. So specifically here. I want you guys to hear what happens. Her vocal goes from wet to dry in this section right here. So we're here.
Oh, there is power, wonder-working power in the blood.
There's some more.
Of the Lamb. Oh, there is power, wonder-working.
So I did that on purpose because I wanted this moment to feel intimate.
Oh, there is power, wonder-working power in the blood.
Then we give us some more space.
Of the Lamb. Oh, there is
And I did the same thing, I believe, with the BGVs. I think I dried them up a little bit. Let's see here. What did I do? Oh, it didn't solo the bus. It's muted. No, there he is.
Wonder working power in the precious blood of the Lamb.
So we got that in there. And I'm gonna do, again, I got a full production class that's gonna break down like how I recorded these BGVs, and even like I have the full mixing, how I went through and mixed the record and stuff as well. So it'll be a little bit more detailed in that when that piece of content comes out, when we get to editing it and all of that stuff. But as you can see, I had to do the same thing with the vocals as well. I had to ride them throughout there as well with automation. It just what makes records work when you learn how to do automation and do it right. And that's pretty much the record. If you guys got any specific questions, you can go ahead and ask them. We're going to get ready and kind of close out for the night. Let's see what questions we got, what I missed, and all of that good stuff like that. I enjoy doing these with you guys. Let's see what we got here. Wave's been under fire all week. They've been under fire in the last week. Yeah, I'm definitely a Waves. I'm a Waves user. I'm a Waves. Let's see, Stimuli. Okay, well we'll deal with we'll dig into that after the stream. We'll figure out what's going on with that. I apologize for what's going on with that. We'll see what's going on with that, guys. Strings of singing. We'll see what order do you have the musicians play in their parts? Do you send a reference and have everybody build off that? Exactly. Yeah, we sent a reference out and then we built off of the reference. We got keys laid down, aux first. I think Josh even did like key drums as a reference for me. And then we and he did dummy bass. So Josh basically sketched the entire track out after I gave him the blueprint. He sketched it all the way out, bass, drums, keys, everything. And then as we sent it out, I think I got bass, guitars, acoustics, then drums was the last in that sequence. And then strings actually came last after we recorded vocals because Brian needed to kind of know where the placements and stuff. So he was the last musician to be on the record as we were producing that or what have you. So you do automation to turn it off. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. EQ. Yep. When bouncing stems, do you bounce mix bus effects to keep your mix sounding the same, separate stems? Yes. Yep. I try to. And then if I got verb, typically I'll try to bounce a verb bus just to kind of give some separation. Oh, thank you. Spike Lee good glasses. Hilarious. Love the low end energy, bass and kick drum. They give the mix that thick sound. Yep. Let's see where we go. I want to make sure I know you guys been talking. What's the snare and kit sample in the drum triggers? I'm using, let's see. I'll show you guys that. I'm using on the snare and kick, we're using Yaah's Drum Warehouse stuff, of course. So I do have the slate snare. That's the built-in slate snare. I just like the way that sounds. Then we have the Brett snare. That's part of Yaah's Warehouse. We have the popcorn snare and the wallet snare in there. We have the absolute snare, everybody's favorite absolute snare, you know, just room only. So those are like 3 snares mixed in. So it's a stacked snare. It's not just one trigger. What is this up here? Oh, that's the slate snare. So yeah, those are the triggers on that, I believe. Yeah, all 4 triggers. What's this one right here? It just says snare. Oh, I actually had part of the sample is the snares is actually Ashton's snare itself. He actually sent me his snare sample as well, sample of his snare. We'll talk about that in another video of how and why he did that. Did you actually add auto-tune to lead vocals? No, I had them tuned though. I had them tuned by a professional. My guy Roy Uman tuned them for me. That's a really nice technique on the lead vocal automation during the hymn. Yep, it's just to kind of give the song, it's an artsy part of it, just to make it artsy. So we're going to get out of here. We're going to get out of here, guys. We're going to get out of here. I appreciate you. So you guys make sure that you hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, depending on where you are. I appreciate all you guys do. And we'll talk to you guys next week. We will be back again, hopefully, with Mixed Mondays, with some brand new stuff and some good stuff for you guys to check out. All right. That's all I got. I'll talk to you guys later. GospelProducers.com.
Cool. So this one is kind of a treat for you guys. I wish it was more of a breakdown, but today is just going to be more of a show and tell kind of day. And then we're going to work our way up to a finished product. All right. Amen in the chat. Say amen. Okay.
Amen.
So what we have right now is a rough mix, and the importance of recording clean is this right here. Listen to this.
Well, hello there. It's your girl Chastity here, and I'm so honored to be a part of this project. My bro Yaahn and Hunter are gonna do big things. So relax, sit back, and enjoy. Yeah.
All right, that's a rough mix. That's literally just
rough.
That's a rough mix. I'll tell you why it's a rough mix. There's nothing on the channel strips. Nothing.
Jeez, man.
Nothing on the channel strips.
But this speaks to, okay, I want to jump in and say this real quick, because this is what I always like to preach, and we used to use this as a quick segment real quick, is that good recording, good mixes come from good recordings all day. So if you want a good recording, a good mix, you got to get a good recording. Mixing isn't fixing. It's mixing, it's leveling, it's getting things ready for commercial release. It's not this. So the fact that sounds so clean, and that is how he got it out the gate. Yo, let's dig in more to this. I'm just, that's the rough mix. His rough mix sounds better than my main mixes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's dig in, man. How do we get here?
Yeah, for sure. So we can start with the drums, and let's start with that. So what's happening here is this is actually my template So a lot of the work has already been done for me. So on the kick drum, we have the SSLG channel, and I have it on a really mean preset that I love. I tweaked this preset, but it's giving us this. So if I take that off, it'll sound like this. Turn it back on. So it's just focusing on the kick. So I'm getting rid of the boxiness out of here, around this 200, stuff like that. So we got about 8.2 dB of gain reduction in the boxy area. And then I'm turning up some of the higher frequencies. So we got about 6.6 dB of 3.7 kilohertz. And then we have the top end of the beater. It's about 9.3 dB of, what is it going to tell us? About 8K basically. So that's what's happening with the kick drum. That's why it sounds so focused. The other juicy side about this plugin is the right side. So I'm getting some really good compression out the gate. So we have, let's see, what is it? Yep, that's the release. Let's go to the ratio. So we have about a 5:1 ratio of compression. And then we're backing down, not much, as you guys can see. It's only about -2 dB. So we're not reducing a whole lot. And then we have the expanding area. So what I love about expanding versus gating, expanding gives us a nice smooth transition as the gate closes or as the door closes. It's not like it just slams shut. It's just like a nice close, open. So that's why I love expansion. So that gives us this. So you see it's just real smooth. So that's all on the SSL. So then we have, I know the Rev is waiting on this, the trigger on the kick drums. I didn't need them. I wanted them just because I wanted to have the gospel feel, that modern feel. So on our triggers, we have two of them. We have the Everyday from the Yaahn Drum Warehouse. And then let's go over here. And then in combination with that, we have the Nick kit. So I have the Legacy stuff. So if you guys are looking for these, it's just go to the Yaahn Drum Warehouse Legacy.
And you'll see the QR code there if you guys want to. Yo, that's thick, bro.
So yeah, I just want it though. So all of that in combination with my kick sounds like this. Just my kick. So it kind of makes the kit 3-dimensional now, like 3D. It doesn't so 1D. And the second reason why I actually added some of these samples is because on my drum mic setup, I only have overheads left and right in the ride cymbal. I don't have a room mic or mics when I did this recording. So I'm playing off of that and saying, all right, I have more of a 2D recording. Samples will make it sound 3D. So same thing on the snare. We have my snare raw. Then we have some verb on there too. That's Logic for you. And then we have again the G channel that transforms it, makes it sound like this. So you hear how it's coming in and out nice and smooth. That's the difference between a gate being on and an expander. So we have it more on the expansion side. So same kind of thing going on. I slammed this kind of hard, so the ratio is way more intense with 10-to-1 ratio. And then we're squashing this down.
Sheesh.
So we're squashing it down so we could get a nice, nice attack. You know what I mean? So
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a little extreme. People are afraid to make bold moves. I don't know why, but you can make bold moves. Like, you're allowed to do that. Like, if it sounds good, do it.
Yeah.
So then we have the combination snare. This one is more of a squash. Let me see. What is this one doing? I'm curious to see myself now. Oh, this is Squash the Kingdom Come.
Mm-hmm.
With no attack.
So what you did right there, you duplicated the snare. This is your main snare. You duplicated it, and then you just slapped the snot out of it with a compressor, basically. You're parallel compressing your snare in just on a different channel, kind of like it's not busting it out to a compressor.
Right.
You duplicate it. So what's the science behind that? Why you would do that versus just parallel compressing it, just sending it out to a bus with a compressor on it? Why duplicate it?
Yeah, I duplicated it. Y'all gonna be mad at my answer. It's just convenient. It's just the convenience.
It's just convenience.
Yeah, I mean, because again, this is from tracking. So I literally just took the snare and just hit boop, duplicated it, and then just
squashed it.
So yeah, but be careful with this with phase. Like, don't be oblivious to phase. You can create phase issues. So the one way to bulletproof yourself on phase is go ahead, go to your utility, go to gain, mono, and then just slap that. Flip just in case. But I didn't have any issues on mine, so I didn't need it.
But that's a good point. Sometimes it's just about speed. It's not always about, a reason. And I just wanted to probe your mind to make sure that it wasn't anything different, because I do a lot of things like that. Just duplicate it and just move on because you're trying to work fast.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this template has been law, and this template has been law for any of my gospel sessions. It's more refined now, but it's still the same blood and guts. So that's that. And so then we have 3 snare triggers from the warehouse. Go to the Legacy. We have the Vinny, the Slate, and the Joey. They probably have different names, so you have to listen for them. But these are the Legacy joints. So the first snare is this. Ring.
Yeah, that's that Joey. Yeah.
So lots of ring from that one. Then we have the Joey as well.
Oh, that Joey right there. Yeah. The first one was the Vinny, right?
Yeah, that's Vinny.
Yep.
And then I put my own little sample in there. So all 3 samples give us this. Now it's very low in retrospect to my acoustic snare.
Woo.
I mean, it's majority of my snare that's carrying it. You only hear the ring of the samples, but you hear the attack and the realness from my snare.
Yeah.
So a lot of that is again attributed to a good recording. Because if I take the samples out of my kit, and then we just solo the drums, I mean, we're gonna get a pretty good sound.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's all me. That's
yeah. No, that's clean.
So I just, again, style preference, I wanted them in there. I was like, I want that sound.
Woo. But yours is still prevalent. It's still sitting on top of all of that, and you're getting that crack and that ring and that weight from the samples.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and it cuts through it because you got how many? Well, I know you got like 1,000 other tracks under all of that that's trying to cut through.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I mean, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like that's light work. So,
jeez.
Yeah, my Chastity, she gave me some light work on this session. Like the BGVs wasn't nothing out of this world this time around. Usually I would have 40 track BGVs.
Right.
So she gave me some light work. So it was pretty easy. So that's what's going on there. Tom's, I have to kill you guys for showing you this after. So I got all of your IP addresses. I got it in my notepad. And I see everybody. So after this, I'm coming after everybody and just take you out. Nah, on the Toms, it's a 3 chord fold. All right. So 1 good, playing. The way I'm hitting the toms is the first thing. I can't express that enough, guys. It's literally how you hit the drum. So, first chord of the 3-chord fold, performance. Listen to how the toms are being hit. Even. You can look at the transients and tell.
Yep.
The second thing is the recording. So if I get this into, there we go, reasonable, transient, you can see they're all kind of consistent. Got a good recording. The recording of the toms are good. You see what I'm saying? So that's dry. There's nothing on the toms. That's a little bit of the reverb from the bus, but we can turn that off. There we go. So we're getting a good recording. That's the next thing, and then finally we can get to the mix. So it's how we have to do a whole nother video on how to hit drums. So
Yeah, definitely.
it's a science to it, like the touch, and then the plugins will respond to how you played. So we have the SSL G channel. It's going to be a little monotonous, guys. So we got the G channel on the toms as our first line of defense. Now I'm using the G channel because it's giving me the nice, say it with me, expansion. So the expander is working in our favor to add or give us the illusion of we cross-faded each tom after it was hit. Listen to how the fade is on each one as I go across the rack toms. See there? So it's in order of how the drums were hit, and they respond. The plugins respond. So I'm using the same plugin on each tom. So a hack for you guys, if you do have the G channel from Waves, a hack for you is start with the rack tom preset. That'll save your life. Now that's not Bible. You will have to tweak it. So I've tweaked it. They give you maximum release on this, and they just let it ring loud and proud. Not on this type of record. Maybe on a Dilla record or something. Hip hop, fine. But on this one, no. We want clean, transparent toms. So use the rack tom setting, and then on the floor tom, you can use, for you guys to take home for leftovers, is use the floor tom preset and work from there. This will get you some really good tom tones. So then after that, we go into CLA drums. Well, we have the virtual mix rack, but it's just saturation. Saturation is nice. But after that, then we go into CLA drums. This is why I said I was going to shoot everybody after this, because this is a gym. It's going to do even more work for us to make us sound like pros, and we are pros. So let's hit the space bar on the CLA. Hear that? Now it makes it sound like we're at a stadium, like we just arrived at an award show. So then last but not least, we have the SSL EQ. I went to this because because of all of the other instruments that the drums has to play together with, I had to brighten up the toms even more. So that sounds like this. And you can feel that attack difference. Without it on, it's like getting meaner subtly. Cool. We got the toms. Then the hi-hats. This is fail-safed for me. The virtual mix rack from Slate is a blessing. So I've done the wrong way to do this. Stay with me. You're technically supposed to EQ first and then go into a compressor so the compressor doesn't have to fight. I actually did not do that. I went to a compressor first to compress the whole sound as is. I don't mind this compressor taking in all the heat because I used a pencil mic on the hi-hat and I did a roll-off on that mic. Therefore, I'm already getting an affected sound before it even hit the DAW. So I can go into a compressor first. If I used a SMB or any other type of dynamic microphone and I didn't do a roll-off, then the EQ would be first, but it's not. So compressing kind of hard on the hi-hat. Let's go to where we're grooving. Oh, it's not as hard as I thought. So we're getting a nice amount of compression here. I thought it was going to be more deadly, but it's a template, so it makes sense. And you can hear the compressor working with that snare kind of jumping a little bit. It's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of jumping up, but it's controlling the focus on the hi-hat. Then we have the Neve here rolling off to about 160. This says 135, but 160-ish, 135. Rolling off the low here even more, so it's more focused. So if I turn this off, you can hear more low, and you'll need headphones for this for sure. Turn it on. It just takes away the mud, the focus from the kick drum, and focuses on the hi-hat. That's all that's happening there. So on the overheads, we are in a bus. So nothing is really happening on the channels itself. We're on the overheads bus. So we're going to come over here. And then same approach. I rolled off on my overheads as well. So I went into a compressor first. What's up, sis? Let's follow the overheads. So notice I'm getting a good capture of the entire kit. Like just grooving, you can hear and feel the drums. So I rolled off over here on the Neve to about, again, 160. Let's turn this off and let's listen to the overheads. Them overheads sound juicy. Let's go over to where we got crash, crash, and fills and fills. See there? Nice and full. I almost wanted to keep the overheads like that because they sound so good raw, but we got to make space for the rest of the instruments and the sonics of the record. So we did a roll off. So it kind of makes it sound like the drums are further away, but that works in our favor because our direct signal stuff, the hi-hat, the snare, the kick, all of those are now going to get pushed to the front and the overheads are going to take a back seat and just focus on the cymbals. So all of that combined gives us this. So you see how it's allowing the direct drums, especially those toms, they're more focused. If you don't roll off as much on your overhead, sometimes they can consume the rest of your drum kit. So you just got to really be intentional about mic positioning and recording. So what we're going to do now, since that was the only thing that was technically pre-mixed, I hear John stepping in.
No, I was going to say, that's solid, man. I just wanted to, there's no questions or anything like that, but this is really, really dope, man. These are some of the plugins that Yaahn was using. I was trying to, for whatever reason, it won't show up at the bottom like the normal ones do. Here's the Slate Digital plugin, that QR code up in the corner. You can scan that. That'll take you to get the Slate Digital VMR that he was showing. You can screenshot that and then you can tap on it later in your camera roll and it'll actually take you to the link. The CLA Drums plugin that he was talking about for the toms, that's the QR code for that. So again, you can screenshot this, scan it later. Here's the Waves SSL bundle
that he was talking about, where he was showing where he was doing the gating and the expanding.
Subscription.
Get on that subscription. That's going to be the easiest way for you to get all of that, the easy way.
That's the only way you go get it now.
Well, they went back to buying it. You could buy it. You could buy it outright now.
Whoa.
Yeah. They switched back. Yeah. Wave switched back.
To a la carte.
A la carte, and they got because all these links that I'm sending are a la carte buy links.
Wow.
So you could actually buy this plugin using that link. So yeah, they switched back. It's not subscription anymore. It's still subscription. Subscription is an option, but you got the a la carte option back on the table because of all of that heat that they got slapped with when they dropped the joint. So we'll put them up again for you guys. There's the Waves SSL bundle. This is the CLA drums plugin, and then here is the Slate Digital VMR, and you can get the Slate VMR without being on the Everything Bundle subscription too. I think it's $149. You can actually buy the plugin through that. So I just wanted to highlight that. That's to help out.
This is the CLA 2A. It's a different version of the whole drum kit just being slammed. So that's this. I mean, let me turn it up. What is it at? 16.4. Remember that, y'all. 16.4. So I'm combining that version in with the clean drum. So it's at 16.4. So I'm going to put it back. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm not going to always just type that in too. But there it is. Okay, 16.4. So just slamming the whole drum kit on there. So I took the live drums, went out of bus 10, and then went into the PC drums that way. And then you can see here's the corresponding channel. Bus 10. So that's how that's working. So yeah, just wanted to add that.
That's smart, bro. That's super smart.
Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X. We have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show.
So as a producer, I would actually send my stuff out like this. Of course, I would send them dry, give them the option, but I would actually print all of my stuff on like this, or pass in the real life situation a Pro Tools session. I would send someone a Pro Tools session with all of it that I've already done, and then they can go in after what I've done and do the cleanup. So I'm going to be that guy. So I'm going to come back in here and say, all right, man, let's go to where everything is going to be affected. So let's go to your drum bus and let's start cleaning. So I'm going to go to Pro Q, and I'm going to start doing clean work. So I'm going to solo these, and then we're going to move on real quick. We don't need 10 hertz of drums. We don't need 10 hertz. So we're gonna back off on that to about like a bare minimum of 27. Look at all that meat left over. So yeah, we're gonna do back to 27. So that's the first line of work. Second line of work is the all of the drum programming. So we got all of this stuff right here. So let's do this. And for Logic users, I'm gonna put you on game with shortcuts, rapid fire. You can highlight all of this stuff right here, and you can do Command U, and it'll loop around this cycle that you just highlighted. Command U. So we're gonna loop that. That's our drum loop. To make your life easier, we're gonna do track stack. So you can right click on this and you can do create a track stack. And then we're going to do summing stack. And how I'm going to actually mix this for Mix Mondays is you can use any EQ you want. I personally love to use the Pro EQ because it has a nice graph and it doesn't damage the source when you start making surgical moves. It doesn't damage the sound of the original recording. So we're going to roll off. Why do we need 14 hertz of a percussion? That doesn't make any sense. So we're going to roll all that off. See there. So now the drums, the loop sounds more cleaner. It doesn't have all that coming in from the cowbell, coming in from the shaker, all of that. So you can kind of knock it all out at once by doing it on a bus or a track stack. Guys, that's all it needs. It doesn't need to be compressed or smashed or saturation. If anything, I might put a little bit of virtual mix rack, like some type of saturation on there like that. Virtual mix rack. And the only thing I'm going to use from this is just the saturation. I'm not going to use anything else. Yeah, it already feels better already just listening to my headphones because headphones have a lot of low end on them. It already feels better. So I'm naming that perk. So that's mixed, just saturation and EQ. We mixed the drums down already. We already talked about that. Let's talk about the bass. All right, I'm going to show you guys some pro tips today. So what we're going to do is we're going to see where this bass is hitting on the frequency with Pro Q. So we're kind of around the 183-ish area based on what I saw. So we're safe to roll off to, I actually like the sub of the bass, so I'm just going to stop at 22. I like sonics. I like low end. So I'm going to stop at 22. No more than that. Everything above that is going to come down. Everything above that is going to come down. So I'm just going to roll off. What I'm doing is I'm starting to focus in where the bass really is. I'm going to show some love to the low end, about 60 hertz. This is what it sounds like. Let's solo it. See that? That's where we recognize where that bass is going to be. Cool. So, and I got all these plugins. Of course, it's going to, pimp out on us. So what we're going to do now is, a pro tip is get a good sound out the gate. So if we go to the source, which is the actual plugin itself, this is for producers. This is going to help you help your mixing engineer. The cutoff right now is at 746. You might need to go a little bit more intense. Check this out. From your sounds, you might have to get a little bit more aggressive, and this is going to help your mixing engineer. So I turn up the cutoff. So if we listen to that with the song, see how it's cutting through on its own from the source. Let's take this back to where it was. It was like 746. Let's say you didn't have it. You're the mixing engineer. The producer didn't do it. How do you fix it? So here's one way to do it. Come over here to a plugin I like to use, and it is called Saturn. Saturn works really good on key basses because you can hone in on those frequencies where they are. So
love Saturn, man.
yes, sir. We're gonna go to Saturn. It does wonders on this. So let's say this is you. This is the scenario you got. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find the sweet spot of what we want to saturate, hence the name. So let's come over here real quick. I like these two bands a lot. Now what I'm gonna do to this band is add some nice saturation. So we're gonna go with gentle saturation. All the way up. You hear it getting nastier. It's doing the same thing like when we played with the cutoff on the actual instrument itself. So we're adding more of the harmonics that wasn't there before. Then let's go to the next one. Let's listen to the top end. This is the iPhone area. We need this like a lot. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go to subtle saturation. Cool. All right. Now let's listen to it. You hear that bass cut through everything. That is a good problem to have. Now we can just turn it down. So that's more on the extreme side. We could go ahead and turn it down just a little bit. Feels good. Like I heard what I did. How do we make it feel good? So you might have to back off and mess around. The bass roll is literally the same thing. So it's the same instrument. So we could just use the same plug-in on both of those. Or we could have just bust the two together. That's the bass. That's solid. I'm going to commit to that. We have an 808 coming up. We're on the low end side still. So this is from the production session. I bumped up this 1K area. Like what is this? About 1400.
Jeez.
So I bumped that up from tracking. So again, an engineer would have to, work with that. So they'll be like, oh yeah, that 808 is in there. I'm not gonna mess with what Yaahn did. I'm gonna come behind him with maybe just making sure that again, maybe about 11 hertz is decent for 808. I don't mind 808s being low. They're subs. So it doesn't bother me. So I'll probably roll off about 11 hertz max.
Love the way you love me anyway, in spite of me, honestly.
So what I would do from there, after doing that, then I would definitely grab for another plugin that is going to make this sound even more intense. It's from Output. It's called Thermal. And what this does is add a dramatic amount of saturation, like as dramatic as needed. 808s and Thermal play well together. Turn the drive up. That's how it responds to 808s. So we can say, do we want an extreme amount, reasonable amount? I'm not going to leave it at that balance, but I'm just trying to sound shape the 808 to fit in the song where it feels good. So let's play it with the song.
And there's something about the way you love me anyway, in spite of me, honestly.
So that's cool. Now we can play around with the wetness and blend that in.
And there's something about the way you love love me anyway, in spite of me, honestly. And there's something about the way you love me anyway.
So that's I'm in headphones right now. In my subs, I'll probably be more gracious with the volume of it. But what I'm trying to go after is the top end of that 808. So even after that thermal, I'm actually going to reach for a little bit more top end. So I'm just going to make my life easier. Find plugins that can do what you want it to do as simple as possible, like especially if you're on a time clock. So what I'm just going to do is grab the SSL EQ because it's simple and I can just grab it, get what I want, get the saturation from the analog plugin being on and move on. So that's that 1 to 3K area that I want for the top end of the 808 high mid frequency. So I'm going to dial this down about 3K and get some more of that.
And there's something about the way you love me anyway.
There it is.
In spite of me, honestly.
You hear that clun, clun.
And there's something about the way you love me. And there's something about the way you love me anyway, in spite of me, honestly.
Now you'll be able to hear that 808 on your phone. And it feels good hearing the tail end of that 808 and the bass getting ready to come in.
In spite of me, honestly, I don't know why you chose me.
See, they got the same characteristics now from the synth bass and the 808, but we use two different plugins to achieve the same goal. So, like I said, I'm gonna give y'all the industry stuff today. This is a vocal chop that isn't mixed.
So before you move on to from the 808s, man, I need to show you some definite love on that because those 808s is smacking, and I know they start at the source.
Yeah.
And because they start at the source, if you guys don't know, Yaahn, on top of being a producer, engineer, and all around boy wonder, he's also a developer, man, and creates his own products and things like that. And so I got a QR code up there in the corner. Please hit that. If you like the way that those 808s sound, I went ahead and jumped on his website real quick and found the link to the that's Hunter 808s, and that's the QR code up in the corner. Go ahead, snap that, show Yaahn some love because he is sitting here pouring out, like he's just said, industry secrets. Now we're gospel heads, but every now and again we get some R&B, we get some trap, we get some urban, and you're gonna want to come back and listen and look at stuff like this. So the fact that he's pouring out this information, which is extremely valuable, I think it warrants some sort of support. Buy it, even if you ain't a producer like that. Buy it and then gift it to somebody else that you know needs it and could use it. A producer that you know can do it. But I just want to show some love and some support to my man Yaahn. Y'all make sure y'all snap that up, and even if you don't need it, send it to somebody that you know needs to snap it and send it over and say, hey man, some fire 808s. I was on this stream and this dude was killing and they sound cool. I know you into this sort of thing. Like, yo, go ahead, check these joints out because they killing. All right, commercial over. You could get back to your joint.
It's good, man. I appreciate that, Rev. Real talk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I don't have any reason for the vocal chop being right after the 808. I really don't. It's just there. So I just use it as a filler in the beginning because she didn't sing anything right there. So it was cool. So we're going to work with this. So a really good sound source as is. It sounds like it's crafted already from arcade. So again, y'all kind of peeping the pattern, right? Anywhere where the low end isn't being taken up, we got to roll off that stuff because it's going to damage your mix more than you think. It might sound fine in your studio, but if you play it in the club and you start hearing all this, where's that coming from? Your vocal. Because it's picking up all the low end.
Your vocal.
It's happened to me. I've experienced it. Oh God, what is that? And I went to the Pro Tools session. I was like, oh dude, I didn't roll off The shaker.
Dang.
The shaker
Dang.
got all that
The
stuff
shaker?
in. Yeah, bro.
Coming in every time they shake it.
Bruh. So that's why
crazy.
that's why you see us doing that. It's probably like a monotonous thing, but that's why we do it.
Yeah. You a little bit more generous because I brick wall that thing.
Oh yeah. Nah, it's you want my whole thing is depth. Like I wanted to still. I still wanted to come off as intense as it did with it, with not knowing. That's why I love EQ so much, because it's like, yeah, it sounds thinner and cleaner, but it still carries that characteristic. So,
no, that makes sense.
So like it's right here. The signal stops there. It stops at about like 150-ish. It stops there. So I'm just coming up to right where it ends. And now I don't have to worry about anything below it. Oh, that's right. It stopped because we're over that bar. Okay. So vocal chops, when they sound like this, you don't need to do much. We don't need to bust out EQs and go crazy. Let's listen to it with the record. Now listening to this with the record, it does sound one-dimensional. You have permission to add effects directly on anything that you're going to sound craft. It's mixing. This is where the lines blur. Technically, as a mixer, all you should be able to do is just put a low pass on it and just move on with your life. But if you want to cross the lines a little bit, you can help the producer and say, I got your back, man. I'm going to throw a little bit of delay on it. And you can do that directly on the track. You don't need an aux. You can do an aux if you want. It's just going to make your life more complicated. So I'm going to use, for my subscribers that's on, I think they already know it's coming. So Comeback Kid, see what I did there? So I use this a lot to add, or the finishing touches on the delay. And I typically like to go wider, richer, do a high cut and a low cut, and that typically gets the job done. See, now it's starting to finish out those phrases, so we can turn the wetness down. That's all I needed from that. Just a little bit more where it sounds like it's in the track. So if you come across anything like that, you know, find a subtle reverb that you might want to use on a aux, depending on the instrument. Before vocal chop, you are A-OK to sound design that bad boy. Put everything on the track. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. No one's going to come after you for that. Trust me. I want somebody to come for me for that. So we're gonna shift gears. Guitars. So these sound like double guitars. Let me go to the back end. So we're going to lump these both together in a track stack, or I would do the same thing if I was in Pro Tools. You'll see the same exact process. So I'll name these GTRs, and then we can name these doubles. So what we're gonna do is on the bus or on the track stack, and we're rolling off as we're making space and covering our butts so we don't have coming in the mix when they play your stuff in a stadium, because it will happen. Quiz for you guys. What was the frequency that I boosted on the key bass? 1, 2, 3, 60 hertz. So that lets me know if you go below 60 hertz or around 60 hertz, you're getting to where that bass is. Stay away from 60 hertz if you can. So 131, we're safe. Let's do a self-test, self-check. bass. Now they playing nice together. So keep that in mind. Whatever you did last, just keep a little tab on those frequencies that'll help you for space on the spectrum. So I can go a little bit back this way. We can go to about 100. I'm a depth guy, so I like the depth of the guitars. So I'm gonna save some space. That's all I'm gonna do with that. I'm gonna throw up another plugin for you guys. That's a One Trick Pony, which is the CLA guitars. Now these are MIDI guitars, so I'm going to mix these slightly more aggressive. See what I'm saying? So it has all this stuff combined in there. So what we're going to do is back off on the delay. Then we're going to back off on the reverb. Sounds great. We're going to compress this a little bit. We don't need any sub. We can do lower, but no sub. Now let's listen to that with the record. Guitars, what's up? So we're gonna turn this down now. Each thing is getting enhanced in its own way. Now the key bass and the guitar sound good together with the drums, like so far what we done. Sounds good. So compression, maybe a mild amount of compression, like a subtle amount. I would actually compress before going into CLA. If you compress the CLA guitars, you're compressing everything, the whole gamut. Nothing wrong with that. I'll be curious to see how your approach would be after. That compression would have to be really light, but I would actually compress before going into CLA. So I'm just going to use my favorite, the 2A. I'm not going to slam these. It's just going to be chef's kiss kind of vibe. All right, we're going to go a little bit less. Healthy balance. Healthy balance. Barely any major compression. It's just enough to get there driving in with the bass. Now I already hear it's starting to sound like a record. I can already hear that difference with the clarity and the space. So what we're going to do now is go into the clean guitars. Key guitars. So we're going to have to affect these again with a different approach, slightly. So we get a little bit faster at this now. We kind of get the pattern. Okay, so now let me listen to this with the record. Not bad. So what we're going to do is do the same thing. We're going to put the CLA behind that. All right, so we got a little bit more life coming out of these now. So what I'm going to do is do the CL guitars again, but these guitars sound a little too flat to me. So what I'm going to do is utilize the stereo functionality of this. I'm going to turn off the delay completely, a little bit of the club, a little bit of compression, and just start here. Not bad. A little bit much on the reverb for me, so I'm actually just gonna cut the reverb off. Better. Why do I feel like something ain't? Yeah, it's in bus 14. Oh, because it's coming from the plug-in itself. It's coming from the instrument itself. I think it's coming from in here. So let's say that was the case. The producer sent you guitars with reverb on them. We're going to fix it. As they say, no take backsies. So now that since I know that it has reverb on it, I'm actually going to kill the stereo effect. Then what I'm also going to do is make some choices with panning. Logic kind of sucks with this. You got to click on the pan pot and put it on stereo pan. This is true pan. If you don't, you're going to be turning down one side. So we got to do that on both of these, stereo pan. So I'm going to make some decisions really quick. Doubling the bass. We already got a stereo pair of the distortion guitars doubling the bass already. So I'm going to pan the doubling to the left. Let's do the doubling to the left. And the chords on the right. Now we're going to make some space for the snare, the kick, the vocal, the key bass. All of that stuff is now going to have room to live down the center. See what I'm saying? And it makes your mix sound wider by making those decisions. And I know I'm killing my master fader, so let's see what's going on over here. Yep. Now we're gonna backtrack real quick.
Introducing the revolutionary plug-in for the 21st century. The ultimate solution to all your creative needs. Question: are you tired of hitting the roadblocks in your creative process? I know I was. Do you yearn for sounds that would take your production to new heights? Well, I'm here to tell you, look no further. With my cutting-edge plug-in, your brain will be firing on all cylinders, unlocking a world of endless possibilities. Imagine effortlessly finding drum patterns with the perfect melodies, effortlessly creating live arrangements that leave a lasting impression on your audience. And let's not forget about this heartfelt chords that tug at the heartstring. This plugin is not just any ordinary tool. It's a game changer that will revolutionize your music production experience. With this intuitive interface and powerful features, it's like having a personal assistant dedicated to taking your music to the next level. Yeah, new heights. So I ask you today, are you ready to unlock your full creative potential? I know I am. So I say, don't settle for anything less than extraordinary. Get your hands on this plugin. It's the future, and watch your music soar to the new heights. The possibilities are limitless. I give you the world of Juice by D-Lo.
Let's backtrack to the drum bus. The way to kill those transients coming in like that is by, again, this is a pro hack right here on your drum bus, and really a lot of your buses, but specifically the drum bus. We are going to put a limiter on the drum bus, and we're going to use this to tame those transients so everything is not out of whack. You can use any limiter you want that has a threshold and a ceiling. But what we're going to do is tame these transients. Now we don't talk about gain staging much and why that's important. This is why. I can barely even put a limiter on the drum. So again, we recorded into a template. So what we're going to do is do some small problem solving. It's not going to take long at all. So on the drums bus, we're going to check these plugins, see what's going on here. We're going to gain stage our way through. Cool. I see what's happening here. No problem at all. So what we could do is easy way to gain stage is to grab a gain tool. The virtual mix rack has one. Probably past it. Trimmer. We're going to turn down the drums out of the virtual mix rack going into the pool tech. Perfect. And then we're going to do the same thing for the pool tech. Now we got headroom. This is why gain staging is important, actually. Of course, this plugin is fine. Now we can check our limiter again to see where we are. This is what I want to see. Nothing. So we can come down. And I'm basically looking for the peak. So right when it starts beeping, just a subtle beep, we doing good. Now we can turn the drums up. See that? Now let's look at the master. Got way more room to play with now. We're not in the red no more. So now we can put our master bus processing back on. All right, so see how that makes a difference by gain staging. So that's really important. We don't talk about that much in gospel mixing. Gain staging.
That's a good point, man. Very good point.
So that eliminated a lot of the peaking problems. Then what you could do from there is you could take your whole mix from that and turn the whole mix down more if you want more headroom on your master fader. For this sake, we're good. Like we're peachy. We're where we need to be. All right, cool. Gain staging. That was a random good lesson. So piano, Rhodes, stuff like that, I'm gonna lump those all in one bus. Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna lump those together because we're moving quick, and I want these to be affected as a unit. To really take stuff like this and combine it like one patch, and then if I need to stem it out, I can always just solo them out. So I'm gonna name this keys, My strategy with keys is typically how it fits in the song. So that's what I'm listening for. And I'm actually going to turn these vocals off temporarily. Remember, the danger zone is 60 hertz. All right, now it's starting to sound tight and real, like it's performing together. Now we have to think about something. There are sections in the song where the keys are playing without the bass. See there? So we have to account for that. What's a good medium? The easiest way to do it is to duplicate track and have one with more low end, then have another one with less low end. I'm running low on CPU. My computer is literally telling on me if you haven't noticed. So what we're going to do is find a healthy medium for the same track to handle both. So let's just call it at 107. Cool. Then keys typically like to sit around 1K and somewhat 2K. So let's come over here. Then you see what I'm saying? That's your phone vibes. Same thing with, is that 1K? Let's do the 1K. That's where your keys are. That's where most people are going to hear it on their systems. They're not going to hear the glory like that. So what I'm going to do is roll off graciously to 24. All right, 86. I'm parking the car there. I'm not going no lower than that. Because we got to prepare for, you know, when everything else comes in. So real quick now, we're going to move kind of rapid fire. We're going to go over to LA2A. All right, a little intense. We can go a little less. I like that, and I'm going to keep it hot temporarily because I'm going to throw something at you guys that we haven't seen yet, which is Vitamin. I use Vitamin on keys because it literally taps into the characteristics of the key. So it EQs it for sure, but it really captures just unique things about the keys, the hammer, the string vibrations, all of that stuff. So let's bump this up. You hear that? It's picking, you hear all that, like the release? It's picking up all of that stuff. So that's why I love to use Vitamin, because it picks up character of the keys, not just the just like a general EQ. So I'm gonna bump up those two frequencies, the same two. This is gonna bulletproof us for when the vocals get in, and then now we can turn the keys down. Notice the more I turn it down, it's still present. All right, now we got the organ. I already hear all the rumble. Ooh. You hear all that? So roll off. Now this one I'm not gonna be generous about. I'm not gonna be generous about rolling this off. I'm going to do 72 hertz, and we are going to roll off, because that right there, sometimes that can sneak through. Peace. There's the organ. Told you, keys live around that 1K, 2K area. Just wanted to listen for that. So we're definitely going to not use half as much as that. We're going to narrow out this cue. When you find those bands like that, even when you turn it down, it's still present. That's how you know you where you need to be. This doesn't need a ton of compression because the way I played, but we're just going to put a safety net of compression on here. All right. So now we're going into the synth stuff. So now we're going to have to move rapid fire. We got a choir in here. Chords. All right. So we're going to go to Pro Q3 and we're going to roll off some of this stuff that we don't need. And then I already feel in my spirit a build up around this area. Yep. I feel a build up. So I'm going to sweep for where the annoying frequency is. Found you. All right, let's turn that down. Peace and tranquility. How do you know to look for that? That comes with ear training. The more you listen to frequencies and stuff, you'll hear harmonics come out at you. You'll be like, what the heck is that? Just do what I did. Narrow your cue, sweep for it, and then put it down. Landslide of a difference. That's all I'm doing on the choir. It doesn't need any compression. It's just a nice layer effect of something different to have chords. Everyone's favorite part, the synth. Keep in mind how that sounds. Full, raw, organic. Put it in with the song. I'm keeping the nature of it. I don't want to mess with it. I love that sound from that brass. So I'm just literally just playing nice, playing the field, just playing nice. I'm not touching it. That's it. I'm not messing with it anymore. I'm moving on with my life. I just put an EQ on it and I'm moving on because it sounds good. Same thing with the strings. Again, we're running out of space. How many instruments do we got around that 300, 400 range? We're running out of space. See what I'm saying? Ooh, ooh. Peace. All right, now we're moving kind of rapid fire now. Orchestra hits, same thing, guys. It's just orchestra hits. I'm gonna keep some low end, but I'm gonna keep a lot more than you think. I'm actually gonna keep about 40 hertz of the orchestra hits because, believe it or not, they actually go down that low. Feel that? It's kind of, you need headphones to, but it's some rumble down there. I mean, you can look at the graph and see. So let's go back to 30. And here we go. Yeah, better. It's got like a kind of thing going on below it. It feels good. So I'm gonna keep some more of that. Bells and all that, synth leads, all of that. Seriously, guys, all I'm gonna do is just put it in the bus and name it aux, because it's auxiliaries. It's auxiliaries. So all I'm gonna do is roll off some low end. I know when I do a slide down on the synth lead, I know I'm gonna want some of that 50 hertz of that. So we're gonna check that back here. You hear that? Keep a little bit of that, and that's cool. I don't need any major compression or nothing like that. Vocal shouts. What do we have here? Oh, just that one thing. I think it happens one more time. So what I'm going to do for that vocal chop is get that 2K. Remember I told you about that. I could use a Logic EQ for that. It doesn't take much. I actually want more of a rinky-dink EQ kind of sound on that. What? See that? Now you can hear that way more. Bet. So I'm going to roll off everything coming up into it. And then I'm going to roll off everything behind it. And there it is. And we just need to get the volume straight. And then all of our effects and transitions and sweeps and all of this stuff, we're going to do another track stack. This is going to help you guys a whole lot when you're mixing. If you see a whole bunch of effects like this, all you need to do is lump them in and be generous with your roll-offs. You might have some rumble. Somebody might have a boom. So you might want to separate it. You just need to be mindful. But for the most part, for effects, especially for the kind that I got, it don't require all of that. We can go ahead and pull my brother, the John Mike special, roll that bad boy off. If we was in another genre, say another word. But anyway, we're gonna keep going. Yeah, see all that kind of stuff you can roll off. Oh, we have an outro keys situation. The outro keys. Now, why Logic won't let me go to the end? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. The outro keys is something to set up another song. But I'm going to give it the same treatment, literally. Create track stack, especially if it sounds like the way it does, got a unique characteristic. I'm just gonna roll off. Then we got some vinyl sounds and crowds and all that stuff, and well, vinyl sounds and kids and all that. I could literally hear the in my ears. So immediate roll off. Immediate. Oh, that sounds better. Cool. Now we can get to the vocals. So I'm gonna make this easy for you guys.
Oh, well, hello there.
Let's go to where she starts singing. Well, hello there.
Talking about me across the way. They talking about the things I did yesterday.
So I hear a couple of things with this. First of all, let's start off with the chain. Let's start from nothing. Turn all these off. Turn the effects off.
Talking about me across the way.
Okay.
They talking about the things I did yesterday.
I typically start off with a de-esser on the front end and listen to the vocals too, if they actually have S's and T's and stuff like that. You don't need a de-esser on oohs. I'm guilty of doing this, working from a template. You don't need a de-esser on somebody saying ooh and ah. So first, check to see if there's any S's and plosives and all of that.
Talking about me across the way. They talking about the things I did yesterday. Talking about me across the way.
So it's nothing intense so far.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the grace you give towards me, so I give you.
So I'll start there. I'll actually start with a de-esser on as my first line of defense for the plosives. Then after that, I'm going to go into RVox. This is typically what I like to do. RVox is basically like a really fire compressor, but it has its own unique kind of characteristics to it. Notice we don't have like we only just have compression and gain. We don't really have a whole lot, so it's doing multiple things at once.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things.
It sounds warmer. So I like to use that because it gives me the illusion of outboard gear. Like, oh, I recorded with something on the vocal. So that's like the first realm of stuff. So technically, you could put that on the actual tracks themselves where it says lead, all of the leads and stuff. You could technically put those here, but I got it up here because in Logic, you can throw as many plugins on one bus, you know, as you need. I don't use the Infinity EQ anymore, but this is the EQ that came with it, the template.
Yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot.
And I know I was wrong. Yeah, you are wrong for EQing the vocal. Like, don't fix that. Okay, we're gonna put some Pro Q on here and actually EQ this vocal.
I did yesterday.
Roll off.
And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for.
You got to get used to listening for frequencies that bother you.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did.
So I'm going to find it. That's a little bit too, yeah, that's narrower.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for.
That's coming from her mic. So we got to turn that down.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said.
All right, now let's get over here.
I did yesterday.
That's the good stuff.
And I know I was wrong for.
I actually want that to a certain degree because I want to be able to introduce that to the mix, but the right way. So I'm going to hold off on all that stuff.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love.
Nothing else really bothers me, so I'm going to leave it alone. Now we're going to go into some compression.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot.
That's a lot of compression for no reason. So again, template. This is where it kind of falls apart. You have to tweak it.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the grace you give to.
Rule of thumb, if you hear one compressor doing a whole lot, something is wrong. Especially on the vocal. If you hear one compressor sounding like it's 10 of them, you got to back off like I did. You got to use your ears. So that's a reasonable amount. We don't need, this template is really trash in terms of vocals. We don't need C4 after that compressor. So I'm actually just going to take that off. And I'm going to go into the pull tech next and start to enhance. We took a lot away. So let's bring back some sauce.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the grace you give towards me, so I give you everything, yeah. I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't.
Remember I told you about that de-esser? This is why I put that first.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me.
Oh, that's a pleasant air now. I like that. So I'm going to save that. We're going to move that there. We're going to, actually, that's fine. We can keep it as is because I see the CLA 2A is next.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said.
Okay, now it's time to turn on the music.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the grace you give towards me, so I give you everything. I did yesterday. I did yesterday. And I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the grace you give towards me, so I give you everything.
So it's just putting her vocal more in the front. Sorry I got a little quiet there. I was focused. I was dialed in. 2K, remember I told you about that. The human voice where we recognize it in terms of perceived loudness is 2K. That's like a sweet spot. You bump that, vocal starts to come out.
I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did. I did yesterday.
Okay, now we can put some effects back. So the effects of my choice is H reverb and H delay. These are my weapons of choice. I got the delay in a ping pong, so it's going to go left to right, and it's literally just going to add a vibe.
I did yesterday. And I know.
All right, let's unmute
yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the grace you give towards me, so I give you everything, yeah.
See how it puts her in a vibe? Now we're vibing with the track, especially in the intro.
It's your girl Chastity here, and
right here. Now, one thing to help you when a vocal sounds like it's sticking out like a sore thumb, the rule of thumb, see what I did there? Thumb is sometimes it's simply that low end of that bass of their voice. So you might want to come back in there and roll off a little bit of the bass so they don't sound like they stick out like a sore thumb. You want it to sound like it's a part of the same unit.
Right. I ain't talking about it. Right. I ain't talking about it. Across the way. Right.
Yeah, computers just
about the things I did yesterday. And I know I was wrong for a lot of the things that I did. did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the praise you give towards me, so I give you everything.
Now, there's some spots where I like her low end, and there's some spots where I don't like it as much. So this is why I had the multi-band compressor on the vocal. The safest place to put the multi-band is most likely going to be before that last bit of EQ. So now you could put C4 back, and I'll show you why it was there in the first place. The multi-band is going to give you some sauce, like some really good sauce. And then we're literally done after this because the BGV sound perfect with the template stuff. So we're going to reach for C4. And I'm going to clear this out, meaning I'm going to zero everything out. And I'm going to find where the base of her vocal is. And I'm going to enhance and control simultaneously. Right in here. So we can actually bypass the low end, the stuff that we don't need. We can bypass that. This is the juice of where that low end is. I love it and hate it at the same time. So we're going to control it by controlling this band with compression.
Things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the great towards me, so I give you everything.
So now every time it comes in, it's gonna duck that frequency of her voice. Let's listen to it with the track.
All for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the praise you give towards me, so I give you everything.
Now that's so I give you. We can channel that now and boost some of that up. I'll boost it up about 1.5 dB.
All for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve. All for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the praise you give towards me, so I give you everything.
See what I'm saying? That's the purpose of a multi-band. You can jump in there and accentuate a frequency that may be a love-hate thing. And that's how you could get a really fire vocal chain. What's also bugging me right now is these effects. We need to EQ the effects. Yes, you need to EQ your effects. Believe it or not, you want to roll off the low end on the effects too, because the effects can carry other frequencies that you're not mindful of, and you'd be like, man, why do I get a low rumble when I hear reverb? Because it has it in there.
All for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me.
And I'm gonna do a roll off on the top end of it too, of the reverb.
I don't deserve the praise you give towards me, so I give you everything. Yeah.
Now the whole song is starting to sound clean. That's why when I played the rough, hear that it was rough, even though the blend between instruments sounded good, but the mix sonically needs a lot of work.
All for a lot of the things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the praise you give towards me, so I give you everything. Yeah, I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why you chose me. Listen, 'cause I don't deserve it, and I didn't earn it. Yes, you love for me. Whoa.
Last but not least, de-esser. We're gonna de-ess on the way out of the lead vocal.
Things that I did and I said, but you still love me. I don't deserve the praise you give towards me, so I give you everything. Yeah, I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why you chose me. Listen, 'cause I don't deserve it, yeah, and I didn't earn it. Yeah.
got a mix. That's like what you call mix 1 after we do that. Of course, we got to automate and stuff like that, but everything is living where it needs to live. I hear the rev coming on.
Oh no, I was just telling you it's smacking, bro. Like I know, like you said, it's mix 1 on that, and I know if you can run through just your chain, because I don't want. I mean, we've been on almost 2 hours now. That's you know, we having fun. You know, but you know what I mean? We do have to respect, you know, the people's times, and I know they enjoying it. We're getting a lot of great content, you know, and this is what we do. So there's a QR code, like, if I can get my fingers right, looking at the screen, right here. Right here. This little thing. So it says Yaahn's Mix Presets. So if you don't know, Yaahn, of course, is a content creator and a product developer, and he has his own products. So a lot of what you're seeing right there that you've been seeing him use is a part. He's been using the template, you know, using that phraseology, template. You've been hearing that back and forth all throughout this stream. And that's because he's using his template that he sells on his website. So QR code right there, right here, this little thing right here that you can screenshot, this little thing will take you to his website, and you can support him because he has been pouring out blessings. You know what I'm saying? Like the Lord, the man is, I mean, I had my joint on mute because the whole time I'm sitting over here like, ooh, I'm over here making all kind of noises that the mic was just not on because he's just killing it. So I didn't interrupt at all. So y'all make sure y'all hit that QR code right there, right? If I get, I'm trying to look at it again. Right there. I'm gonna get my orientation right. Right there. Hit that. Screenshot it, and what you can do is you can go in your camera roll afterwards, and you can literally tap it, and it will take you to the website. If you're on iPhone, I can't speak for y'all Android heads. I don't know if that works, but I do know for sure it works for Apple devices. You can screenshot it and then click it and go and check out his plethora of stuff.
Mixed templates.
Mixed templates, yeah. And so here's the funny thing. I'm gonna put a couple of other things up here that's hilarious. So I was looking through. I was at one point while you was mixing, I went and I actually took my headphone off and I was listening to one of the videos we did. So we did this class about a year ago. I'm trying to find the QR code so I can put it up on the screen. I had it queued up. There it is. Boom. We did this class right here. Advanced Production and Mixing Techniques for Logic Pro. So here's the hilarious thing. In this class, you are actually producing this very song.
That's right. I remember that.
Because I kept listening and I was like, I think my man's already covered the production on this. And so I had to go verify because, again, we've been done released so much stuff in the last year that I forgot. And so I went and listened to it. So if you want to get the insight, this has been dope checking out the mix part of it. But for those of you who want to know more about the production aspect of it, Yaahn has this is a 2-hour plus class that is on our site with this QR code right here. You can scan this and screenshot it and it'll take you to $30. What it does, I see you guys, somebody said someone scanned the QR code. Appreciate you. Some people are going to check it out. Go check that out because $29 to invest in, and you'll be able to see the actual roots of this. I was checking it out on the side. I was trying to, but it would be like too complicated to try to route it in and show you guys a snippet of this. But because I was trying to figure it out off screen, but I was like, no, it's not even worth it. I'll just talk about it. He literally, you could see the foundations. He talks about the chords he's playing. I mean, he literally spells out the chords like, yeah, this is F sharp, da 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 da. He's literally spelling out the chords. He's literally showing like the sounds that he used, the patches that he pulled up, everything in Omnisphere, everything in Keyscape, all of that stuff like that. All of those sounds and stuff that you're interested in terms of the production value on it, Yaahn is pouring it out in this class right here. So screenshot that, get on that real quick. That's $30. It's not going to cost you anything major. You'll spend that like
this week on lunch. You know what I'm saying? So I'm tapping into your lunch money a little bit. So go ahead, grab that. That's going to bless you. Also up here in this corner, this screenshot as well, this one right here, this QR code take you to Yahnn's website so you can get his mix templates and these vocal chains and everything he's been showing in this thing. You can get it right there. So these are two ways. This, if I can get my orientation right. All right, we're going to get this right. Here and here. These two things. There we go. Grab those two things and they will take you to places where you can be able to get some stuff to help you enhance that. The format of which he flows is just like this. Like this class is pretty much the same format. Like, it's just the Rev just going in for like a solid 2 hours, like a scientist, literally talking about sonics, talking about EQ, talking about everything that we talked about in this stream. The Rev is like totally like unleashed. We unleashed the Kraken. And this dude went I didn't say nothing for 2 hours. This dude just went ham and just did his thing. And so $30, you can invest a little bit into your knowledge base because it's all about shedding. We shed chords, and musicians and church kids and stuff like that, we know like about shedding and doing all of that thing like that. And when we get together and we like pour out and we connect and we give knowledge on playing and chords and progressions and licks and chops. But it's rarely stuff like this done in the mixed world where we actually shed this type of knowledge. And that's part of what the resource is. Like, I'd love to give it all away for free, but we got to keep the lights on. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep the lights on. So this is our humble way of keeping the lights on, and your support really means a ton to us. Both Yaahn on his own website, those links that I put up, those QR codes, it goes to Yahnn's website. We don't take any of that. That's all the Rev. That's the tip jar for the Rev. So if you go over there and you hit his website and you buy one of his mix templates or his Hunter 808s or all of his packs, this boy got like 40 products over there that you can tap into and really like change your life for real, like production. And none of that, there's no affiliate links, none of that. That's all, that's the tip jar for the Rev. So tip him real good. Check out his website, which I'll put that up on the screen. This is just Yahnn's website all together. It's yhuntermusic.com. So make sure you just go ahead and grab over to the website. Check it out. It's a ton of stuff over there. Make sure you're also following my man at yhuntermusic pretty much everywhere. Make sure you connecting with him because his YouTube channel is this twice a week. You know, this dude is just doing videos on this stuff twice a week. So he's always ready. I knew I could call him to get in.
The vocal chain on the BGVs, it was the same exact chain that you saw on the lead. That's why the joke is on everybody else. But to walk you through, it's a de-esser first. Let me go into a section where all the BGVs are loud and proud. Probably all through here, honestly.
A
lot of the work is done in her singing. You're more fascinated with her vocal than you are the chain, believe it or not.
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do.
So that's first.
I don't understand. I don't understand why you love me.
And it's still a lot to me, honestly.
I don't understand why
that's
you love me.
Reasonable, something like that. Then our Vox is next.
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do.
It's coming in a little hot, so we can go a little less.
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do.
All right. And then the Pro Q3.
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do.
All right. I'm a multitask. Remember somebody asked me about how do I hear the mud and the clutter like this?
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand.
There it is. So just turn it down.
I don't understand why you love me.
Oh, God.
I don't understand why you do.
And I still a little.
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why you chose me, 'cause I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why.
There it is. Okay. Then we have the R comp. It's gonna warm the vocals up a
I
lot.
don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why.
And then we went to the CLA. I mean, sorry, the
I
C4.
don't understand why you love me.
This thing's just,
I
yeah.
don't
Turn the
understand
loop
why
off.
you love me. I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why you chose me, 'cause
Full tech. So she's doing a lot of like oohs and ahs kind of vibes, for lack of a better term. So I don't need that 2K bump like I did on the lead. The lead, I want to have that 2K. So pull tech is next. CLA again.
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do.
It's gonna sound good when the music comes in. Watch.
I don't understand why you chose me, 'cause I don't deserve it, and I didn't earn it, yeah.
So now we can have more of that low end that we took out. Can actually use some more of it since we tamed it the right way.
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why you chose me, 'cause I don't deserve it, and I didn't earn it, yeah. Yes, your love for me. Whoa.
See, it's in your face, but it's tamed. Then we got some air going on here.
I don't understand why you love me. I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why you chose me.
And then the last de-esser. This is the last de-esser. And with that said, that's the last thing in the chain. That's my computer telling me, Yaahn, that's it. That's all we got. With that said, that's it. That's all I got for y'all today. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I guess the last thing to take away from this is just templates work. Yeah, but they do the job? Yeah, but you gotta, as you can see, tweak. It's gonna take some tweaking, but I've done the best that I could with my templates to help you guys, at least to record. You know, she recorded through the template, so it sounded good when we were tracking. So yeah,
definitely. No, that's super dope, man. You've been smacking the game, man. These last couple of hours, and we appreciate you taking out the time in your day one to jump in and fill in, substitute teach for Shelton. So guys, you make sure that you follow Mr. Hunter. Follow him over on his socials. He does some crazy stuff on Instagram, y'all. I'm just telling you, he's just Instagram. He doesn't have stock in the company, but the company has stock in him. Let's just say this: like they just singing his praises over there. Yaahn is Instagram at this point. He just is. You know, he is the algorithm. So make sure you check him out over there. Make sure you grab his, website, all of those things like that. Let's see, I want to make sure you guys don't miss anything. Make sure you guys grab Yaahn's presets as well. That's a QR code that'll take you straight to his presets. And then lastly, and I'm gonna leave y'all alone, I promise, the last thing is this advanced production and mixing techniques, Lord have mercy, for Logic Pro. Yo guys, make sure y'all grab these QR codes and go check these things out. Invest in yourself, because that's just where we are. It's all about growth. It's all about connecting and shedding this information and shedding these tools and these things that we use and
making it pop, man. But I appreciate you, Rev, man. I appreciate you taking out the time and doing this for me, man.
Absolutely, man. My pleasure to be back, man. As old cousin Yaahn coming back for the cookout. Yeah, always down, man. Always down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're gonna have him back on some more stuff. Moving forward, guys. All right, we appreciate y'all. It's been great. It's been amazing. Let me get my cue up my music, get on there and do all of that stuff like that. You know how we do. Hit the like button, the share button, even though this is going down after after we finish. We'll take the likes even though we delete this after this is over. But you will see this stuff again. Make sure you guys show up for the next vibe and the next thing that we're going to be doing, because you're always going to learn something. You're always going to grow something. And as Yaahn say, you got to give your last closing, the closing that you normally say. What is it? We ain't nowhere near done.
No, yeah, the old joint. Yeah, we ain't nowhere near done, y'all. Yeah,
we ain't nowhere near done, y'all. We just getting fired up. All right, folks, man, we'll tap back in with y'all on the next one. We out. Big.
Today, I want to introduce to you Loop Elements Pro. This represents a very innovative new way of using loops. And guess what? It's standalone, not only as a plugin, but it's also standalone outside of the DAW, which means you can now use loop elements in your live performance. This isn't just a plugin. It's the ultimate tool for creatives and producers. Whether you're layering loops, creating click track, creating beats, building arrangements, soundscapes, Loop Elements Pro gives you the power to create without limits. Loop Elements Pro is now available. Go get it now.
This is a song called Miracle by Tolan Morgan. You can get it on Spotify, Apple Music, anywhere you consume your music. Feel free to chime in while this song is going. Let me know what you think about the song, what you think about the mix. Chime in. I'll put the comments up on the screen while we're going. I won't be talking, but I just want you guys to enjoy the record for what it is, and then we're going to talk about how we mixed it. All right, let's go.
A miracle is an extraordinary phenomenon that affirms the presence of God's activity in the world. God doesn't just work miracles merely for the sake of showing off his power, but God works miracles as signs intended to draw humanity to himself. In the big picture, you and I are miracles. You see, at times our lives give convincing testimony to the activity and the reality of God in extraordinary ways. I need you to know that you are not a mess, a misfit, nor a mistake. No, you are a miracle. And I want you now to receive this encouragement as it is expressed through the signature voice of Kim Burrell.
There's no telling where I could have been. And when I think about it, y'all, my life was really supposed to end. But God came and he rescued me from the trouble that I did not need.
He's the God of another chance.
He gave me a chance, and life once again. So I'll testify that I am a miracle. Yes, Lord. Joy
working power. I am a miracle. Lord, I thank you for making me a miracle for the world to see. Oh, what joy. Every time I think about your goodness to me, oh,
It's joy unspeakable and full of glory.
oh, what joy. It just doesn't bring a smile to my face, but my heart is filled with praise. Oh, what joy that fills me. It fills my soul. I love you, Lord. Yeah.
All right, so you guys got a chance to hear the record. Sounds phenomenal. It is with your girl, Kim Burrell. I was pleasured and I thoroughly enjoyed mixing this record and enjoying just the musicality of not only her voice, but also the music in general. All right, so we're gonna cover some really, really dope things about this record. And this is why I love doing Mix Mondays, because every record is unique. You know what I mean? In and of itself, every record has its challenges. This one came with its fair share of challenges, but I think it turned out really, really good in the end. And I was very pleased at the thing. So one thing I want to start with, I do top down. We walk down through everything. We start from the top of the mix session and we walk all the way down, and I show you exactly what I did. No hose barred, all the plugins, all of the stuff like that. Then we're going to answer some questions, and we're just going to have fun and we're going to rock out. All right. So here's something I want to point out, and I want to tell you guys this very important if you're mixing, if you're getting into mixing, and that is the power of the rough mix, boys and girls. Make sure that you always lean into the rough mix. Always ask for a rough mix. The rough mix, and let me talk to you. Let me go full screen so I can talk to you guys, really have a conversation. The rough mix is important because it lets you know, it gives you those generalities of what the artist, the producer is thinking about. Because what's happened is from inception of production all the way up to when it lands on your desk to mix, everybody has been listening to a specific mix. You know what I mean? They've been listening to these playbacks for probably months, you know what I mean, leading up to when you're actually mixing it. You know what I mean? So they've been hearing those strings in their face like that. They've been hearing the keys like that. So as a mix engineer, when you start messing with stuff, when you start pulling stuff down, you start crafting things the way that you hear them, or way you want to hear them, you pull down something or you turn something down, you lose that thing that they've been listening to, and they'll hit you immediately and be like, hey man, where's the strings? Hey man, where's the horns? Hey man, what happened to the bass? Hey man, what happened to this click track, that clap that I heard in this? So it's important to get a rough mix. It's always going to sound terrible. It's a rough mix, but in that rough mix, you can be able to make decisions and be able to hear what they've been hearing, because typically what people want to hear is what they did, just cleaner, just clearer, just more defined, just more polished. But they want to hear the music the way that they've been hearing it. So when you mess with that, you mess with them. All right. So this is their rough mix. I'm going to unmute it and solo it. What I do is I have my rough mix going through a different output that doesn't touch my master. It is just a totally separate. Output, and that way it can go through that or what have you. Hold on one second, guys. I need to text them and tell them to put the dog up. This is live. All right. So the rough mix sounds like this.
A miracle is an extraordinary phenomenon that affirms
and I'm gonna jump around.
There's no telling where I could have been. Oh, what joy. Yes, Lord. That
So that's the mix that they've been sitting with. You know what I mean? That's the mix they've been sitting with up to this point. So they've been hearing the vocals sit in a certain way, a certain type of verb on it, you know what I mean? Certain type of depth, you know what I mean? Even down to some of the certain types of sonics. So you have to respect the rough mix. And it's nothing wrong with it. So always ask for a rough mix because it gives you the picture of what the artist is looking for, all right? So I have my rough mix routed out. It doesn't touch my master bus, and I can always bounce back and forth. And it also, one more thing about the rough mix, what it does is it helps you paint a picture and see where you can always bounce back to. Because when you get down in the mix and you start getting discouraged about what you're hearing, about how it's sounding, you can always go back to the rough mix and get some encouragement because it's like, okay, I've moved farther than what I am. It doesn't sound as bad as I think it sounds because we get in our head about things as engineers about the sonics and stuff. And we like, okay, I don't know if this is working. Go back and listen to that rough mix. You'll be quite surprised how far you've gotten down the journey or what have you. All right. So let's keep it moving. Got to talk about my drums. We'll come back to the master bus. That's always the last piece of it. But we got to talk about the drums. Got to talk about them. Got to talk about them because you know what I'm using, boys and girls, and that is none other than Yaahn Drum Warehouse. You got to check it out. That is there. Make sure you hit that QR code if you're interested in getting that. I'll leave it up on the screen for a couple of more seconds. 3, 2, 1. It is gone. I'll pull it back up in another point when I actually need it. But make sure you check that out. That's how you'll be able to get these drums that sound the way that they sound. So these drums were recorded really, really clean. I actually didn't trigger the rim shot because the rim shot actually sounded really, really good. Sounded really, really good. So I didn't mess with it. I just brought it up in the mix. I clip gained it up because I wanted it to cut through because I felt like it was working.
My life was really supposed to end, but God.
So it just works, you know what I'm saying? So I left it in there. Now, as far as my kick, I did do a couple of triggers on the kick. So I have a very fat kick. Let's just solo these. So this is the original kick right here, which is nice and punchy, right? It's already punchy. So I added this layer on top of it, which is, it's just there for a little bit of weight, a very fat kick, and maple gum. Just those put together. That's it. With it, without it. It's just layering. Again, we're not trying to, totally replace it. But I did feel like it needed a little bit of weight. So I added in this sample, which is the ambient kick. We added that in to give it some ambience. You know what I mean? And so it added to a nice little weighty kick.
Yes, Lord. Yes, it feels.
So you end up with that. So let's keep it moving. Getting into my snares. Let's get down here. Nice, big, fat, round snare, of course. And I'm gonna break down my snares that I'm using. So this is the original. That's the original. Really nice snare. Snare bottom. Now, all I did with the snare is, looks like I just dipped out where I found the ring. That's really all I did. So if I take this off, you can hear the ring a little bit. So you hear that? So I just dipped out the ring. That's all I did with that. Didn't do anything to the snare bottom at all, actually. And then we added in the Brett snare. I've already printed it so I can keep my, my CPU down. We used the Brett snare just to add some pop to it. Then we put in the popcorn snare. That's all. These are all in Yaah's drum warehouse. And let me put that up there. That's Yaah's drum warehouse. So these are all in Yaah's drum warehouse. Let me go here so you guys can have a little bit more room too. So let's go back over here to the drive. Popcorn snare. Then I added in Nashville snare to give it a little bit more weight. So let me show you what those sound like individually. So these are just the triggers. That's all the triggers right there. You got the absolute, the room snare, Nashville, popcorn snare, and the Brett. We blended with his, right? So when you hear it in the full drum mix, with the full mix, it sounds real big and fat like that when I'm actually, when you hear it soloed. But when you hear it in the context of the mix, it fits in there. So check it in the context. Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and go quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X, we have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show. So you can hear the difference. It doesn't sound that fat and big when everything is going on. You know what I'm saying? It really is getting, a lot of that weight is getting sucked up with the when the full mix is. So it takes that. So if I take the triggers off, here's the thing. I always love to do this. I love messing with these drummers who love to talk about the fact that we use triggers and stuff on these records. So let's turn the triggers off, right? And let's just let you hear the record with just the absolute, just the regular snare, right? First of all, that joint sound like a rim shot in the stem of the place of that mix. But most people are like, oh, turn the snare up. Just turn it up. Okay, let's do that. Let's just do that. Let's just turn the snare up because, right, it's just, the snare's not loud enough, right? Obviously, let's just turn it up. Let me show y'all what that sounds like. Which is not bad, but when you start bringing in the rest of it, you're bringing up, you got to remember, like in the louder or the shorter, or not the shorter, but the smaller parts of the mix, you're getting bleed, because listen how much bleed is in this snare. That's just a snare solo by itself, right? I got the whole drum kit in the snare mic. Now that speaks back to recording, you know what I mean? Because there are ways, and drummers that record and know about recording know what it takes to record in a way to get a tighter sound on the snare and not get the whole kit in the mix. And of course, compression brings all of that stuff up. So the snare is not it doesn't sound bad, but it is. But the fact is, when you're bringing it up and you're adding compression and layers of compression, you're bringing up those artifacts. And the snare lives where, boys and girls? Right up the middle. Lives right up the middle. And so you're bringing all of that information into the middle, which is going to mess with your bass. It's going to mess with your lead vocal. It's going to make you, all of a sudden, you're going to feel like, why are my toms sound like they're in mono? Why do the toms sound like they're in mono? Why don't I hear the stereo spread on my toms? Well, you got the snare in there, and there's so much bleed in there that it's coming straight up the middle that you're losing your stereo image. So it's a science to it, trust me. But I'm not going to stay there too long. We bring in the triggers. And I just like using the triggers too, you know, and the artist and the producer ask for the triggers. So at the end of the day, we put those in there. So we're able to get a cleaner sound, you know what I mean, and a bigger, fatter sound without all of this stuff. So I'm sorry if you drummers are triggered by the fact that we're using triggers. I'm sorry that we're triggering you for using the triggers. So sorry. So let's keep moving down. I'm gonna get some questions in just a second or engage with you guys in just a minute. So I didn't really put anything on the triggers, of course. So we let those kind of do what they do. On the all snares bus, though, I did do, so I bust my snares. The snares are bust to a aux channel bus. You know, people aux input, people call them different things in different DAWs. But all I did there was just cut, you know, do a low cut. I love brick wall cuts. That's just me. It kind of just carves out everything out the way. And then I did a bump around 200, which adds some pop. That's where, if you don't know, like if you want to know where the pop of a snare is, a lot of times, let's look at it here. So let's look at that curve. I was trying to get that. It shows you where the pops and where the body of the snare is. That's where the weight is of the snare, is around 200. So, you know, if you really want to get some more weight or make your snare sound a bit fatter, make sure that you know, start right there in that 200 range or what have you. So I kind of did that. That's really all I did. I don't have any compression over there or anything like that. Hi-hat here, just using the SSL channel with the hi-hat preset. If it works, it works. It sounds good. Sounds good to me. We keep on moving. And I said this in the last stream, like there's no reason that you have to have like 500 plugins on a channel for it to sound good. Overheads, I just used the CLA Mix Hub. I kind of like this vibe. You can kind of look at what I did there. Nothing too crazy there. And I did the same thing with overhead right. And then I did the same. I just literally copy paste that down across my cymbals. Nothing crazy. And then when we get to the toms, I already had the toms in there. And we got CLA drums on the toms bus because there's nothing on the individual. So less is more. Sometimes, again, you think you got to put 1,000 plugins on something. You don't. Simple is best. Keep it simple. If it sounds good, it sounds good. If it doesn't, then you got to fix it. You don't have to mix it. You have to fix it. So I just have CLA drums on there. Set the toms. These are the settings. Nothing too crazy, you know, on that. Followed it up with an EQ. Carved out some space for the low end. Ran it through some drum verb. And I don't even have, actually, I'm not even running it through the verb. The verb is turned all the way down, so I'm not even using drum verb on the toms. I'm just solely relying on the verb that comes out of CLA drums. So let's take a look. So nothing too crazy there going on. Cymbals, we got VMR on there, followed up with an Infinity EQ, low cut, dropping down some of the 3K just to kind of wash out some of the, that's 3K. Yeah, 3.5K, just to kind of wash out some of the, like the harshness that might come in from that space. Running it through the TG. This is my favorite parallel drum compressor. It just sounds good, and it's really good. It's very transparent compression. And then the drum verb I'm using is space with the short on this one. That's the short verb. It's verb 1. REQ, I think it's just there. It's not doing anything. And then I'm using IR, waves IR for with, what is this, alive? That's just that with an EQ on the back of it, just to, in case I want to do something. But that's it. Those are the only two verbs I'm using, a short verb and a long verb. And I'm only actually using, looks like, let's see. Yeah, I'm only using the Clark, and that is just a little bit over here. Just on the snares. So I'm not even using anything overly crazy on that. Drum bus is very simple. I got VMR, but it's bypassed, so I'm not even using VMR. The only thing that is on the drum bus is this. I talked about this last stream. How this is my favorite kind of spreader. It just widens out the drums a little bit. So when you hear it without it, and then when you turn it on, see how much wider that sounds if you're listening, kind of brought it in like that. That's cool. But if you want nice, wide, it just spreads it out. That's just what it is. And I'm just using the spread out preset. You know, if it works, it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much the drums. Nothing too crazy on that. Just kind of laid it out, and it all fits into the mix when you bring it in like this.
I'm a miracle. Lord, I thank you for making me a miracle.
Now declare this to yourself.
I'm a miracle. Make no mistake about it. I've got proof that I'm standing here today because of.
And it works. It sounds like church to me. I'm going to dig in. So we're past the drums. The rest of this song, it's not really much more instrumentation to this. We got aux, we got keys, we got bass, we got guitar, and then we got the vocals. So I'm going to just walk through these really quickly so you guys can kind of get in. All right. So from the drums, we got the perk here. Perk is kind of driving, especially the front end of this song. And it's just mainly a lot of this, nothing crazy. Just a shaker and that. I think he's got some chimes right there. So there's nothing really much going on with the perk. So I kept it really simple. Brick wall limiter, cutting all the way up to 100, just getting that mud out of there. Drop a 2A on there just to catch some.
For making me a miracle.
Just to catch any transients, but I don't think it's doing anything. Let's see. Yeah, it's not even doing anything. So it's just there. It's not doing nothing. It's just there. Then I ran it through the drum verb though, for real. So if I turn this off, I'll mute this. I just ran it through it just to give it a little bit more, just a little bit more tail on the verb. I ran it through the drum verb, just because. Now the bass is really, really dope. So here's the thing. I remember we talk about like different issues that different mix has that you have to kind of deal with. This particular song, this does not have actual bass. It has moog, moog, mog, bass. I've heard it said all three ways. I want to make sure I cover all the bases so you guys don't correct me. But it's got moog on the bass, like a subby. So it's nice and just all sub. You know what I'm saying? Just all sub. That's what that is. And so that presented a major challenge with this particular record because it's all sub. And when you have like live bass, there's more dynamics, there's more top end, there's more information that can cut through the mix on top of things when the bass player is doing runs and doing different things like that, right? But when you're doing, when you got sub bass, you know what I mean? You're losing all of that. So you just got the meat of the bass, the low end. So to do this, I kind of had to, I think I dealt with some frequencies that I felt was like nasty, just kind of cut those out. And then we put the 2-way on it and it's just there. It's not even really compressing. The needle is like basically just being kissed. It's not even really doing anything. But the sauce here on the bass is actually Saturn, right? I like to use this because it adds a little bit of distortion, because that's the key to helping your bass cut through, or just helping, bass cut through dense mixes, is, believe it or not, distortion. Put an amp on it, put a tube on it, put some saturation on it. That will help it cut through otherwise dense mixes and stuff like that. So I threw a little bit of Saturn on it. I'm just using one band. Normally on my normal, because it's in my template, I kind of do a lot more work on the bands, and I do like tape here and amp here and all of that stuff like that. But with this, I'm doing just a little saturation on the bass to give it a little bit of edge and a little bit of distortion. And it sounds like this when you get into it. So if I turn it off, you get this, same space. Again with it. You hear the distortion come in. So it's just a little distortion to distort it a little bit. And if you're probably listening on like some iPhone speakers, when I turned on the distortion, you probably heard the bass actually come through. You may not be able to hear the sub, but if I turned on that distortion and you're listening on some like iPhone speakers, you probably actually finally heard the bass come through a little bit, because it helps it cut through on the top, and definitely helps it when you got it going through the mix here.
Now declare this to yourself. Make no mistake about it. I've got proof that I'm standing here today.
So you can hear that bass cutting through a whole lot better and a whole lot more as we kind of get through it, get into the song or what have you, because it's just all sub. So there's nothing you can do with that. I would prefer to have a live bass player on there, but I don't know what the artist had, the budget constraints. Sometimes you get sub bass and key bass because there was budget constraints, you know what I'm saying? And the artist or the producer didn't have the budget to pay that person, what have you. And then sometimes, which I think is the case with this record, I don't think this was a budget thing, because the artist and the producer, I don't think this was a budget thing. He had some of the top players in the industry on this, so it wasn't a budget thing. I think it was more of a creative thing of what they decided, you know what I mean? And sometimes you just get that. They just decided that that's what they wanted. So they chose not to add live bass to this particular song. Maybe they did add live bass and they just decided it didn't work and decided to keep sub bass. Either way, as the engineer, you have to figure out how to keep it consistent and make it work in the context of the mix that you have. So Saturn helped me, a little bit of R bass, bumping it around 80, just to give it some more girth on the bottom end, and then close it all out with R compressor just to compress it on the end. And this is probably the compressor. Because of God's love for me. Yeah, so the 2A isn't really doing anything, but our comp is really like where my compression is coming in on the bass. All right, keeping it moving to my keys. In this record, we have Rhodes, EP, and this. So here's something really, really cool I want to show you guys that I like to do. Man, you know what's crazy? And you know what really elevates a track? Having the right drums. And speaking of drums, if you haven't checked out Yash's Drum Warehouse yet, you're seriously missing out. We connected with John Yash, a 7-time Grammy Award winner, and we packed over 600 plus multi-sample sounds that work with any DAW and are perfectly formatted for Trick or Two. We're talking tons of snares, kicks, toms, and so much more. You name it, it's in this sample pack. So whether you're on Logic, Ableton, Pro Tools, Cubase, Bitwig, whatever you got, it's all here. It's ready to take your production to the next level. Seriously, go grab it right now. gospelproducers.com. All right, back to the show. So on the beginning of this song, there's Rose. There's like this, he has this spoken word thing kind of going on here.
In the world, God doesn't just work miracles merely for the sake of showing off his power.
Right? So there's no bass or anything playing in this part of the song. It's literally just the EP right here. Kind of got those, it's that MKS, EP, kind of those 80s vibes, right? That's literally the only thing on top of a pad that I think is down here. Some guitar swells. Yeah, the only thing that's in here, you got this pad and you got this EP in here. And they're essentially doing the same thing, right? So what happens is EQ, there's no bass, there's no low end. So you lose the bottom on stuff, right? So what I did was I split it up into 2 channels. You have the EP intro right here, as you can see. And then you have the EP that comes in the rest of the mix on the back end right here. I just split them into 2 different channels. And then, let's see what we did here. I think we had some automation going on here. Let me see here. Yeah, I think I definitely. Yep. So what I did was I brought it in and I brought in this to brighten it up some more. And then we brought the low end up on this as well. I think I had this pull tech, this bypass, so it wasn't doing anything. But we used the R27, looks like. It may have been a taste thing for the producer. You may have wanted it brighter or something. Yeah, I need that EP brighter, so I just threw that on there and made it brighter. It made it cut through the mix a little bit more. So I ran the output of this out of the keys bus and through the main bus so that we made sure we got the rest, we got the full EP. That's what I was looking for. Because what happens is you'll hear the difference. When it comes into the verse, you're gonna hear the EP thin out. There it is. So you hear it thin out because it's going through the keys bus, which has a low pass or high pass, however you call it, however you guys decide to call it. I call it a low pass, even though some people call it a high pass, whatever. Tomato, tomato, crucify me if it's not what you call it. I have the low cut on there. Up to 100 through that bus. So I ran this through the main output to make sure we got all of the weight of that EP on the intro. You know what I mean? to cover our low end, so the low end stays consistent throughout there and it doesn't sound real thin. Because again, going back to that rough mix, the artist and the producer have been listening to this record this certain way for all of this time. You know what I mean? So they're used to a certain sound, right? And so when you mess with it, they said instantly, hey man, I'm not hearing like the weight of the EP on the intro. There's nothing there. Can you beat that EP up? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I got to run it through the keys bus with a low pass on it or a high pass or a low cut on it. And they're not hearing the weight. So let me just separate it, run the intro EP through the main bus and give me back the low end that I'm looking for. And they instantly was like, that's exactly what I'm looking for. All right. So other than that, I love Greg Wells' piano. I got it, put it on, I use it on all my keys. It's on there. It's also on the regular EP, and it's on the piano. So let's go down here and let's solo the keys. Then we turn it off. It doesn't sound bad without it. I just love the way it feels. I just like it. And then I got the RS 127 on it to just adding some brilliance. That's all we're doing with that. We ain't doing anything crazy. Just add a little top end, a little 3 to 5K on there. That's all that's going on pretty much with the keys. Organ, top and bottom, there's organ in this record. It's not really doing much on the front end of the song. It actually gets lost, you'll find, on the front end, because this pad down here is actually in the same frequency range that the organ is living in. So it really sucks up a lot of that. And Damien really wasn't too keen on the organ being too far in the mix in that part. It does show up later on, like right in here. And all I got is just simple EQ on it. That's my curve. So I don't always brick wall everything. Sometimes there's a slope. That's my organ EQ. Nothing crazy. That's organ top. That's organ bottom. There's no compression or anything on there. I just literally did that EQ move and called it a day. I didn't even use Sheps on this. So that shows how much we put into the organ. Keys bus, which organ pads, not pads, but organ EPs, all of that is running straight into the keys bus. So everything is running into this one bus. All I got is a low pass. And then I got my compression here that's controlling the overall keys bus. Thought I soloed it. Hold on, sorry. So it's all in there. And Damien wanted to highlight more on the piano, wanted it louder in the mix than he wanted the actual, the rest of the record, the rest of the instrumentation. All right, moving down to aux. And we talked about aux last week. There's really not much going on in aux on this particular record. There we go. Let's bring the waves up so we can kind of see what's going on. The pad strings on the beginning. Then he's got this pad that really just kind of static throughout the rest of it. So there's just not much going on. Bells, and that pad is really holding the aux. Little stuff like that. So some sweet stuff going on in there. Not anything crazy. And then strings come in here in the back. Now, if I remember correctly, there's a spot in here where he really wanted to highlight the strings, which is right here. So that was like the strings moment in the record. So if I bring it out. So that's the strings moment in there. And that's pretty much the aux. It's not really much going on outside of just strings here in the back end. And bells, your traditional kind of gospel flavor there, nothing too crazy. Then guitars, we had some clean, and we had, I think Lutz did guitars on this. Let's see. And I'm not doing anything crazy on guitars, just Infinity EQ, there's that. 2A, got that in there, just to catch some stuff. And then RS 127 rack. And it looks like I put it on the individual channels just to get some more brightness, 10K, some more air on it, just to bring it up into space. Let's see what that was doing, because these guitars don't actually come in towards the end here. Yeah, I see what's going on there. It's just little air. So just a little air on there just to kind of keep things interesting. Nothing really going on there. That's pretty much all of the music. Now, before we get into the box, let me make sure you guys ain't got any other questions. And then we'll dig into the main event, which is these vocals and stuff. Music verb, I'm just using R verb, and then I'm running that through, I'm running some of the instruments through that. The drum, not the drums is not even going through that, just the keys is going through that, and the guitars, I think that's it. It's not even really aux. Is aux going in there? Aux isn't even going into the music verb. I got the T-Rex imager. I got the Pro Q dip at 300, some change, and a bump at 10K, and then the 2A to close it all out. That's really all that's there on the aux, nothing else. And then I got some EQ moves here on the strings. As was going on, we bumped some 1K to make them more present. Bumped some 1.6K, somewhere around in there. This is on strings as well. Yeah, just strings, moves. Cut out some of the low end on the pad because it was just eating up so much of the bottom end. We just had to chop it out of there. Just get that completely out of the way of that, because we already got sub bass, right? That's the other reason why I like to do brick walls on some of these things, because if you're dealing with like a subby bass like that, you want to make sure that you get all of that stuff out the way, because that thing is going to own the low end, and so you gotta make room for it. All right. Last thing, we're gonna dig into these vocals. Do you prefer to have the guitars? Do you prefer for guitars to be recorded with or without effects? Either or. It really depends on the record. Some guitarists are married to their tone, so they will send you their effects and everything already baked in, and that's totally fine with me. I want to say that these were all sent dry, these particular ones, because they're in mono. So he may have done some mono processing, but it wasn't in the box or anything like that, because all of these files, except for this one, is stereo. The swells are stereo. So that means he added in his effects on these swells. So check this out. You can help support the channel. You can support what we do at Gospel Producers by simply picking up some of our merch, like our Juice hoodie. The hoodie season is upon us. We got the GP shirts. We got the GP hoodies. One of my favorites is the Humble Hustle shirt. Get you the Humble Hustle shirt or hoodie. You just type in Gospel Producers on Amazon. We're right there. And what I have on right here, it's our not famous but fruitful. I ain't famous, but I am fruitful shirt. The long sleeve again. We're getting to that long sleeve season. So you want to make sure that you grab that. I'll link down in the description if y'all want to support your boy. It's lunch money. So he's got his effects on there, but his clean guitars, I think, are just clean. They're mono. No, there's some effects on there. So he's got some effects on there, but no, that's not coming from the music verb. That's just coming straight from him. So either works. If you're married to your tone is not, I'm gonna add my own effects to it that work for the record. I'm not mad at either or. All right, now fun stuff. Let's dig in to the main thing, the main event, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've gotten to the main event. Let's start with the background vocals, and then we'll go to the lead vocals. So this was a big kind of choir sound. Wasn't too crazy on stacks. Looks like I only have like basically 4 stacks of sopranos, 4 stacks of altos, 4 stacks of tenors, right? If I bring my mixer over here. I got it on my other screen. This is why I like using 2 screens. If I bring my mixer over into the frame, you'll see BGVs kind of start right in here. And I'm just doing hard pans left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right. Hard pans, hard pans. Not doing anything crazy, right? So that's my panning game. BGVs, I'm gonna pick up here. And so here we have it. So they sound really, really good. So all I did was I separated them into groups. So I have a bus for the sopranos, a bus for the altos, a bus for the tenors, right? And I have them all bus into these buses that all dump into the BGV bus, right? And the reason we do this is so not to overload our compressors, so not to overload our EQs, you know what I mean? Overload the plugins at the bus level. So I'm just simply using a 76, nothing crazy.
'Cause I'm saved in His name.
As you can see, it's not even really compressing. It's just there to catch the transient strays. Little bit of a dynamic EQ looks like I'm using. So I am getting a little compression there because this is a dynamic EQ. This is what I love about Pro Q, is that it gives you the option to make something dynamic. So if you have a problem frequency, not only can you dip it out, but you can add in basically multi-band compression at a click just by going here and going make dynamic, you know what I mean? And it'll make it dynamic, and then you can easily, it becomes a multi-band compressor then, and you can actually, you know, get some compression on that one little frequency that you just wanted to really tame that frequency. 3K is a problem frequency in a lot of records and a lot of recordings. So you sometimes, especially when you got stacks of BGVs, depending on especially female voices, that 3K range can get really harsh really quickly. So I just kind of throw it in and tame that. So I got the same thing on the altos, same thing on the tenors, and it creates that width and that compression and EQ there, right? So on the bus here, we got Infinity EQ. You know, I bounced between both of them. Here's where I kind of did some work, some surgical work on the front end of it all. kind of cut out some spots and really make that feel good. And then we went into the old timer, love this compressor, just to get a little bit of compression.
Oh, what joy.
Just kissing it, just kissing it. Again, I like building compression in layers, right? Get a dB here, get a dB there, get a dB here, and it doesn't sound squashed. You're literally like taming the dynamics, but slowly, you know what I mean? You're taming the sound and making it more consistent and more level without squashing the dynamics of it. So it still sounds big, it still sounds open because I'm doing layers of compression. You're gonna see those layers of compression come out here. So a little bit of kiss of compression from the old timer, right? Then we ran it into my favorite EQ of all time, which is the Waves Pool Tech. I have 2 of the hardware units over here. So I love using the Pool Tech because it's the EQ that I know the best, right? Because I use the hardware as well. So nothing crazy going on though. Really, all I put it on here is just for that magic frequency of 100, just to give the vocals a little bit of weight. So you cut up to 100 on the vocals to cut out some of the mud and the low end and the stuff that comes into the, into the mix, from the everything under 100. It gets it out of the way of the bass line. But not only that, you boost it at 100 because that's where your bottom end is on your vocal, right? So it becomes the magic frequency where you can increase some weight of the vocal and make it sound a little bit bigger because you're bumping up some of the 100 where the bottom, if that makes sense, the bottom of your frequency range for that particular thing starts, where the vocal starts. So I'm bumping just a 2 dB bump at 100 just to give it some weight.
That fills my soul.
All right. Then we go back into Pro Q. It looks like I cut some highs, did some more dips at 3K, made it dynamic, and then I dropped some 2K. So this is probably all of what I'm hearing at the moment. After I add something, after I do something, I'm trying to see what is it doing, and then we move in there. Then into CLA vocals, nothing too crazy here, just set up like that. That's my CLA vocals vibe. And then Pro Multiband, again, we're trying to, so these vocals were probably really, really harsh. So that means if I'm going back, because I mixed this last year. I mixed this like around this time last year. And it just came out a few weeks ago. So if I was doing this much work on the vocals, that means that they were probably really, really harsh when they came in. So I had to do a lot of like taming around that 3K region, looks like, So we did Pro Multiband, de-esser, just to kind of get in there. And then I used Soothe. So I was doing work. I got it on Vocal Harshness Ultra. I got it. That's the preset I started with. So that means that these vocals, I'm not going to embarrass anybody. I don't know. I don't even want to know what they sound like without all the plugins on them, right? I don't want to know. I don't want to go back through that. I don't want to, I don't want to do that. That's not the place to do it. So either way, I had to do all of that and then put another level of compression here with the Pook Chow, the 670, to get this sound in here.
Oh, what joy.
And so even then, I can still hear the harshness myself. I can hear the harshness in there that I was probably trying to control. So, but it still sounds good. So even outside of that, what I also did was I went in and rolled the vocals using fader on my desk, my fader port, and I actually used a fader and rolled through the entire song and brought vocals up. You can see these are volume. All these little dots represent volume rides throughout the entire song. So I automated the vocal up and down and kind of made it flow throughout the entire song to make it work. All right. And that is pretty much the BGVs. The verb, I'm using the BGV verb. I'm using, let's play. So it looks like I'm just using our verb. I got a reverse short verb on there, and then an echo verb. And then the rest of the verb is probably coming from CLA vocals. And then I got some sins here to Abby and Sunset. It doesn't look like they're. Doesn't look like they're doing anything. So that's that. That's pretty much the BGVs. Main event, we're gonna get out of here. We'll talk about the master bus and then we'll get out of here. Lead vocal. So I had 2 lead vocals here, similar to the last record I broke down on this. I had Tolan, he was a lot going on here. But I wanna say that he had this intro thing that he's doing here. And it looks crazy like that because I made the waves that big. It's not actually that distorted. That's probably how it actually looks. But Tolan had this intro going on.
You now to receive this encouragement as it is expressed in the signature voice. A phenomenon that affirms the presence of God's activity in the world.
And I want to say it may have been recorded on his iPhone. It may have been recorded something like that. It wasn't recorded high quality because I had to do a lot of EQ work on this. Again, you're dipping out, tapping in frequencies, trying to deal with harshness, trying to deal with what sounds, and trying to get it to sound smooth. So I had a lot going on with this. I had the Pro 2, and then looks like I was doing some more cuts. I cut 26 dB or 20 and boosted 12K at 5, just trying to make this thing sound good. In this particular space. It probably wasn't that bad, but we just had to do what we had to do, and then I threw CLA vocals. This is his spoken word at the top of the song. But then he does these little kind of pop-ups in different parts of the song, like you see right here. He just jumps in and just says something.
God doesn't
jump here.
He's the God of another chance.
He just talks in certain spots. He doesn't sing. He's just talking in different spots in the song. So I treated that pretty much the same. Yep, had to do some work on it because these were recorded with different mics. I remember these conversations now. It was a lot kind of going in and out with this record. He was going back and recording stuff and adding stuff and going into different studios, different places. So we was getting mics and all that kind of stuff from different places. So it's trying to make stuff match, make stuff fall into place. So it looks like I added some 100 here at magic frequency there, and then closed it off with a de-esser. So nothing crazy there. Kim is actually very simple. Well, no, it's not very simple. Looks like I was really going to town trying to, get her in there. So that's kind of like what I did to her mic front end to try to get it, crazy. Bump here, bump there, bump everywhere. C2, then EQ, pull tech. You kind of see my settings there, nothing too crazy. And actually it's in bypass right here, it looks like. It's actually bypass. Or no, that's I think I know what happened. I think I actually bypassed it. Let me see. After a point. Did I volume trim? Yep. So it looks like, so if I go down here, let's see what we did with this. Did I bypass it at some point? Looks like I had an automation for it. So maybe I did or maybe I didn't. I don't see it. Guess I didn't. Yeah, I'm trying to see what did I do. Okay, so I didn't do any other extra automation on this, just mainly volume automation, and really didn't touch it much until, because it just sat there. Didn't touch it much until here in the vamp, just trying to make it fit in. It looks crazy like that. That's where it really is. It's not that crazy. So not much going on in terms of automation. I may have did most of the automation probably at the lead bus level. Let's see. Nope, doesn't look like it. Look like I did it at the track level. Again, I mixed this a year ago, so you have to look at that. So nothing crazy going on there. On the actual bus, lead bus, we got Infinity EQ. We got our compressor. Again, we're doing levels of compression. We're doing the old timer, Pro Multiband, and then Pro DS, Soothe, and I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, okay. I'm like, I know I'm missing some stuff. CLA vocals is in there. That's the standpoint for that. Nothing too crazy. Pro Q, just cutting out the mud again. Brick wall. Pool Tech to close it off. Levels of compression, just to bring it up a piece. All of that came together to make this.
Of Kimberell.
There's no telling where I could have been. And when I think about it, y'all, my life was really supposed to end. But God came and...
So I threw like the little, delay throw there.
Came and
that's the only place that's in. I didn't do any other delay throws. It's just really to fill up space and gaps because it felt dry without anything in that space. So that's pretty much that verb. Most of the verb, I believe, is coming from CLA vocals. Yeah, just a little bit of large verb there.
He rescued me from the trouble that I...
Parallel compressing with the CLA 76. And then
I did not need.
I got mono delay here with the lexicon. I got space vocal plate and then space vocal verb. Nothing crazy. Just using a long verb there, medium long verb, and then an echo plate. And then I got IRL here. So that's pretty much it. That's pretty much like the whole kind of vibe. So all of that produced this sound.
He's the God of another chance.
He gave me a chance. And life once again. So I'll testify that I am a miracle.
So as you can see, I see this question right here that feels good right here to talk about this. What about the lead vocals getting it to sound big and sit in the mix right? Now, here's a little thing a little trick that I like here. Let me jump here. This is why I love the Pool Tech. I'm gonna take a second and talk about the Pool Tech and why I love it and how you can use it to make your vocals sound big. So what I'm gonna do is let's listen to this vocal in the context of the mix before we solo it. And let's hear it here. Let's go to the beginning of the song where she's actually just singing by herself.
Nor a mistake. No.
Right here.
There's no telling where I could have been. And when I think about it.
So you see how big that feels, right? So if I bypass, turn off the Pool Tech, listen to the difference.
My life was really supposed to end. But God came.
I'm gonna turn it back on.
And he rescued me from the trouble that
Without it,
I did not need.
He's the God of another chance.
He gave me a chance at life.
so you see the difference that 100 makes. I'm telling you, running trying to make 199 and a half won't do. Just that simple move of boosting 100 can change the dynamics on a vocal and make it sound way larger than what it needs. It's just the 100 to me for vocals is like the magic frequency. I don't know. I can't tell you scientifically. Some of the nerds want to get in and figure it out. But I can't tell you like scientifically what makes that work. All I can tell you is that 100 is like the magic frequency. So let's dig in. I'm gonna solo it this time, and let's listen in like tandem to what's actually going on, and let's hear it.
Once there's no telling where I could have been. And when I think about it,
I'm gonna dip it down.
my life was really supposed to end.
Let's just bump it.
But God came and he rescued me.
See how much bigger it's getting?
From the trouble that I did not.
You don't want to overdo it. It's just finding that sweet spot. For me, 5 dB at 100 on her vocal just worked. It made her sound massive. She's already in the middle, you know what I'm saying? But it made her sound massively bigger than what it was in normal. Just a sweet little boost right there, 5 dB at 100. Let me show you something else that makes it sound wider. Now we're gonna go up to the lead vocal bus at this point. And CLA, this is where CLA vocals kind of shines in making a vocal sound bigger. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna turn off same section. We're gonna turn off, we're gonna play it with CLA vocals. And I'm gonna turn it off.
There's no telling where I could have been. And when I think about it.
Now let me show you the magic. This is the hack. I'm giving you this. I'm giving you the sauce. Here's the hack right here. It's this little area right here where it says pitch. This is the sauce right here. It's this little preset that says wide right here. So if I turn this off, watch what happens. Same section, right?
Have been.
Now I'm gonna turn it on.
And when I think about it, y'all.
Turn it off.
My life was really supposed to end.
So you hear how much bigger it got because it serves the same purpose. All it is chorus. It's widening it. It's giving it some chorus. It's messing with the pitch and it's widening, making the sound wider, right? But what it's doing is it's just spreading it out. It's doing the same thing that the T-Rex spreader does. Remember the imager that I was using, I was showing you guys earlier. It's doing the exact same thing. It's stretching that vocal out and making it feel wider, stretching it out across your speakers, making it sound wider. So if I turn off CLA vocals and I turn off the Pool Tech, the same section, you're gonna hear a massively thinner vocal.
There's no telling where I could have been.
You see what I'm saying? Then if I turn them on.
And when I think about it, y'all.
So it gets a little bit bigger, wider, right?
My life
but it still doesn't have the weight.
It's supposed to end, but God came.
So now she sounds really, really big, really, really massive. Because she's already got a big, sultry, like a borderline, I know this is gospel music, but sexy voice, right? So and I'm not saying Kim Burrell is sexy. Lord have mercy, please don't quote me on that. I'm just saying her voice is that timbre. Oh, God. Get in all kind of trouble tonight. So you do what you can do to make it, to enhance it and make it sound bigger. So now when I take that and put that into the record, you get this.
There's no telling where I could have been. And when I think about it, y'all, my life was really supposed to end. But God came and He rescued me from the trouble that.
So you see what I'm saying? So it really makes it bigger, more in your face, more that you layer those things with compression and EQ and saturation and all of those fun things, and you get a bigger, fatter vocal. All right, master bus really hasn't changed. If you've been following me for a minute, you already know what's on my master bus. I got the SSL.
I did not need.
Just there, just getting kissed. VMR.
He's the god of another chance.
He gave me
or tape machine, not VMR. VMR here with just some air, Pull Tech, got that going on. Slate Digital, FGX. I still need to get the newer version of this. Got a trimmer right before the limiter, and then the limiter is the PSP Vintage Warmer. And then I think I left out a VMR, and it's just virtual. It's a trimmer that's doing nothing. It's just there in case I need it. And then tonal balance control. This is a gem. I love tonal balance control because it really lets you know where your record's kind of sitting.
and life once again. So I'll testify that I am a miracle.
So you're just trying to stay within these ranges, and it just kind of lets you know where you're living. I love this because not only can you do that, you can also get fine-tuned, and it'll actually show you, it's because there's no audio going through it. That's why the line is falling. But when audio is flowing,
No, that's not me, but I am.
you know, so it just kind of shows you where you are with different. And that's just, you got different presets. You got bass heavy, hip hop, jazz, modern. You got different curves that you can kind of play around with. I just always leave it on bass heavy by default. Then you go broad, or you go fine to kind of see where your problem frequencies are. Or if you're, mainly for me, it's a low end tool. It's a low end reference. I want to look at it and see, because I do have a sub here in my room. My room isn't the perfect room. It's not treated perfectly. So I do want to make sure that I am not over emphasizing, or I'm not losing too much low end, because my sub, if I'm monitoring too loud, if I'm listening too loud at a point, I might actually think that I got more low end than I actually have. And that's happened to me dozens of times, like, depending on how my monitoring is for that particular record, or the information. Low end will deceive you. You know what I'm saying? So you want to make sure that you have something there that can let you know where you're kind of living with that. All right. So that's pretty much the record. Nothing else, nothing much more to it.
GospelProducers.com.
let's jump into it. We are in Pro Tools today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and the girls. So I'm looking forward to really digging down into the minutia of this record that I've been doing by my guy Tony Metcalf. Metcalf. I'm probably screwing up and butchering his last name, so that's the last time you're going to hear me say it. So it's a really dope record. So a couple of things that I want to showcase first, because every mix has its level of issues and problems that you have to solve. As a mix engineer, we solve problems. That's what we do. You know what I mean? People bring us problems to fix, and sometimes we end up doing more fixing than we actually do mixing, and that's a subject for another day. But with this particular song, there's a few things I had to fix that I did. I actually did a video on last week where I was talking about mixing drums, and some of you guys may have saw that. If you don't, check out the YouTube channel. It's all on there. You'll be able to see that. But here's another issue that you're gonna see us get into today, and that is actually with the vocals. And so with the background vocals, they actually gave me a 2-track of the background vocals. So for all intents and purposes, that is it is what it is. I'm not going to trash the artist on this particular situation because it's not an artist situation. It's not his fault. But the BGVs were actually mixed by someone else months ago. And what I am doing is actually a remixing or a fixing of something that was needed to be, there was a previous mix that was done. So this is no shot at the previous engineer or at anybody else, because I don't even think the previous engineer mixed it. I'm not sure the total history of this particular record, but we have what we have, and we will work with what we have. All right. So what we have in this case, and we'll deal with it when we get to it, is we have just a 2-track of the background vocals, which are mixed. So let's solo and we'll get into it when we actually talk about it, when we actually get down there, because I still got some work to do with balancing out the music and such. But we'll have some stuff that we'll do. We'll dig into with this particular thing.
Jesus, you are my source, you are my strength, and I can't live one day without you. Words I can't say to express the way that I feel.
So these aren't bad at all. They're actually really recorded very well, and they were mixed very well. The verb I was sent to him, luckily I was sent them dry, so the BGVs were actually dry. But he did include an effects track, and we'll ascertain that. But I do have the dry BGVs, and then what you're hearing is some of the verb that's already in my chain that's on there. So we'll dig into that as we get to it. But for right now, we're gonna mute BGVs and all of that stuff and leave vocals so that we can focus on making sure we got the music exactly what we want. And we have some live horns in this particular record, which I'm excited about, kind of playing around with and seeing what I can do with. Guitars, we got a lot of aux work, we got some keys, we don't have organ, we got bass, and we got loop, and then we got the drums. All right. So that's pretty much all that is to it on this particular record. And we're going to keep working through this or what have you. All righty. Let's keep digging in.
So I don't know what this crowd track is doing in that particular spot. I'm gonna have to compare it against the vocals, what's going on with the vocals, and we'll see what we kind of get there. But for right now, I'm gonna mute the crowd track, and then we'll figure out what the interesting thing that they're trying to accomplish right there. Maybe there's obviously a spot, but right now, without unmuting the vocals and seeing what that, because that's not the focus, I'm gonna mute the crowd track for right now because it's a bit distracting for what I'm trying to do. Yeah, Aux is killing. I gotta see what we can do to kind of make sure that we get it cutting through and just really cutting. One of the things I like to do is cut. I mean, typically I cut everything under 100 except for the bass, kick, things that really need to, be, that's got low end information, and that helps keep a really clean low end. And sometimes stuff has stuff going on under 100 that's interesting. You know what I'm saying? And if it is, then I try to retain that information because it may add value. Like he's actually got a key base in here. So what I'm about to experiment with now to see what that key base is actually doing in spaces, because almost sounds as though especially looking at the waveforms, it comes in certain places. But it might be valuable to keep the low end in there. We're going to find out. We're just listening. We're just deciding, making decisions about what we want to do. And if it's going to work, that's all we kind of got. But let's dig in a little deeper and let's see, because aux is it's all over the place, doing different things at different times. He's even got a synth that goes from, if you listen on headphones or monitors, you heard it's like a synth that goes from here all the way over to one ear, from one ear to the other. And it's like, at first I thought I had some automation going on. I was like, nah, that's the actual waveform. You can see it right here. Even looking at the waveform, you can see that it crosses the two stereo fields. So that's interesting. I don't think it does anything. I think it's purposeful. I'm sure it is. It's the only thing that's doing that in the track. So there's a reason why. So we'll figure it out. And if we need to convert it to mono, we'll do that and put it somewhere else. But that's also what I'm listening to. So we're just checking out the aux at this point to kind of see what we want to do with it.
Mixing is a very, very hard art to master. I know because I've been trying to master this art for several years. That is one of the reasons why I do Mix Mondays. It's a learning environment, and every mix that I do, I learn something new. And I've taken everything that I've learned over the years and we have poured it into our mixing templates. Mixing templates are a great starting place, and we have created several templates that allow you to get up and going quickly, and we have created them for Logic Pro X, we have created them for Pro Tools, for Studio One, for Ableton Live, and so many others. So if you're interested in taking your mixing to the next level, or even just getting started, make sure you check out these links down below in the description of this video and grab your template today. All right, back to the show.
I'm sitting here wondering, why am I not hearing a difference in the bass tone? Why am I not hearing more low end when I bypass the EQ? And here's what happened is I actually already ran the Moog or the Moog through my master bus. So I'm actually bypassing the aux bus with the Moog. And then I see that I also need to bring these sweeps. I'm glad I looked at that. Always check your output routing, because when you mix with templates, a lot of times you are you can mix stuff. You can miss stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let's bring that back in the aux because I want to make sure that I don't get too much low end information coming into the bus. So let's keep this. That's why I had that. And I had this at like 115 just to kind of keep that buzzing. And then I got a EQ here that's bypassed. So we get the low end information actually coming from the Moog already. And I think, what else is this? This is these are things that I probably did in a previous mix that I didn't switch back. That should be going through that because it's a pad. That's probably one of the reasons why this pad was so loud. All right, let's keep moving. All right, let's deal with these horns and see what we can do with them. Now, horns are always interesting because they're very dynamic, very brass, and very kind of harsh in some spaces. These sound like they were recorded really good. Sometimes I will come in and I will decrease just a bump down at like 3K, which is like typically where harshness kind of lives, is in that 3K range. So we're going to kind of preemptively kind of see what that is. And this is another reason why I like Pro Q, is because they have this option called Make Dynamic, where you can actually basically turn just a regular EQ into a multi-band EQ that compresses those frequencies. So we're not going to do anything heavy. We're just going to keep it just like a dB, just to kind of preemptively, and we'll even lessen the Q a little bit, so it's not so it doesn't really affect us in that area. Let's bring the Q, because we don't need it that wide, just really like a notch, really, just to kind of bump out some 3K just for that harshness. Cutting out all the mud, of course, up to 100. 99.5 won't do. So we'll leave that like that just to keep the mud out. And let's kind of see what we're doing. Really not too much else to do to horns besides EQ, compress them, and add a little verb in, and let's see what we got with it. Very simple compressor, just 2A, gets the job done, gets in and out the way, dropping it in like that, nothing too heavy. But we're able to kind of get some real simple compression. I have a 3 dB rule on compression unless it's something that really just needs to be smashed, that really needs some control. But to keep it from sounding compressed, that 3 dB rule, negative 3 dB rule, is kind of where I live at, because once it gets below negative 3 dB, you start to actually hear the compression, like audibly. It becomes noticeable. You know what I mean? Once you get into it, and I'll show you real quick. Watch this. So hopefully you can hear that. So when I first had it open, it sounded really open. You couldn't really hear the compression. But as I bumped the knob and you get past negative 3 dB, you actually start to audibly hear that something is knocking it down. And it's something to be said about that big drastic jump when it goes from negative dB down to like negative 10. It's almost like grabbing a fader and just doing this real quick on a fader. You know what I mean? And you don't want that much compression, that noticeable of a dip in something that's going to be as in your face and as present as horns are. So we're going to dial it back a little bit, of course, and just kind of stick with our 3 dB rule. That's just me. I know other engineers that 2 dB, some are negative 1, and it just depends on what you're trying to do. Some people do compression in layers. I'll get negative 1 here, I'll get another one, I'll get another negative 1 over here with this compressor, and I'll get another negative with this compressor. There's no right or wrong way to do compression. It's just make sure that you don't overdo it. That's the big thing with compression. So one thing, even if you notice, you probably saw me pull this up. It's like a little quad imager. Let's widen out the space. This is just something I use occasionally. I didn't use it. I'll play around with it to kind of see how I feel about it in the middle of the record. I didn't feel like it felt like it washed it out too much, because it depends again on what you're using imagers on. Imagers can be great when you're trying to create depth, when you're trying to create space. I still might find that I need it once I get vocals in, because vocals tend to live on the sides. And the way I have the horns panned, I have them panned in a way where we're going kind of left, right. And this one is, where's this going? Left, then we got right, then we got that one going back left and stuff like that. So, you know what I mean? They're living on the sides. And so that's where the vocals are going to live at as well. So I might find that, oh, it feels like the vocals and the horns are clashing on the sides. And I got aux information over there as well. And I got other stuff that's living in that space. So what I can do is drop an imager in to just move that out a little bit further so it kind of sets out on the sides a little bit more. I do that with my drums. I actually have that on the drums right now. And that's one of my tricks on getting wider drums is to use an imager on the drums. You know what I mean? Like, because you can hear the difference when you're working through them. So if I pull this up, let's see, we solo the drums. I'm just going to show you this real quick, and then we're going to dig into the vocals on this and see how it's all the big picture sounded. So these are the drums. If I bypass them, it's not bad, but when I unbypassed it, the drums feel just a little bit bigger. You know what I mean? When you bypass, when you just put it, and that's the whole purpose of just creating, we're carving out space and we're trying to get as much out of the middle out besides the kick, the drum, the kick, the snare, and the lead vocal. Claps, things that need to live in the middle. That's all it needs to be in the middle. Everything else needs to really just kind of be moved out of the way. So you got more space in the middle for the vocal. That's the goal, the objective that I'm trying to. Now, other mix engineers have their own method. I'm not stamping this as this is a rule on how you should do it. I'm just giving you a perspective. I personally try to keep as much out of the middle as possible. We're trying to keep that middle open because that's where the star of the show is supposed to be, where the lead vocal is supposed to sit. So you want to carve out as much space in the middle as you can, so it doesn't get in the way, you know what I mean, of what you're trying to do in that space. You know what I mean? So it's gonna show up when we bring the lead vocal in, and he can sit in the middle, and he's got all the space to do whatever he wanted. He's the focal point, and everything else, you don't push everything hard to the side, then you have another problem. No, you gotta just create a stage, so to speak, and your vocal sits in the center stage. And those who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. All right, let's keep it moving.
Check this out. You can help support the channel. You can support what we do at Gospel Producers by simply picking up some of our merch, like our Juice hoodie. The hoodie season is upon us. We got the GP shirts. We got the GP hoodies. One of my favorites is the Humble Hustle shirt. Get you the Humble Hustle shirt or hoodie. You just type in Gospel Producers on Amazon. We're right there. And what I have on right here, it's our not famous but fruitful. I ain't famous, but I am fruitful shirt. The long sleeve again. We're getting to that long sleeve season, so you want to make sure you grab that. We'll link down in the description if y'all want to support your boy. It's lunch money.
I can't move without you, Lord. You're my everything, my everything. I can't live without you. I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you, Lord. You're my everything, my everything. I can't live without you. I can't live without you. I can't live without you, Lord. You're my everything, my everything. I can't breathe without you. I can't breathe without you. I can't breathe without you, Lord. You're my everything, my everything. I can't move without you. I can't move without you. I can't move without you, Lord. You're my everything, my everything. I can't live without you. Come to me, then you renewed me. And that is why I worship you. Your arms, they shelter me. Through your blood, I've been redeemed. There are no words I can't say to express the way that I feel.
All right, so and I'm gonna look at some questions because I know we've been going and I haven't like answered anything. But remember, I said that these vocals were actually mixed before they were sent to me. Sometimes, again, this is a plight of a mix engineer. Sometimes this is just what you are. You have, again, this is a remixing of something that was mixed before by a different engineer that's landed on my desk to, I'm not saying fix what he mixed. It's just the artist wanted a different take and a different perspective. He wanted me to mix the record. So here I am mixing the record. But part of the issue is I don't have the original BGVs. He didn't have access to the original BGVs, which is a question for a whole nother day that I don't have time to get into. I have asked every question, who mixed it, can we get? And here we have what we have. That's what we have. That's all we have. We got to work with it. All right. So when you get in, you're going to get into situations like this as a mix engineer. When you're mixing records, you're going to have situations where people run across stuff where, all I have is this. Can you make this work? And that's where you have to do it. It's not ideal. You know what I'm saying? But it's the reality of the fact. And anybody who's been mixing for any long period of time will tell you that this is the way this happens. This is what happens. You end up with stuff on your desk. Sometimes you just got to work with what you're given. You know, that's not a time to be a butthole and just be like, I'm not mixing that because you can't get me. No, it's like, hey, bro, can you help me out? Yeah, absolutely. Getting paid the same either way. But here's something that I have to do. So here's a situation where I have to mix. He's already actually has some effects on the vocals. So I have to work within that. So maybe that means I don't use any of my verbs. I don't use any of my delays. I don't use anything that I need. I just need to make sure that I get the vocals sitting where they need to sit. And part of that is going to be automation and working around that sonically to make it fit within the context of the track.
Come to me, then you renewed me. And that is why I worship you. Your arms, they shelter me. Through your can't move without you, Lord. You're my everything, my everything. I can't live without you.
So remember I was talking about the trick that I use. What I did was I'm running a mono version of the LA2A to the BGV bus so that I can squash a signal, some signal of the BGV. So I'm running straight off the BGV bus into a parallel compression bus with this 2A on it in mono. So what it does is it collapses that down and gives me a squashed version that I can put in the center, and I can use to blend the BGVs in the center comparable with the lead. All right. That's the trick with parallel compression and getting your BGVs to kind of stand out. All right. Let's keep moving. Now here comes my favorite part, or one of my favorite parts of mixing, and that is I'm going to automate the BGV. So I have my fader port down here. You guys can't see it. I'll switch over here real quick. It's right here. So I'm going to use this to actually write some automation and ride the vocal throughout the song to keep it consistent throughout the song. So that's what you're going to be seeing me doing. It's the boring stuff that nobody wants to do. Let's mute that here. It's the boring stuff that nobody wants to do, but it's also the necessary stuff that people that makes a record. These little things like this. So I'm trying to make sure I got my okay. Now I see where I'm at. I see where I'm at here. Make sure I'm locked here. Yep. All right, we ready to go. All right, let's get this vocal. Let's ride these BGVs throughout the song and get a consistent level on them. Now that's just automating the BGVs through on that and getting a level to where I'm listening to make sure that the vocal BGVs are staying on top all the way through the song and being as consistent as possible so that so that it's audible and that every word is audible. That's one of the things that I learned from Yaahn, Blast, people like that. It's like, make sure that the vocal is audible. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that it's audible, that you can hear every word that they say, because let's be honest. We have to be honest. The most important part of the song is not the music, unless it's an instrumental or unless there's something specific with the music that is necessary. The most important part of the song is actually the vocals. That's the star of the show. You, in your pride as a drummer, as a bass player, as a guitarist, as a whatever, may want to hear your part over everybody else and what you did because you thought it was so great. But at the end of the day, people don't care about that. They don't. The general listener, or gen pop, as I say all the time, they don't care about that stuff. You know what they care about? What's the lyrics? What's the vocal saying? What is the song about? And if that can't be heard because the horns are killing, yeah, the horns are killing, but gen pop actually doesn't care about the horns. They really don't care about the horns. They care about the vocals. So you have to make sure that those stay on top and as audible as possible. So you may have saw me kind of stop in different points because like I felt like, oh, I'm competing with the horns. And it takes multiple layers of automation. I might go back now and go to the horns and bring them down in some sections. You see what I'm saying? To balance out what's going on with the vocals. It's a cat and mouse game that you end up playing with these sorts of things. All right, so let's bring the lead vocal in just for context so I can kind of get the big picture. And then I might come back and do some more with these vocals just to kind of see what it feels. And then we're just listening down. And I'm gonna probably end up doing the same thing with the lead vocal. And that's automating it to where it'll fit in the mix and stuff a little bit better. So let's see what we got here.
You got one of those modes where I don't know what to do. I'm stuck.
You're right.
All I do is listen to something like that and it's like, okay, now
I
got something.
Exactly. I have like every single plugin. But some plugins you be spending like hours just trying to find that one sound. You took the time to really curate and find like a group of like sounds that's really usable, that get straight to the point.
You're giving them enough to get started so they can walk into a room with someone and be like, all right, man, what am I missing?
I love the plug-in, man. I think it's incredible. I think people are gonna be like, wow. I mean, you got the sounds, people looking for sounds like that. Look, now they just get the plug-in.
You know what I mean? So you literally can just cook a complete record, like just from this plug-in. And for me, it's like not about a whole bunch of sounds, it's about production.
He gonna come out the gate sounding legit.
Yeah.
Out the gate sounding legit because of something like this. So I'm telling everybody, man, get the juice pack.
It's the truth, bro. I got to have it.
It's fire. It's definitely juice. D-Lo got the juice.
Fathers, for the times I went astray, you still love me, show me your mercy. Just wanna say, I can't live without you. Thank you. Let's go.
Jesus, you are my source, you are my strength.
And I can't live a day without you.
And I can't live one day
I just want to tell you
how
much I love you and how you made me new. Your arms,
they shelter me.
And it was through your blood.
I've been redeemed.
No words can express. Y'all ready? Let's go. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you, Father. You're my everything. When I was lost, I had no one that I could turn to. You said, and you, that's why I worship you. Your arms, they shelter
it was through your blood. And by the words to say, to express the way that I feel. Let's go. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you. Jesus, you're my everything. My everything. Said I can't live. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you. You are my everything. Come on, let's take it up. Here we go. Woo. Said I can't live without you. I tried and I can't. You are my everything. Said I can't breathe. You're the air that I breathe. You're every breath I take. You are my everything. Said I can't move. Come on. My everything. Say it. Can express. Y'all ready? Let's go. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you, Father. You're my everything. When I was lost, had no one that I could turn to. You said, then you. That's why I worship you. Your arms, and it was through your blood. And by the words to say, to express the way that I feel. Let's go. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you. Jesus, you're my everything. My everything. Said I can't live. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you. You are my everything. Come on, let's take it up. Here we go. Woo. Said I can't live without you. I tried and I can't. You are my everything. Said I can't breathe. You're the air that I breathe. You're every breath I take. You are my everything. Said I can't move. Come on. My everything. Say it. Can express. Y'all ready? Let's go. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you, Father. You're my everything.
When I was lost, had no one that I could turn to. You said, and you, that's why I worship you. Your arms, and it was through your blood. Can't find the words to say, to express the way that I feel. Let's go. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you. Jesus, you're my everything. My everything. Said I can't live. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you. You are my everything. Come on, let's take it up. Here we go. Woo. Said I can't live without you.
All right, let's do some automating on this BG on this lead vocal, and to get us over here. All right, we're on the lead. All right, let's get us on touch. I like to do touch because it responds better to the fader versus writing it. Because that way, if I let it go, if I feel like it's the vocal is sitting in a place that it's supposed to sit in, I can just let the fader go and it drops back to its native kind of level, you know, and then I push it and it catches it, you know, on places where it needs to catch it at. So let's get this in there. So let's automate the lead vocal. I'm gonna do a little bit on the mix master bus, and then we're gonna get out of here. All right.
Fathers, for the times I went astray, and you still loved me and showed me your mercy. I just want to say, I can't live without you. Thank you. Let's go.
Jesus, you are my source. You are my strength.
And I can't live a day without you.
I can't live one day
I just want.
without you. You are my source. You are my strength.
And I can't live a day without you.
I can't live one my source. You are my strength.
And I can't live a day without you.
I can't live one day
I just want to tell you
just want to tell
how much I love you,
much I love you,
and how you made me new.
and how you made my life brand new.
Your arms,
they shelter me.
and it was through your blood.
Through your blood, I've been redeemed.
No words can express. Y'all ready? Let's go. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you, Father. You're my everything. When I was lost, had no one that I could turn to. You said, and you, that's why I worship you. When I was lost, had no one that I could turn to. You said, and you, that's why I worship you. Your arms, and it was through your blood. Can't find the words to say, to express the way that I feel. Can't find the words to say, to express the way that I feel. Let's go. Said I can't
This felt good to me. All right, I'm just gonna go through my lead bus, not my lead bus, my what's it called bus, master bus, real quick, just to kind of see what it's doing, get the lufts up a little bit, and then I'm gonna close it out for the day, guys. So get any last questions that you might have available. Go ahead and drop them in the chat, and I'll answer some last questions, and then we'll be done for the day.
No one that I could turn to. I had no one that I could turn to. You said, come to me. And you, that's why I worship you. And that is why I worship you. Your arms, they shelter me. And it was through your blood. And by the words to say, to express the way that I feel. Let's go. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you. Jesus, you're my everything. My everything. Said I can't live. Said I can't breathe without you. I can't move without you. You are no one that I could turn to.